Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew. Welcome. I am so elated to be here this evening. You could have been anywhere else in the world, and you probably are somewhere else in the world. But you chose to be here with me virtually this evening. I am super excited to be in your presence this evening. I'm also super excited that you are virtually in my presence this evening. We are going to have an exciting live broadcast. And the reason why we're going to have an exciting live broadcast is because you are here. If you were not here, this broadcast would mean absolutely nothing. So I welcome you. Thank you for your viewership. As I say all of the time, I welcome you. If you are joining this live on a replay version, I welcome you as well. If you are joining this live now and you decide throughout this broadcast that you do not want to engage in the chat, but you're still participating through viewership, that's perfectly fine. I welcome you also. If you are joining this live broadcast and you're here just spying on me, you're here just trying to get information to run back and use this information for whatever reasons, good or bad. You're here spying on people in the chat. You're here trying to hear what I'm going to say because you know how much I enjoy controversy. I want to tell you something. I welcome you as well. If you are a troll of mine, if you are here as a hater of mine, if you are here and you only have negative thoughts about me, if you are here just to interrupt this live, whether it be through the chat or even on this open panel, I want to let you know something. I welcome you as well. Of course, you're not going to get too far with the antics on this channel, but I welcome you and I appreciate your viewership as well. There is enough room for everybody here. Now, before we get into the preliminary of this broadcast, I want to say this. I think this is as equally as important. For anyone who chooses to contribute to this channel this evening, I'm going to do it now, and I'm also going to do it when you decide to contribute. Thank you in advance. There are many ways you can contribute to the channel by way of Cash App, by way of super thanks, by way of super chat, by way of super stickers. All forms of contributions are welcome and greatly appreciated. And your support is going to continue to help me grow this channel so that the education and the entertainment value can reverberate all across the world here on YouTube. So, without further ado, welcome you all to another unknown episode of Roll the Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. Y'all know what we're going to be discussing tonight. This entire segment is going to be discussing what's happening and what has happened in the past. and what's supposed to happen in the future, allegedly, between Terrence Bud Crawford and Errol the Truth Spence Jr. Excuse me. We're going to deal with what's real tonight. And we have to talk about some things. Oh, yes. And you know, just so that we are all on the same page, the link is pinned in the chat. And so I welcome anyone. This is an open panel tonight. It doesn't matter who you are a fan of. It doesn't matter which fighter you are a fan of. It doesn't matter. None of that's important tonight. What's important is we have a discussion live in living color on the Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty so that we can iron this out as a fan base and even those of us that are in the business of the great sport of boxing. We got to talk about it. Now, after tonight, if y'all don't want to talk about it no more, I'm okay with that. But tonight, though, we're going to talk about it. And I encourage participation in the chat. Now, as the viewership, while I'm talking, is increasing, y'all know how much the viewership is increasing. I don't have to tell you all of this. But I'm going to say it again. It's increasing exponentially. And I'm excited about it. Y'all know how we do it on this channel. I'm going to give you all time in the chat to start this podcast off right. If this is your first time joining us live, I welcome you. Feel free to subscribe to the channel. Click on the like button if you find value in what we're talking about now and just moving forward throughout the duration of this live podcast. But we're going to do our what? You've guessed it. Our Town Watch check-in. I'm going to start it off in the chat. If you have been here time and time again, you know how this works. If you haven't, let me tell you briefly how this works and why we do this. It's very, very simple. In the chat, at your leisure, please put in the chat. If you're watching a replay of this live, you could do it in the comments section below because we encourage your participation as well. Basically, our Town Watch check-in goes like this. Wherever you reside now or wherever you are from, either or both, you can type that in the comment section below. You can type that into the chat. I will publicly acknowledge it. Where you from or where you are. What city, state, island, and or country. I will publicly acknowledge it. I'm going to start it off first by way of Arlington, Texas, Mansfield area, DFW stand up. And I'm also representing my hometown, Philadelphia, not in Mississippi, because there is a Philadelphia, Mississippi. No. Philadelphia, PA, Pennsylvania. I see Pasadena, California is in the house. Come on and let's check on in, y'all, so we can get this party started. I see Chicago, Chi-Town, the Windy City is in the house. Where else you from? I see you coming on in the live. Come on in. Come on in. We got to start this thing off right, y'all. Y'all know how we do. Dallas, Texas is in the building. Salute. Wilmington, North Carolina, Port City in the building. Salute. Let's check on in. Where you from or where you at? Let's acknowledge it publicly. Houston is in the building. Y'all already know the state of Arkansas is here. I'm going to tell you in just a few minutes why we do this. But I want more people to check on in. Yeah, this is our little icebreaker. I like to start off with small little icebreakers. The Lone Star State, of course, I've already said it, is here. Sicklerville, New Jersey. in the building. Absolutely. I already know the Dirty South is in the building. ATL is here from Los Angeles, but in Dallas, the Lakewood area is here. Dallas, Texas is in the building. My guy is here, representing Maryville, Indiana. One of my day one supporters on the channel is in the building. Salute. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Where else? Where else? While we still having people check on in, right? In our Town Watch check-in, let me tell y'all why I do this. Some of you have heard me time and time again say this week after week, but this might be your first time or your second time here. You might have missed it last week. You might have missed it on Tuesday night when we were on the live broadcast. So I'm going to tell you why we do the Town Watch check-in here on the Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I see Cincinnati, Ohio is in the building. Right Hook from ATL. I see you. Good to see you again, Right Hook. Come on in. Come on in. This is why we do this. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, this is how we do this, and this is why we do this. Because no matter where you're from or where you are located, we all have one thing in common. Of course, we all represent different locations, different geographical locations, right? Different walks of life, right? But we all have one thing in common, and that is we love the sport of boxing. And so because we all share that one thing in common, we can always come to a common ground to agree, to disagree, but still remain a part of the boxing family and the boxing community, even after this live broadcast ends. So that's why we do that, to find commonality in everything that we say and do here tonight. I know there's more people. I know there's more people. Come on and let's check on in. I see my guy in the background. Stay right there, Donnie. I'm going to let you right on because I can't do this show without the man that I'm going to bring onto this podcast. And the reason why I say I can't do the show without him is not because I can't carry my own podcast. Because I know somebody's going to hate, and I hear you and I see you, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about because this topic, this Terrence Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence topic, has gotten me to a place to be on YouTube. I'll tell you how this all started before I bring my guest on to the panel. This is an open panel, by the way, again. Come on in on the panel. I don't care who you think's going to win the fight. We encourage and welcome your perspective. Y'all know where the link is at, right? It's right at the top in the chat because I pinned it. Yeah, some of y'all didn't know I knew how to do that now. I learned how to do that. But my point is this. The reason why I say that is because some of you may not know this. You might be new to the channel. You might just started becoming a viewer, member, and or a subscriber to the channel. You may not know the brief history of me coming on YouTube and even getting the channel. One of the men that inspired me to get a YouTube channel is in the background. I'm going to bring him on as a panelist. Can't wait till he come on. We're like family now, my guy. And what happened was, salute to YSM Sports Media. I don't know if he's going to join us tonight. Sometimes he do, come on the panel or even in the chat when he has time, sometimes on Friday nights. But YSM Sports Media, please go subscribe to his channel if you haven't done so already. Great content creator. He started doing interviews of me. We started conducting interviews back sometime in July of 2022. It was obviously about the Terrence Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence fight, the business perspective of it, what goes on behind the scenes when fighters are negotiating through either promoter, a manager, or even themselves, etc. Salute. New York is in the building. I see you. Come on in. We still checking in while I'm doing this. Come on in. Come on in. Don't sit there and wait because I see the viewership increasing exponentially. So I know you're here. Come on in the chat. Come on in the chat. We're still in our icebreaker mode, okay? I'm just giving a little preliminary real quick. Now, So I started doing these interviews with YSM Sports Media. It gained a lot of traction and publicity on YSM Sports Media's channel with regards to this topic because YSM does a great job with interviews. And a lot of people started to gravitate to my perspective of the whole ordeal behind the scenes about Crawford Spence, how business work, how contract negotiations work, et cetera, et cetera. And then certain other content creators, including the panelist that I'm going to bring on in just a few seconds, my guy, he started to basically show the fans, show the supporters, show the viewers a breakdown of my perspective on his channel. So then people started to give me a few looks on his channel. You know what I mean? And I was like, wow, that's amazing how, people can understand the things that I was saying. Because some people couldn't understand what I was saying when I was doing the interviews on YSM Sports Media. Some people, not all, but some people were throwing shots at me. Houston, Texas is in the building. I see you. And it was like, why are these people throwing shots at me? I'm actually making sense when I talk. At least that's what I thought. And at least that's what most viewers thought. And even the panelist that's about to come on, he understood the stuff that I was saying. And he started breaking it down in its lowest common denominator so people can understand what I was talking about regarding the discrepancy between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, right? And next thing you know, Marlo TV, the real Marlo TV, another great content creator. Please go subscribe to his channel as well. The real Marlo TV started breaking down some of those interviews I was doing on YSM Sports Media to give the fans, supporters, and viewers, once again, a perspective of breaking down what they believe was happening. The real Marlo TV, my panelist, YSM Sports Media. And next thing you know, I said, you know what? Because people started gravitating to their channels more based on this topic when it came to the videos that they were producing of me and what I was saying on YSM Sports Media. And I saw the reception that people were giving YSM Sports Media's channel. I was like, man, this is all right. People really like to be educated. I started to see, the volume of people basically saying, oh man, I didn't know about this, or a great video. And they were saluting the real Marlo TV. They were saluting YSM Sports Media. They were saluting and encouraging my panelists, D-Town Boxing. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should start my own boxing channel since I'm encouraged and inspired by the videos that YSM Sports Media was doing on me, D-Town, and the real Marlo TV. Because maybe people do want to be educated on the business side of the sport of boxing. Maybe they do want to be educated on what happens in the sport of boxing that people don't know. And of course, what I didn't know then and I know now, some people were saying certain things that happen in the business of boxing or sport of boxing, but they didn't have the credentials to back it up. So a lot of people were saying things like, hey, this person is fake, or this person don't know what they're talking about because they're not in the business. So, and I'm not talking about YSM, the real Marlo, or D-Town. I'm talking about other people, other content creators who were acting like they were in the business of boxing when they really wasn't. So some of the information that they were producing wasn't accurate and legit. That's not a shot being thrown. I'm just telling y'all what encouraged me to do my own YouTube channel. So ever since I've been on here on YouTube as a quote unquote content creator, I was like, you know what? Let me give this perspective that people really, really want to know about. And maybe it can educate the public on what happens in the business and sport of boxing. And let me do it in such a unique way that's never been done before because I have the credentials as a boxing manager to do that. And I want to let everyone know that the reception has been met very well. The sentiments are mutual. I appreciate all of the support, no matter how many subscribers that I have or don't have. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your contributions that you all have been making on this channel since the first time that I started a video back in October of 2022. So salute to everyone else that's here now, and those that are not here. that are a part of the support system on this channel, and hopefully they get their flowers as they come on. And speaking of contribution, let's start this off right with my guy, Matthew Thomas, who just supported the channel by way of contribution. And Matthew Thomas, thank you for your support. Thank you for your contribution. And Matthew says, yo, Marty, what it do? Shout out to you and the channel. Hot Vegas is in the house. So salute to you, Matt. Salute to everybody representing the state of Las Vegas. People call me Mr. Roll the Tape. That's the name of this podcast. I love rolling the tape. I'm glad you are here with me tonight. Let me show my face so I could bring my guy on. Let me make sure he's still back there. Oh, he's still back there. My family, bring him on real quick. Support and salute to everyone in the chat acknowledging me. I see you. Milwaukee, Wisconsin is in the building. We got people from all walks of life. We got people from all over the world that come and view this channel, that come and participate and engage in the chat, and that support this channel through contributions. And I want to say thank you and welcome. Now, let me do what I like to do, and that is show my face. You know, back in the day in my city, we used to have this saying called, don't be scared to show face. Show your face in the place. So even though you might see different thumbnails, you know, and different graphical designs that I might post on your screen, man, Jamarty's never shy or afraid to show face. And speaking of show face, let me get my guy up here, you know, that's not also scared or afraid to show face. He's like family. This is my guy. Salute to Detroit in the building. I see you in the chat. Let me make sure he's still here. He is getting, there you go, my guy. Family, y'all. Family. He calls y'all family. This is my main man, Pots and Pans, my family, my brother, D-Town Boxing. What's up, D-Town? D-Town, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. There you go. My guy. What's up, my brother?
What's going on? You doing all right?
I'm doing very, very good, man. I'm having a really, really wonderful day. Had a great week. How about yourself, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Now, D-Town, you and I did not plan none of this. When I saw you back there, you already know when I see you in the background, if I see you in the chat as family, you know I'm always going to acknowledge you. So I thank you for coming on the panel again, brother. You know, one of the things that, I'm sorry, I hear you.
No.
One of the things that I noticed about you and I, D-Town, we have several things in common. Actually, we have a lot of things in common. But there's one thing in common that we do have, and that is that we are both troublemakers when it comes down to this topic of Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. We see what's been going on, D-Town. I mean, we've been talking about this stuff for a long time. When I got on YouTube, just being interviewed by YSM Sports Media, you did a few reenactments, so to speak, and some regurgitations of those interviews on your channel to break down to the people the things that I was basically trying to convey with regards to the business side of boxing, what's happening with this whole Crawford and Spence ordeal. This was back in July of 2022. And here we are now, almost a year later in May of 2023. And I say almost a year later because Terrence Ball Crawford said himself on his Instagram Live, he said that he received a proposal by Spence's representation in May of 2022, nearly 30 days, which is a month, after Errol Spence fought Ugas. And now here we are today, and it's like, there's still no fight. Let's start this the right way, D-Town. let's start it from a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Can you start us off from where this fight first started making all of us believe it was actually going to happen? When I was doing my interviews on YSM Sports Media, you started using some of those references on your channel, and that's how, I was inspired to get on YouTube. Can you take us back there? How did this all start in the first place between this whole fight? Like, how did this start?
Well, I guess it started when people started, having a buzz about it. First of all, it was because the Terrence Crawford fans was out here lying. That was number one. Number two was when Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford met up in Oklahoma. And Earl Spence and his fiance and one of his homies went to Oklahoma for a top rank card, which Terrence Crawford and all the top ranked people was there. And they both met up when Earl Spence had red on and Terrence Crawford had black on. And Terrence Crawford was, talking about Earl Spence. Y'all told me to get a belt, and when I get a belt, you go this way and you go that way. And first of all, Earl Spence never told Terrence Crawford to get a belt. That was Keith Thurman. Earl Spence was asked in an interview about Terrence Crawford, but Earl Spence already had his eyes set on Keith Thurman and other fighters. So he already had a mission. He already had a mission that he was trying to complete, a journey. Before Terrence Crawford even came to 147. Then they asked Terrence Crawford before he came to 147 about the 147 division and the fighters he would like to fight. And he said Manny Pacquiao. And then he said at 147, I would like to fight Keith Thurman. And they asked him about Earl Spence. And he said Earl Spence is not the man at 147. He said to be the man, you have to beat the man. That man is Keith Thurman. So now one of them was talking about fighting each other. So when they met up in Oklahoma, Terrence Crawford was saying this and saying that and all that. And I remember it was a guy, he kept asking Bob, he said, hey, when you going to make that fight? Hey, when he asked Bob Arum like 10 or 12 times. Bob Arum never answered that question, knowing that Bob, Crawford, and Bo Mack was there. Everybody was there for Terrence Crawford on his side for as his team. And the problem was that when Bob Arum told Earl Spence to stay away from Terrence Crawford, I believe at that time Terrence Crawford should have told Bob, hey, bro, you my promoter. I want that fight. Come on, what do you mean stay away? I want to fight him. Terrence Crawford never said anything. So at that time, it was a big buzz about Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford because everybody got hyped up seeing Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence together, and that's a fight that everybody want to see. Then it went on, and people was going back and forth talking about they want to fight each other. Well, Earl Spence said, hey, I'm going to fight these guys on my side because he already knew that Bob Arum was not going to make that fight between him and Terrence Crawford because Earl Spence is not going to sign a contract with Bob Arum. You see what happened with Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn had to sign a 3-fight deal to even fight Manny Pacquiao when Manny Pacquiao was signed to Bob. So it was no way Bob was going to allow Earl Spence that's on the PBC side to fight Terrence Crawford that signed to him, take that belt and run back to the PBC. It wasn't going to happen. So Terrence said many times he don't want to fight Earl Spence, the fighters behind me. All these crazy things Terrence Crawford is saying. So when it came down to the point of, Earl Spence was asked a question about, would you fight Terrence Crawford? And they was going, he was talking to somebody. He said, well, it's going to be like 60-40. And if they keep talking, it's going to be 70-30. And he was just talking to the person who was interviewing him. It wasn't no negotiations, no nothing. Terrence Crawford coming out talking, there ain't going to be no 60-40, nope. And then somebody else interviewed Terrence Crawford, said, what about 50-50? He said, nope, I ain't taking no 50-50 either. Then it went on down the line and stuff. And then when it came to the point where Earl Spence beat Yordenis Ugas and called him out like a real champion. This is what champions do. This is what real fighters do. They call out other fighters when they want to fight them. Not when they asked you over here looking around and stuff like somebody chasing you and stuff, and the person who holding the mic actually had to say Earl Spence's name for Terrence Crawford. Nobody had to say Terrence Crawford name for Earl Spence. Not for Shakur Stevenson. Nobody had to say Devin Haney name for Shakur Stevenson. I mean, when these fighters want to fight, they gonna fight. And Terrence Crawford have not showed anything. And once he seen Earl Spence beat Yordenis Ugas, who beat him twice in the amateurs, then Terrence Crawford got afraid, because you remember Terrence Crawford said before the fight he was going to come to that fight. But you have a lot of fans talking about, oh, well, Errol Spence went to the Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter fight, and he got up, he ran out of there. The man didn't run out of there. The man walked out of there because his trainer told him he needed to leave before everybody else started leaving, so everybody won't bombard him and try to climb around him and stuff like that. So for safety measures and other things, they told him to leave a little early. That's what Derrick James said out of his own mouth. So, but then they talking about that, but they can't say nothing about Terrence Crawford said that he was going to show up to the fight, and he never showed up. Talking about he was busy, but he was over there on Twitter, you know what I'm saying, twiddling every round. So if you was busy, you wouldn't have time to be twiddling for every round that Earl Spence and Yordenis Ugas fought. So this where the whole shenanigans came in, mainly behind the Terrence Crawford fans talking about Earl Spence. I mean, Terrence Crawford called out Earl Spence for 4 or 5 years, knowing that's a lie. Because if it's for 4 or 5 years, they've been saying it since 2020. So if you count back just 2 years, that's 2018 when Terrence Crawford moved up into the weight division. So it don't even add up. So the whole thing is just nonsense. And when the ball, when the term sheets or the I forgot the other term that he used, Manager Marty.
Proposal.
The proposal was sent to Terrence Crawford. He sat right there and played games until the very end. To the very end, he played games, and knowing that if he would have signed that contract or agreed to it like he said he did, then how come you didn't sign it? So the man was playing games, and the whole time he wanted to fight David Avenesian. That's what happened.
Well, that was a very descriptive timeline that you gave of what actually took place. I mean, we have Film Study who just joined the panel. Film Study, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Manager Marty.
What's going on with you, Phil? What's going on with you?
Nah, man, I'm just getting off of work. Saw you was going live. I had to hop on, man.
I
How you
appreciate that.
doing,
Give me
man?
one. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for joining us. Let me get this super chat real quick. Matthew Thomas, once again, thank you for your support by way of contribution to the channel. As always, Matt. Matt says exposing the truth isn't causing trouble. Thank you so much, Matt. The reason why Matt is saying that, if you're just joining the live, because I see the numbers have been, oh man, the whole time D-Town was talking, I was just sitting here watching the viewership increasing astronomically. So while he was, while D-Town was talking, I saw that. Reason why Matt is saying exposing the truth is not causing trouble is because I said that me and D-Town have a lot of things in common, including that we do start trouble. Basically, I said, quote unquote, we're troublemakers regarding this topic. Thank you again, Matthew Thomas, for your contribution. Film Study.
Yes,
What's
sir.
your take on it? What you got on this, brother?
I mean, I'll be surprised if the fight happens because Bud been doing a lot of like playing around with the negotiations and stuff, and like I don't know, he just been leading his fans on. Like one point, he called himself the puppet master, and I feel like he was referring that to his fans because everything he does, his fans follow right behind him. So he like a ventriloquist. So like he controls like the narrative on what they want to talk about. And then in one interview that he had with a female, it was a woman interviewing him. He said if the fight isn't 60-40 my way, fight not happening. So I was like, what? Like that was kind of weird, man. So like I'll be surprised if this fight happens.
So let me ask you this question, Film Study. D-Town, you can chime on in after Film Study. And those of you that are in the chat, I would love to hear your perspective as well. And if you're watching a replay of this live, please comment in the comment section below. When you heard Terrence Bud Crawford say, this is a question for everybody. 60-40 or the fight doesn't happen. In your opinion, film study, detail box, and everybody in the chat, do you think that would be a fair deal for Errol Spence if Terrence Crawford get paid 60% of the revenue and Errol Spence get 40%? Do you think that's fair in your
Uh,
assessment?
no, no, that's not fair at all. It's kind of messed up. You coming into a new weight class and you getting like the bigger spoils. You getting like the bigger share. And like Spence, he been doing like the heavy lifting. Yeah, that's unfair for him to say that. That's how I knew he didn't want the fight. Why are you saying all that? So like, I don't know, man.
People are saying in the chat, absolutely not. No, that's not fair if Crawford was going to get paid 60% of the revenue and Spence will get paid 40% of the revenue. D-Town, what's your take on that 60-40 comment that Crawford made?
Well, you know, Crawford said that Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia and all these guys priced themselves out, and they was asking for way less than what he's asking for. So everybody knew who Danny Garcia was. Everybody knew who Keith Thurman, was. And you mean to tell me that these guys was known at 147 better than you, and you got the nerve to say that these guys were pricing themselves out when they was asking for way less than what you asked for, and you said that these dudes priced themselves out because they didn't want to fight. Well, then you ask yourself, but is Terrence Crawford pricing himself out because he don't want to fight? Anybody tell me what B side got more than the A side? Now, I know that he did bad business when he fought Amir Khan. He gave Amir Khan way more than what he made. That was his fault. You know what I'm saying? But my problem is, how come he didn't ask Manny Pacquiao? You know what I'm saying? Why he didn't get to Manny Pacquiao? Why he didn't cry about the amount of money with Manny Pacquiao? In all the fights that he had besides, Amir Khan, tell me what B-side that fought him that he gave a generous offer to. You ain't gonna find it. So I don't understand what he's saying. The whole thing is Crawford don't want to fight. He already said that it's better to be undefeated than fighting tough fights. So the man has said for years he don't want to fight Errol Spence. The fight is behind me. It's not happening at 147. It's not happening at 154. Errol Spence and them think they the A side. If anybody gonna dare to fight, it's gonna be me. The man and I already told us too many times, but Terrence Crawford fans can't explain the ways and the things that Terrence Crawford is saying. Only thing they can do is talk about what Errol Spence said. Errol Spence is a man of his word. And then you got people say, well, he said that he was gonna knock out Sean Porter. Well, Terrence Crawford said he was gonna fight Errol Spence, and it ain't happened. He said he said that he agreed to all the terms, but what happened to signing? So I mean, these guys, they don't have nowhere to go. They don't have nowhere to hide. I mean, they backs up against the wall. In the same interview, Terrence Crawford said that I agreed to all the terms. In the same interview, he said, y'all think I'm agreed to that nonsense. I mean, I don't even know what to believe. I mean, he's trying to fight fans. He's trying to fight for none. He's trying to fight everybody else for free instead of getting in the ring with girls and making it happen.
That's a very good point. And in my view, from a business perspective, I would have to agree with you, D-Town. I would have to agree with you, Film Study. I would have to agree with most people that's in the chat right now. 60-40 in Crawford's favor wouldn't have not been fair. And there's several reasons why. First and foremost, you don't even bring 40% of the crowd. Let's just keep that in perspective, because we all know this is no knock on Crawford. This is not no shots, and this is not hyperbole. The bottom line is that Crawford cannot sell well on pay-per-view. That's a fact. Number two, you only have one belt and Spence has 3 belts. Number three, you have been used to, I'm talking about Crawford, have been used to getting guaranteed money. I told y'all on this channel by education before, and I might have said it on your channel, D-Town, I'm not sure, but I know I've said it time and time again on this channel. When a fighter is signed with a promoter, the fighter does not receive a percentage of the revenue. Because in standard contracts in this business, I'm not speaking towards no other business, I'm talking about the sport of boxing. When a fighter is signed to a promoter, you've heard me use these terms before, there's a minimum and or a maximum guarantee that the promoter is obligated to paying the fighter that they have under contract. So in other words, the entire time that Terrence Bud Crawford was with Top Rank and Bob Arum, he was used to receiving a compensation through what? Guarantee. So let's
Yep.
just say hypothetically that his maximum, I'm just using that as an example, was $3 million per fight. I'm just saying, if he's a world champion, from the time that he obtained world title status, his maximum amount that cannot be exceeded by the promoter is $3 million. That means that it don't matter who he fights for 3 years straight. It doesn't matter who he fights for 3 years straight. And the reason I'm saying 3 years is because usually between 2 or 3 years is when these contracts automatically do what, D-Town? Automatically, when they win the title. Remember we talked about this?
Oh, when they win the title, they automatically contract extended.
That's right. So 2 to 3 years when after the fighter wins a world title or any title for that matter, but let's just say world title in Terrence Bud Crawford's case, their contract automatically extends.
Mm-hmm.
So now for 3 more years, this contract is in effect. Let's just use at $3 million the maximum. It don't matter if you fight Amir Khan. It don't matter if you fight Sean Porter. It don't matter if you fight Kell Brook. Bottom line is that's the maximum. So if you're not used to getting a percentage of any pay-per-view bouts or any bout for that matter, how can you actually come to the table and say you deserve something that you've never had before? That's the point. And on top of that, the reason why I believe this whole thing has been spinning out of control, at least one of the reasons, is because of what you see on your screen right now. And that is Terrence Bud Crawford's mentality. And he said it himself, I know my worth. I know my worth. That is what Terrence Bud Crawford's mentality is. I know my worth. That's his mentality.
Can I say something real quick, Manager Marty? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Film Stud.
Do you feel like the 35% he was getting was a good deal? And the reason why I'm saying is because the way I see it as like each belt is 25%. So given the fact Spence has 3 belts, he should get 75% of the shares, the earnings, the back end, pay-per-view, all that. And Bud should get 25% for the 1 belt that he's bringing. He was actually getting 35%. I'm just saying this because his fans making it seem like that was a bad deal that he was getting. I just want you to like chime in on that. Was that a bad deal?
I think that's a very good question. And no, it was an awesome deal. So let's go back to your logic of 75% for Spence because he has 3 belts, 25% for Crawford because he only has 1 belt, right?
Yes.
The reason why I just referenced that about 1 belt for Crawford a few minutes ago is because Spence going to make and earn more just from the fact that he has to pay 3 different sanctioning bodies for representing their titles. So between 2 to 3% of each title that he's representing is going to come out his purse. So he's going to make more just off of the rip alone, just for those facts alone, right? Now, let me answer your question this way. 35% was extremely fair because remember, anything that this fight generates, right? Everybody's been using 100 million, so why not me continue on? 100 million. 35%, this is simple arithmetic. 35% of, let's say, $100 million equals $35 million. Let's just say if the fight generated $50 million, 30% of $50 million is 15. The bottom line is the reason why I'm saying that whatever percentage from the revenue you slice from 35%, it's going to be more than the 3 million maximum that he was getting guaranteed with Bob Arum. Right or wrong?
Right. Right.
So to me, 35% was an awesome deal. You know why? You won't find nowhere else where you can make and generate that type of money. And everybody knows it, including those that say, but he made $10 million when he fought David Ebenezer. Terrence Bud Crawford didn't even say that he made $10 million himself. When he was asked about it, I made a reference to this on my channel. Detail, you did too. When Brian Custer asked him, hey, Bud Crawford, we hearing that you're making $10 million in this fight with David Ebenezer. Is that true? Terrence Bud Crawford, being as slick as he is with the wordplay and omitting things.
Yeah, I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
He never said, yes, it's true. You know what he said? His exact words were, hey, got to get the money. That's what his response was.
Exactly what he said.
He never answered the question.
Hey, man.
So you got to see the games that people play when they're trying to manipulate and gaslight. And that's what Terrence Bud Crawford did. Let me get this super chat. And then I have a guy in the background. I think I'm not sure if he's been on the panel before. Marley Mall. We're going to let him on. Hold on, Marley. Let me get this from my guy supporting the channel, the Octavius 72. Thank you for your contribution again, Mr. Octavius 72. He says Bob Arum already exposed Bud's value when he was with Top Rank, stating that Bud. I'm sorry, I got so excited I didn't even put it up there. Sorry, Octavius, I got you right here. Bob Arum already exposed Bud's value when he was with Top Rank, stating Bud lost him so much money he could have built a mansion in Beverly Hills with the money he has lost dealing with Bud. Thank you so much, the Octavius 72, for your contribution to the channel, and salute. Marley Mall, you're on the panel. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm doing good, Marty. Appreciate you for having me on, man. I really appreciate it. Only thing I want to kind of speak on is the whole Terrence Crawford and his quote-unquote worth thing. No one is telling a black man what he is worth. I understand that. No one is telling the man, oh, you're only worth this. When it comes to business, yes, people can put a number on what it is that you're bringing to the table. I'm not telling Terrence Crawford what his worth is to his family, what his worth is to his friends, or to anybody in his life who loves him. But if this pay-per-view is projected to sell 600, 700, even 1 million pay-per-views, and you are on average bringing in 130, 120, 150,000 pay-per-views, yes, people can put a number on what it is that you are worth. And that's what I think Terrence Crawford doesn't understand. He has an investor mindset with a contractor's leverage. And I don't think anyone is able to get that through his mind. Am I wrong for thinking like that, Marty?
Oh, no, can I chime in on that?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead from start.
I don't understand why his team don't understand that. Like his team around him. Like that's all I had to say. I don't understand why his team don't know that he need to put asses into seats, and then you can start demanding what you want. You just can't start demanding stuff off the bat, and you're not even. I don't know, man.
I want to say something too. I see somebody in the chat talking about 35% of what. I already know who it is, but 35% of what is still better than the $3 million that he got when he was with Bob Arum. 35% is still better than the fake $10 million that y'all claim that he made when he fought David Ebenezer. So when you say 35% of what, you have to remember they tried to give him a guarantee, but he wanted way more. He wanted a whole lot as far as his guarantee. So don't say 35% of what, because he had an opportunity to get a guarantee and he didn't want it. because he wanted way more than what they were trying to give him. So when you say 35% of something, what you need to tell Terrence Crawford, he should have took the guarantee that they offered him, and he didn't. So don't start complaining about 35% of what, because first of all, we are fans. We're not worried about their pockets. You know what I'm saying? We worried about seeing the fight. The Terrence Crawford fans was the first one talking about money. Oh, Earl Spence ain't never made no money. Earl Spence ain't never did this. Earl Spence ain't did that. So who to say that Terrence Crawford got paid $6 or $7 million when he fought Sean Porter? He was still up on the contract with Bob Arum. So if his contract said $3 million or $3.5 million, then he most likely he got $3 million or $3.5 million when he fought Sean Porter if the contract wasn't altered for him to make more later on down the line. And if he would have fought Earl Spence when he was signed up on the Bob Arum, he probably would have made $3.5 million fighting Earl Spence.
Yeah, that's true. There's a guy who's in the background. Most of you already heard him before. You've seen him on this panel before. I want to give him the proper introduction. But before I let him on the panel, I want to give an analogy. Most of you that have been exposed to this channel through my content, whether it be live, the live podcast and or the published content that I do throughout the week, you know I love giving analogies, metaphors, similes, hyperboles. I use all of them. There's a metaphor I want to use. D-Town, I've said this when we were chilling together about a month or two ago, and I'm going to say it again. And I think if people hear this analogy, they will understand why my perspective of Terrence Bud Crawford saying, I know my worth, is the perspective that I have. Now, all of us understand this, whether you're a male or a female watching this live broadcast. When I give this metaphor, you will understand exactly what I mean. Now, I see Blackston Bruce, who is also from Nebraska. He's in the background. I'm gonna let you two gentlemen on. Just give me 1 second. You all can understand and relate to this. Everyone in the chat watching the live replay of this podcast, people on the panel, everybody watching this all across the world have heard at least one woman. I'm just using the woman for references purposes. This is not a direct shot or disrespect to women. People know I love the ladies. They're in the chat. Salute to you all women in the chat and watching this, right? We've heard at least one woman say the words, I know my worth. We've heard at least one woman say it. I know my worth, right? Now, let's break that down into its lowest common denominator so we can apply this to this Terrence Bud Crawford thing so I can explain to you why my perspective is the way it is. I asked several women in the past, right? How old were you when you wanted to get married? These are single women that were not married. Check it out now. And some women told me when they were 18 years old, since they were 17 years old, since they were 16 years old, since they were 20 years old. And the demographic of women that I asked this question, whether it be family, friends, etc., relationship, whatever, they all were in the age bracket of 35 to 40 years of age. So my question to them was, if you were 16 years of age and you wanted to be married since you were 16 years old, you are now 36 years old. If y'all can mute your I hear a lot of feedback in the background. Panelists. If you're 16 years old since you wanted to be married, you are 36 years old now. You're still not married. So for 20 years, you've been with this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy, may have dated long-term, may have a child or may not have a child. For 20 years, you wanted to be married. From the age of 16 to, let's use 36 years old. You never got the results that you wanted. But yet I'm hearing you say, I know my worth. And they say, well, Marty, what is the point of you bringing that up? You might be saying, Manager Marty, what is the point of you bringing that up, referencing that to Crawford saying he knows his worth? Because your worth is not based on what you think and what you feel. It's based on results. And it's based on results by the 2 P's, performance and projection. So if someone's trying to invest in a woman as a man, I see the viewership increasing. Oh my God. I get excited when the viewership is increasing exponentially because somebody's going to learn something today. If an investor is making an investment for business purposes, if a man is making an investment in a woman's life for relational purposes, right? You mean to tell me you know your worth based on how you feel and based on what you think, but you haven't received the results that you were looking for 20 years as a woman, but you know your worth. For year after year, we've heard Terrence Bud Crawford say he knows his worth. But the results of this worth that he keeps saying he knows has not been produced yet. His pay-per-view numbers speak for itself. His live gate speaks for itself when he's not in Omaha, Nebraska fighting. His mentality speaks for itself. The point that I'm making is when you know your worth, that means you should have some kind of evidence to substantiate your perspective of knowing your worth. Let me give it to you in another context of a different sports. Let's say football. Jalen Hurts just signed a $200 million contract with over $180 million fully guaranteed. The reason why he got that money is because of results. His performance, right? Which means the way that he made those adjustments from the offseason all the way throughout the regular season, game in, game out, game in, game out, game after game, taking the team to the Super Bowl. Whether he won or lost isn't the point. His performance spoke for itself. Projection-wise is his stock just rose. By him taking this team to the Super Bowl in his second year on a rookie contract, they're projecting his merchandise sales, his fan base, his productivity moving forward, and that's where that money has come in at. And I believe this, and I am not an Eagles fan, even though I'm from Philly. Most of you know that. Jalen Hurts earned that money. So when you talk about your worth, you have to produce results. And Terrence Bud Crawford has not produced the results to demand a company open their books. He hasn't produced the results to say he knows his worth. He hasn't produced the results to say he wants 60% of the 100% revenue and Spence supposed to get 40%. He has not made any production to be able to substantiate the fact that he deserves to get paid more than what he's asking for. And it's no different from a woman who's saying that she knows her worth and she's unable to produce results proving that for the last 20 years, she figured out the reason why she hasn't been successful in her pursuit of being a wife. And it's the same concept for men. I'm just using women as an example because we hear more women say, I know my worth than men. And that's the point. Now, with that being said, we got everybody and their mama and grandmama trying to get on the panel. But I got 3 guys that want to come on the panel. I'm going to let them on. One of the guys have debated me on another person's channel. I actually like this guy. I really do. I told him already that I like him because to me, he's probably one of the most realistic Terrence Bud Crawford fans. In only this sense right here, that when you correct this brother, if he's wrong about something, he will acknowledge and say, oh, okay, you know what? You're right about that. And that's why I like him, because even though he says some things that most people may not agree with, he makes some points himself, but also he's able to acknowledge that, hey, you were right about that. Most Terrence Bud Crawford fans, unfortunately, haven't gotten to the place where they were able to acknowledge that someone else is right. But Terrence Best Videos is one of those guys. I'm letting him on the panel. Thank you, Terrence Best Videos. What's going on with you, my guy? Terrence, can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Yo, what's up, Marty?
Terrence best videos. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Hello?
hear you loud and clear. How are you, sir?
I'm all right, brother. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm doing great. Thanks for joining us. Before you start, let the other two guys on because they were waiting as long as you were as well. We got my guy from Omaha, Nebraska, Blaxican Bruce. He's here, and then we got another guy. He's been on this panel before, as well as Terrence Best Videos and Blaxican Bruce. The guy named J Rock. He's also on the panel. So here's the thing, guys. I don't know how to put your names on the screen yet. I'm still a rookie in that area. I'll figure out how to do it. So we got three of you that don't have an avatar picture on your screen. So I won't be able to know who's talking because there's three of y'all and you guys are spread out. All right, so I see Marley Mall, right? Marley Mall, that's Marley
That's
Mall.
me. Yes, sir. That's me.
Marley Mall, J Rock. You there, J Rock? Can you hear me, Jay?
Yeah, what's going on, man? How you
All
doing?
right, and Blacks again, Bruce. What's going on, Blacks?
Can you hear me?
Blacks again, Bruce. I can hear you. Can you guys do me a favor? Because one of y'all, both of y'all don't have to do it, but I can't tell who you are. The subscribers, viewers, and supporters can't tell who you are because both of you guys, J Rock and Blacks and Bruce, you don't have an avatar, so we don't know how to identify you. I apologize for my ignorance. I don't know how to put the names on the screen. Can at least one of you show your face just so we can identify which one is which, so we won't get confused on the panel?
Well, can I get just 1 minute before I do that?
Absolutely. I know what you look like because you've been on the platform in the panel before, Black.
No, Marty. I'm just talking about the show you did from last week, man. This is black man. This ain't red. This ain't green or blue. This is this is black man from last week. And I see your partner right there next to you. I want to debate with you, man, because I'm a Terrence Crawford fan now, man. And the way you schooled old Green last week just got me fired up like crazy.
Oh, you know what? I apologize.
You show my face? I'll show my face unlike him, man. You see? Yeah, see? There I am, just like him, man. But the way you screwed up, boy, had me get my popcorn last week, man. It really did.
Okay. I thought you were Blaxican Bruce.
It's me, buddy. It's me. I was just playing, man. From what you did.
Oh, okay. You was joking.
I see you, boy.
Oh, okay.
I see you, boy. Your so-called fake guy. What's his name? Man, Jamal up there. That cheerleader of yours, and boy. What you did Green last week was crazy.
Yeah, that was a situation. Yeah,
but no. On the real though, man. Huh?
When I heard you say you wanted to debate me, I said, "Oh my God, here we go again."
You talking about Stutter Green?
Yeah.
He talking about Stutter Green.
Oh yeah, the guy named Green.
Green,
Green, man.
And D-Town boxing last time, man. And your tail was like Black Mr. Miyagi taking Black Daniel-san to school, man. I'm like, what the heck is this fool thinking?
Yeah.
But
I try to make
on the real though. No, I was gonna say on the real though, I just feel like Terrence Crawford is doing the same thing that Keith Thurman did to him and pricing himself out because he don't want to let that O go. And I mean, even my man D-Town Boxer, man, a show I did with him, I did with him about a month or so ago, where we talked about it, how staying undefeated and having his legacy with no defeats on it, and a multi-belt holder is more than him facing the best, because again, he knows his chances of losing are pretty high. And then also it's I'm like, all right, 35% ain't good enough for him. All right, cool, dude. I mean, look at what what's his name? Ryan Garcia and Tank David just demonstrated for you. They just demonstrated it for him how Ryan especially, he was the B side, and he even lost all his money by placing a bet on him, all his guarantee money. If I'm not mistaken, they placed bets on themselves but he still made more with the pay-per-view numbers. I'm like, he just showed Terrence Duck Coward the yellow brick road, man. I'm like, but he's trying to, and he said several times, man, the fight may not happen, the fight is
I'm
behind him.
past the fight.
He done said, I don't need Spence, but he lied to Andre Ward talking about I want to be undisputed. And there's Earl Spence staring you in the face right there. He talking about go spin the block. I'm like, D-Town Boxing, help me understand, man, what in the world this fool is on, man. I don't know what he's smoking or he's what, man, but I'm just like, God, man,
Can I talk right quick?
He's told us, man, over time.
I got you, J-Rock. Hey, guys, listen. Let's do this because I hear a lot of feedback in someone's background. When someone's on the panel talking, can everybody else mute their phone or whatever device you're using so we won't get the feedback? Because I want everybody to get an opportunity to get their voice heard. J-Rock, that was you, right, J-Rock?
Yeah.
All right, J-Rock. I know that you're a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, and I know Terrence Best Videos is a Terrence Bud Crawford fan. Some of the views that y'all have differ, but y'all do have some of the same points. J-Rock, I know you're a real one. From you coming up here a couple times before, I respect you as a real one. You got to keep it real tonight, bro. What's your take on all this, bro?
Hey, look, since we getting into the financial part of things, man, I can go back to a video interview that Earl Spence did, man, a while back, saying no one would take that deal that he offered Terrence Crawford. I'm 35-65 split. He said something like, nobody would take that deal, man. And then turn right back around and offer that man. You know what I'm saying? Since we talking about that part of it, you know what I'm saying? I figured I'd throw that out there to you, man. That came out his mouth, man.
Do you think that 35% is fair, J-Rock?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Why not?
Not at all. That's
why
crazy,
not?
Man.
Why not? Just tell us why not. Why don't you think it's fair?
I'm going to tell you why. Because this fight is huge, man. This probably the biggest fight that can be made in boxing right now. Do you agree?
I agree with that. Yes.
All right. So to offer that man that, you know what I'm saying, just based on his past accomplishments, his past numbers, pay-per-view numbers, is crazy, man, because the simple fact that this is the biggest fight in boxing, man. He hasn't fought anybody of his Earl Spence caliber before. But, you know what I'm saying, Earl Spence ain't out there by himself. He's not selling the fight by himself. People want to see this fight. So, of course, he's supposed to be offered more than that. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But that's just,
okay.
That's just people's opinions. You know what I'm saying? We can go back and forth on that all day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but what I want to get into is more so of
fair.
What I want to get into is more so of, you know what I'm saying, why the fight ain't really happening, man. Let's really talk about that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want.
Start it off. Why the fight not happening?
Here's the thing, man. You look at how the whole division moving, man. You can see that everybody think Earl Spence getting ready to drop the belts, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. And like I said, the whole division is moving like that. All the Bud mandatories running, man. How we even get the Virgil Ortiz, bro? Let's go back and figure. I mean, how we even get the Rocha? I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to that, man. Virgil Ortiz was his mandatory, right? It's WBA mandatory at first. You know what I'm saying? And he rolled out. You know what I'm saying? Petitioned the WBA, right? The fight Stanionis or whatever. And basically when they go chase that WBA strap, that Earl Spence, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, the whole division opinion, he can ready drop them Jones, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe. And let me go back and let me say one more thing before you start talking, man. We can go down the list. You know what I'm saying? And Boots, after that, he ran, you know what I'm saying? You already know the story with that. He ran over there. What? I think he went the IBF road, correct? You know what I'm saying?
You said, wait, I just want to make sure you're clear. Are you saying Boots Ennis from my city of Philly ran from Crawford?
I know you a Boots guy, man, and I know you from Philly, but
I'm just asking the question.
But answer mine.
All right, go ahead.
Was he not next in line after Virgil Ortiz? Huh?
Who Boots? Or
yes, sir. Yeah, Boots. Yeah.
Was Boots in line to fight Virgil Ortiz?
No, he was next in line as Crawford's mandatory after Virgil Ortiz ducked him, right? Correct? He went the IBF route, correct?
You know what? I was going to answer you, but I just thought about something. Bud Crawford said their name never came up. He said their name never came up, bro.
But hold on.
He did say that.
Did he not reach out?
Who?
Boots. I mean, did Crawford not reach out to Boots? And his daddy admitted that, man.
No, he reached out to David Evanesian. Where you was
oh,
at, bro?
Man, go ahead, man.
Even after said they weren't bringing nothing to the table. That's all.
Hey, J-Rock, come on, J-Rock, stop playing, man. You act like you don't know what happened, bro.
Hold on, answer this question, man.
All right, go ahead.
Those said that he brought nothing to the table.
So Bozy ain't get up there and do an interview and said Terrence Crawford ain't reach out through BLK Prime? No,
he was talking about Blue Blood Sports, not sports media. Blue Blood Sports TV had called him and reached out through BLK Prime, but that's a mute point, J-Rock, because Terrence Crawford wasn't even signed to BLK Prime, and they didn't have a horse in the race.
Okay, but did he not? But did he not when he was the mandatory? Did he not roll out though and take that IBF interim belt?
He had no choice. I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. The guy Boots had no choice but to go the IBF route because he was number 2 in the WBO, and even you know that. And Crawford did not want to fight him when he was number 2 in the WBO, bro. We got to keep it 100.
Oh man, get out of here, man. Hey man, get out of here, man. But anyway, man, we can go back and forth on that all day. But answer this question more. Did you see Spence had the Tank Garcia fight, brother? I'm just curious to know. Did you see him there, huh?
Huh?
Did you see him at that fight?
Yes, I seen Spence there.
Okay. Well, let me say this to you. For this fight to be rumored to be taking place in what? At first, the rumors came out that it was supposed to be taking place in June the 22nd or something like that, correct?
No, it was supposed to take place in the end of 2022.
Right. I'm talking about the latest rumors, though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
June something. Okay.
Okay, but let me say this, man. Errol Spence ain't nowhere near 147, people. You know what I'm saying? He's nowhere near that. Errol Spence look like he got titties, man.
What they got to do with the fight?
Well, I'm getting ready to tell you. For somebody that's about to fight in less than 2 months,
sign the contract.
About to fight in less than 2 months, Errol Spence ain't nowhere near 147, bro.
Sign the contract. That's all you need to worry about. Don't worry about the man weight. The man is always on point.
He's not in training camp. He got to sign the contract, then he can be in training camp.
Hold on.
Hold on. One mic.
Errol Spence is about as good a shape as I am right now, big dog. He got titties, man. And I'm gonna tell you like this: when my man pulled up on him and asked him about the Crawford fight, my man put on his track shoes, dog. He got up out of there. He ran. He ain't want no smoke. He don't want hit. He ain't say nothing. He ran up out of there. You know what I'm saying? And compared to my man who always in the gym, bro, who always releasing photos looking cut up. I ask you again, who really want this fight, bro?
And then who he fight after he posts all the pictures, though?
But I'm saying who? Well, brother, hey, my man, let's get into why the fight really ain't happened, though, man. Y'all keep glossing over that, but let's think about it.
Nobody asking nothing. What are you talking about?
All right, well, go ahead. You answer this question.
You talking about the man weight. That don't have nothing to do with this man not signing the contract. Sign the contract. Don't worry about the man weight. The man is always on point when it's time to fight. So let's first of all, let's get to number one. Him signing the contract.
Never missed weight.
Jumping over this and over that. Let's get to number one. He needs to sign the contract, and then let's wait until it's time to wait and see if he's not in shape. Quit talking about all this nonsense. That has nothing to do with this man signing the contract. What he needs to do is, go ahead, manager.
No, finish your point, Detail. I got you. Go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is, you keep saying, well, why this fight is not happening? The reason why it's not happening, because Terrence Crawford didn't sign the contract. This is the reason why it's not happening. The man had everybody to believe that he was in negotiations with Earl Spence. The whole time he was in negotiations with David Avenesian. Anybody knows when you want to fight somebody, you're not going to do no double negotiations. Now, I could understand if Earl Spence was playing around and he said, you know what, I'm going to have to go a different route. But Earl Spence and the PBC was not playing around because they sent the what was that word? The proposal to him. So if they sent it to him, the contract and everything was in Earl Spence's favor. So all they need is him to agree to it and to sign it and come back and they could get the ball rolling. So you ask the reason why the fight didn't happen is because they still waiting on Terrence Crawford to sign. Even to this day, they waiting on Terrence Crawford to go back to that same contract that he said that was, mess, to go back to it and sign it. We still waiting on him right today.
Okay, so I have a question. J-Rock, hold on, J-Rock. I have a question. Terrence Best Videos, are you there? Terrence Best Videos? Okay, so Terrence Best Videos is not here. I was trying to ask him a question since the whole thing is about signing the contract. J-Rock, here's the thing Hello?
My bad. Go ahead.
All right. Terrence Best Videos, you there? Okay.
Yo, I'm here.
All right, Terrence Best Videos. Let me ask you a question. You're a Bud fan. Let me ask you a question. In your opinion, you don't have to take 5 minutes on this, just a brief answer. Why didn't Terrence Crawford sign the contract in your opinion?
Well, you already know my position on this. Bud, when he was on the IG Live, he said, I got a proposal. He didn't even say it was a contract. Y'all keep saying it's a contract. There was no contract sent. What did Steven Espinoza say? He said there was issues that Bud Crawford had that were never addressed. How could a contract be sent if his issues not addressed? Come on. Y'all keep saying that, and Bud said it wasn't a contract. Why y'all keep saying it was a contract? There was never a contract sent. It was a proposal. That's different. That's not a contract. They have to agree on every single thing, and then they send the contract. And what didn't they agree on, Marty? You know what it was. They said it was two things. It was the date of the fight. There was no concrete date of the fight. We know that Floyd Mayweather said on October the 7th that the fight wasn't happening. And so from that point on, why wouldn't Bud go and get the money from David Avenesian? Y'all one don't make no sense. What Bud had the problem with was the 65-35 split. And y'all know that. That was the issue. Because why did he have a problem with that? Because he wanted to secure his 35%. I mean, he's already taken an amount that, guess what? That Errol said on Brian Custard. He said he was just joking. But yet when he sends the contract, it's damn near the same amount splits as he said he was just joking in the Brian on that podcast. It was the same amounts pretty much. 65-35. He said 70-30. Oh, I'm just joking. Y'all remember that? So I'm just curious.
That was his
girlfriend's
page, dude. That was his girlfriend's page. That ain't no sports writer.
All right, hold on.
Hold
on. Hold up. I want to make sure that all of us on the panel, whether we agree or disagree, are on the same page. Terrence Best Videos, you said that Terrence Bud Crawford never received a contract from Al Heyman or Spence's team, right? It was just a proposal. It wasn't a contract, right?
That is correct, according to Bud Crawford, yes.
Okay, from the IG Live video, right?
Correct, absolutely, yes.
Okay, I want everybody on the panel to mute your devices because I'm going to roll the tape and we're going to hear what Bud, because I think, hold on, because I think
I just want to say one thing, Marty.
Hold on, Terrence Best Videos. I got it from here. I got you. I promise you when we've done this, you're the first one I'm going to call. Hold on 1 second. Terrence Bud Crawford used the word proposal. I want everybody to hear him say that so that we can understand what Terrence Best Videos said. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
And, it was just kind of like a regular contract.
Hold on. Let me rewind it.
Right after his fight, just going back and forth. You know, they sending me a proposal with the interest of a Spence and Crawford fight. We didn't get a contract until August.
Can y'all hear that?
You got everybody on mute.
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear it.
Okay, can I respond? Can I respond to that? I've done this a lot. May I respond? Yeah, may I respond? Yeah, yeah.
Terrence Best Videos.
I heard it, Marty.
Hold on. I'm a man of my word, brother. I promise you, as a man, I'm going to let you be the first one to speak. I just want to make sure that people in the chat heard it, that viewers all around the world. That wasn't my voice. That's why I kept my camera on. There's no hokey pokey here, brother. That was Terrence Bud Crawford voice. And he said, I want to make sure everybody heard him, and I will play it back again if I have to. Did everybody on the panel hear Terrence? Because my iPad is a little low for some reason. You couldn't hear it, Detail?
Loud and clear.
Do it again. Do it again. I couldn't hear.
Okay, say no more. Hold on, everybody. Mute your phones and your devices. I want to make sure everybody hear this. I hear feedback. Can someone mute their device? There you go. Let's hear Terrence Bud Crawford.
I started talking to Team Spence, I would say, and Al Hammond them about May, you know, right after his fight, you know, just going back and forth. You know, they sending me a proposal with the interest of a Spence and Crawford fight. We didn't get a contract until August.
Did y'all hear that?
I heard contract.
So Terrence Best Videos, you said that Crawford never received the contract. I asked you from Spence's side, you said yes, he never received one. Crawford just said he did receive a proposal in May, but he also received a contract. Well, let me quote him. He said, we didn't receive a contract until August. What's your take on that, Terrence Best Videos?
Okay, Marty, you do realize that I've damn near watched that IG live damn near 20 times, right? So I'm pretty much I didn't watch Marty, I didn't watch that IG live about 20 times. So just keep when you stop the tape, keep rolling the tape. That's all I say. When you stop, don't keep rolling the tape because you know what he's gonna say next. Everybody know, all Bud fans know what he's gonna say next. So keep rolling the tape, Marty. Keep rolling it.
Okay, great.
Don't stop there. Don't stop there. Keep rolling.
Okay, great. I'll do you and J Rock and everybody else a favor.
Okay.
I will continue it only on the condition that you acknowledge that Bud Crawford received the contract in August.
Why would I do? What, Marty? Why would I do? If you roll the tape, you're gonna see what he says next. You know what Marty. You know what he says next, Marty. Come on. You know what he says next.
Hold on. I didn't ask you what he said next. I asked you what you heard him say now. Would you agree and acknowledge that Bud Crawford said himself that he received the contract in August of 2022? Would you acknowledge that?
Marty, what are we playing? What are we saying?
I'm just asking you.
I can't get because you know what he says next, Marty. Come on, he corrected himself.
Yes or no question. I'm only asking.
No, I can't get. No, I can't, Marty. I can't give you that because he corrects himself quickly. He corrected himself very quickly.
I just want you to acknowledge that that's what he said. Right in this.
Okay. Yes. That's what he said right then and there. Yes, absolutely. That's what he said.
So you heard him. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Let me get the super chat. Thank you, Bruce Leroy, for your contribution and support to the channel. Bruce says Spence said he was playing about 80-20, not 65-35. That was from Bruce. Thank you, Bruce, for your contribution, your support, and your viewership. So we have it acknowledged.
Bruce don't know what he's talking about because he said 70-30 that he was playing. He's just saying no 80-20. So Bruce don't know what he's talking about.
No problem. Stay right there, Terrence Best Videos. I got you. So I'm going to play the rest of what Terrence Bud Crawford said, but I just want to make sure that everybody heard him say that he received a contract in August of 2022.
Marty playing games right now.
No, hey, this is the man words, brother. This
All
is
right,
his words.
go ahead, Marty.
All
Play the
right.
roll the tape, Marty.
Oh, see, now you trying to tell me what to do. Hold on here. This is my
please,
show, brother.
please,
Let's do
please
this. I
roll the
got it.
tape.
All
All
right,
right,
mute your phone. Mute your phone.
all
Mute your
right,
phone.
hold on.
We're going to
All
hear
right, hold
more
on.
of what Terrence Bud Crawford say, and then I'm going to give Marley Marl the floor after we hear it. I'm going to give Marley Marl, when we finish this, I'm going to pass the mic to you. Let's hear what else Terrence Bud Crawford says after receiving the contract in August of 2022.
And, you know, it was just kind of like a regular contract. You know, it wasn't nothing. It was initial proposal. It wasn't even a contract.
All right, let me stop right there. Marley Marl, he said he received a proposal in May. Then he received a contract in August of 2022. Then he says it was a regular contract. And then he says, well, it wasn't a contract. What's your take on everything in real time? Marley Marl, you got it.
To me, it sounded like he received the contract before there were any changes or what's the word I'm looking for? Before
Revisions.
they make any revisions, any red lines to it. That the initial contract proposal is what it sounds like he received. Then
what's your take? Who's that? Film Study, right?
Yes.
All right, Film Study. What's your take on what you just heard Crawford say?
It seems like he got sent a contract and he's trying to explain. I don't know. He's doing a lot of explaining that he doesn't need to. Just sign the damn contract, dude.
Got you. Blaxican Bruce, you just heard what Crawford said. We all heard this IG live, you know, when it first came out in November, but you just heard him say everything he said in the last 1 minute. What's your take on what did he mean when he was talking?
All he means is he received the contract. Okay. But the contract he received is not the contract that he's in charge of. So it's like he wants everything. He wants total control of all the contracts and what they say from the every I you dot to every T you cross. But he does not have the resume of controlling the contract the way he wants to, and that's why this fight is, you know, not happening, because he's the one who said, you know, Errol, I'm ready for you to spin the block. He said that, but he still wants to control it. So he's saying he don't agree to what the contract is stating because he don't have it. The contract is basically not in his favor.
He got
what he's indirectly saying. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Detail. You heard what Bud Crawford just said. I mean, you heard him, but then he said, well, it was a regular contract. Then he says, it's a proposal. What's your take on what you just heard, D-Town?
I don't think Crawford know what's going on. You ask me. Just like Sean Porter said, he needs some representation because he don't know, you know what I'm saying, probably what's going on. I mean, he's mixed up and screwed up. He's saying all kind of things, and he actually going against his own self. He'll say one thing and then come back and say another thing. I mean, if the man knew what he was talking about, he could stick to one thing. Not saying he can't make no mistakes. Not saying that. I can understand making a mistake, but he didn't say, oh, I received a contract. Oh, but no, it wasn't a contract. It was something. That's not what he said. What he was saying was that it was a contract, but the contract wasn't what he wanted. So that's the reason why they had to go back and forward, because he wanted what he wanted in that contract. And since it's not what he wanted, then that's why he says it's not really a contract, because now he got to complain about something else where it could stall out and where he had to go back and forward to prolong everything to where they couldn't get the fight, or where, you know, it was the holdup. This is what I believe, because if he sent the proposal, he got a contract, and then he said no, but it wasn't a contract. It was just like, so he didn't. I think he's confused. He needs somebody to help him. That's what he needs.
Either he confused or he
Detail, may I ask D-Town a question?
Yeah.
If he confused, because I think D-Town, I think you're the one confused, buddy.
I'm confused.
I don't think Crawford is. I don't think Crawford was confused at all.
Don't go there.
I'm confused listening to him.
Huh?
I'm confused listening to him. He got me confused trying to figure out what he's saying. That's where I'm confused at.
But
He
Yeah.
listen,
said it was. He said it wasn't a contract. That's what. That
No, that's not what he
listen,
said. That's
listen.
not what he said.
But D-Town, I have a question for you, D-Town.
Play
Oh,
it
so
back,
why did
man.
Steve?
Play
I have a
it back because now
no,
for
no,
one
nah,
minute
don't
he
play
said it
it back.
wasn't a contract,
no.
and now he's saying it's not a contract. He said it was a contract. He said it was
D,
some kind of
but D,
contract. He never said it wasn't.
but D-Town, I have a question for you. Okay, here's a question. Can you explain to me? And I've asked all of you Spence fans, what does Steven Espinoza mean when he said that Bud Crawford, um, his whatever his request were never answered, and that's the reason the fight stalled. What do you mean by that?
Why
Explain
is
that
the
to me,
B?
D
Why
Town.
is the
Hold
B
on, hold
side
on.
requesting stuff?
Hold on, guys.
I'm asking
Let's
detail on that.
Terrence Best Videos. Hold on for a minute. Let me
Uh
regulate
huh.
this. Let me be the host here. I got you. I'm gonna make sure I tie that in. Hold on 1 second. Because I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And that's why before all of you got on, I had Detail give his perspective on the foundation from the very beginning, so we all can see how we got here today, thinking that this fight's going to happen and it still didn't. All right, so hold on for a minute. Let me get this super chat. Let me address one thing. Matthew Thomas, thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel. One more again. This contract stuff is above his pay grade. That was from Matthew Thomas. Thank you for your contribution and support to the channel. And that's exactly what I was going to say. So let me break this down in layman's terms for everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, viewers all across this world. I'm going to break it down from the business perspective of what Terrence Crawford is saying. First, let me agree with Matthew Thomas. Yes, this is above his
These
pay
bro,
grade.
dude.
Somebody mute your phone, mute your phone now. This is above his pay grade, and this is exactly why you've heard Manager Marty say time and time and time again since I've been on YouTube that good representation in this business is priceless. And we know that Terrence Bud Crawford does not have adequate representation. This whole time, we know that to be a fact. Anybody that don't understand the difference between a proposal and a contract doesn't have the competence or the experience or the fortitude to ask a company to open the books. So let's put that out there now. Okay, now let's talk about what Terrence Bud Crawford actually said and what he meant. Terrence Bud Crawford, y'all heard what he said. I'm going to tell you what he meant. A month after Spence Fort Ugas, which was in May of 2022, he received a proposal. There were terms and conditions on this proposal. The reason why he was sent a proposal, it outlined the important terms and conditions that was going to be transferred, I've said this before, onto a contract as per his agreement. So in other words, is when he was sent the proposal, he looked at the proposal, he reviewed the terms of the proposal, and somewhere down the line, he gave Al Heyman, their attorney, their representation, he gave them the impression that he agreed to the terms that was on that proposal. Why is that? How do we know that? Because Terrence Bud Crawford said himself that he was sent a contract in August. Now, the difference between a proposal and a contract is a proposal does not, but a contract does require a signature. Okay? So that's the difference between a proposal and a contract. So somewhere between May and August, Terrence Bud Crawford gave the other side the impression that he agreed to the terms and that he would sign a contract, or else Al Heyman would not have spent all of that money for the attorney who's on retainer to draft up a contract if he believed that Crawford wasn't going to sign it anyway. That's not how business works. So we could agree that it was a proposal sent to him in May. And we can also agree that there was a contract sent to him in August. J-Rock, if you are still there, I have a question for you as a Bud Crawford fan. In your estimation, if Bud Crawford said himself he was sent the proposal in May, then he was sent a contract in August, why was he talking to BLK Prime in June? What is your opinion on that, J-Rock?
Why he was talking to BLK Prime in June?
Yes.
I'm not sure about the dates, man. That's all speculation. I don't know where you got that from, but
Okay, no problem. All right.
you know what I'm saying?
Terrence Best Videos. Do you know why he was talking to BLK Prime in June after he received the proposal a month earlier and then a contract 2 months later?
Yes, yes. I mean, first and foremost, okay, you receive a proposal. The man, obviously, the man stated that he wanted to fight at the end of the year, right? Right. You agree with that, Marty, or do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So if he's negotiating with PBC, right, and he hasn't gotten anything to say he's going to fight this year, because this, remember, I'm always saying that was a critical point, that they never gave him a concrete date. They never gave him he even said that on his either his Facebook account or whatever. Bud Crawford asked Errol Spence, well, then what was the date of the fight? And Errol Spence never responded because they never gave him a concrete date. That's why it was never a contract. If it was a contract, it would have had a date. That's why he said it's a proposal. No, they ain't lying. How do you know he lying? You saying he lying, but how do you say that he's lying when you weren't there, bro? And Errol Spence isn't refuting it. I can see if someone that was in the negotiations says Bud is lying, but you can't make that argument because you weren't there. I wasn't there. But if no one is refuting what Bud is saying, then we have to take it as true. And in fact, they asked Errol in an interview, well, whose fault was it? Errol Spence would not say it was Bud Crawford's fault. I mean, he was there. Yeah.
Terrence, let me get these 3 super chats real quick.
Earl, stand-up guy.
Hold on, mute your. Let me get this super chat, y'all.
Oh, so now you just
hold on, mute your phone. Matthew Thomas says, "Let the teacher teach." I believe Matthew was referring to me. I think he was. Thank you, Matt, for your contribution again. Let me get these other 2 super chats because I got a question on something that was just said. Jay Miller, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Salute to you, Jay Miller. Jay Miller says, y'all ever seen the female tell the dude she got a man, then she see his money or his whip, and then say they quote unquote open? That's what your boy did. LOL. That was from Jay Miller. Thank you, Jay Miller. I thought I was one of the only ones that like metaphors. Thanks, Jay Miller, for that one. Juice Lee, thank you for your contribution to the channel and your support and viewership. Thanks, Juice. Juice says, sounds like he meant a quote-unquote term sheet. G, y'all Spence dudes need to tighten up. I have a question real quick. Quick question. Because we just heard Terrence Best Videos say that Crawford never received a date. So I have a question. If the proposal never had a date on it, or a contract in August didn't have a date on it, if he was sent the proposal in May, why would he then, looking at a proposal in May, his words, not mine, nearly 30 days later in June, start talking to another company without saying anything to the company he was already negotiating with? Why didn't he go back and tell them, since they just sent him a proposal the month before in May? Why not? Blackstick and Bruce, what's your take on that, bro?
I mean, there are facts out here, and there's the truth. Okay, but when the truth is used against them by the court of law, you know what? They have no answer. But Kiss and Bud fans, here's the deal: none of us heard or knew about BLK Prime until September or October. None of us. We didn't hear it in June, July, August, but maybe September, October, and that's when Terrence did not um, reply to Al Heyman, because we all kept hearing Spence say, "Hey, April, I think it was April, not April, November 19th, I believe it was the day. Hey, I'm gonna fight with or without him." So we kept hearing April 19th, April. I'm not April. Keep saying April. November 19th, November 19th, November. Yeah, sometime in November. We all kept hearing that from Spence. What happened was Terrence did not reply to the proposal, or he didn't sign the contract, and they missed him for like what, 2 or 3 weeks. He was like dead silent. They didn't hear anything the whole time he was negotiating. Like he said it. Go back and find the video. Go back. He said he was talking to BLK Prom since June, July. He said that. And Terrence Crawford himself said that, not us. He said that. So if you're talking to them and you're trying to talk to Al, it's like, okay, you're using Spence's name to promote your fight, which is not a good way, dude. It's Terrence just, like I said, he's promoting himself the wrong way. And the way he did that was so out of line. But Terrence himself said, I've been talking to BLK Prom since June, July of last year. And then we heard Spence say, hey, November 19th is a day, I'm going to fight with or without him. So November 19th, but Terrence Crawford fans have to understand there are arenas. There are certain fights, like you cannot fight on the same day that Canelo does. You can't fight on the same day Tank does. They're their own, main event pay-per-view. So there's things like that Terrence fans have to understand. You can't just fight, on a certain day and you're the main event. It doesn't work like that.
Right. So D-Town, you know this clear and well that Terrence Crawford received a proposal in May. He was secretly negotiating with BLK Prime between June and July. He was sent a contract from PBC to sign the contract in August, possibly to fight at the end of the year, basically November somewhere, or December at the latest. And he was negotiating with BLK Prime a month after he received the proposal. What's your take on that?
Well, it's funny because he kept saying he wanted to see transparency, but he didn't get transparency. You see what I'm saying? He already had his mind made up that he was going to fight David Avenesian. That's number one. If Terrence Crawford was a stand-up guy, he should have told Earl Spence and them, like Earl Spence said in an interview, since all these Crawford fans, they don't know what Terrence Crawford said. Like that one guy said that he did not receive a contract, which he did. He asked him about him, Crawford, dealing with David Avenesian and Black Prime. He said, oh, that's hearsay when Terrence Crawford came out his mouth. So a lot of these Terrence Crawford fans, they don't pay attention very well, but they pay attention to Earl Spence and everything else. So what I'm saying is Terrence Crawford should have told Earl Spence and them, because Earl Spence said it. He said if he wanted to go get some money somewhere else, we would have allowed him to do that. All he had to do was tell us. So Terrence Crawford pulled a female move, or a move that a real businessman shouldn't make. He should have told Earl Spence and them, hey, I want to go over here and fight David Avenesian because I want a tune-up. But the man didn't. And this is where the whole fallout, comes about. And a lot of people got the time frame mixed up, because, they got the time frame mixed up. And that's the reason why they don't know hardly nothing. You know what I'm saying? They saying a whole bunch of what ifs and what I think or how I feel, when the facts are actually out there coming from Terrence Crawford's mouth and Earl Spence's mouth. So he should have told them, hey, I want to fight a tune-up. I'm not ready for Earl Spence. That's what he should have said. He should have said that I got with David Avenesian them and talked to them when I was with Bob Arum, but I want to go back and rehash that and fight him. That's what he should have told Earl Spence and them. You know what I'm saying? So he got what he was supposed to get. He agreed to it. If the date wasn't the date that he wanted, he wouldn't have never said he agreed to it. Why would he agree to something that had a date for next year? That don't make no sense. If Terrence Crawford said, I told them that I want to fight by the end of this year, why would he say he agreed to it if it was a date for next year? That don't make no sense. Terrence Crawford fans can't explain that. The reason why he said he agreed to it, because the date was for this year. This is the reason why he agreed to it. He would have never agreed to it if it was next year. That don't make no sense what they saying.
That's absolutely correct. Salute to you, Gregory Quarterbob, for your contribution and your support to the channel. Thank you so much, Greg. Yeah, you're absolutely correct, D-Town. And the thing about it is, you know, we hear Terrence Crawford say a lot of things out of his mouth, but for some odd reason, most Bud fans, most Crawford fans, they, I guess, receive their own interpretation of what he actually said out of his mouth. It's like what he meant was what he, no, it's not what he meant was, it's what we heard him say, and that's exactly what he meant. You know this detail. There's a scripture that says that it's better to well, there was a saying. What was happening was the principle. I'm gonna get to the principle, but the whole context was that people were being criticized for eating, right, putting food in their mouth without washing their hands, right, and the principle was, hey, you're focusing on people putting food in their mouth with dirty hands instead of looking at the dirty words that's coming out of someone's mouth. And the words that actually come out of your mouth, the dirty words that actually come out of your mouth, will defile you way more than someone eating with unwashed hands. The principle is, why is that important? Because what comes out of our mouths come directly from our heart, whether it's good or bad. And the things that Crawford said out of his mouth came directly from his heart. He said proposal, that's what they sent him. He said contract, that's what they sent him. Whether they sent him a proposal twice or a contract twice or a proposal once and a contract once, the bottom line is that if he would have agreed to the terms, his actions would have matched up with his words. In other words is, let's say they didn't send him a contract, but they sent him a proposal in May, like he said. They sent you documentation doing what? Showing interest. It's no different than a man offering a woman his phone number. I am only offering you my phone number, sweetheart, as a man, because I am interested in communicating with you. I'm not going to give you my phone number or offer it to you if I'm not interested in communicating with you, and vice versa, right? So that's the same thing that we can apply to this situation with Crawford. We sent you a proposal, Crawford, because we are initiating the process for Spence to fight you. You know you're the B-side, and this is what we do. No different than Leonard Ellerbe saying that he sent De La Hoya a proposal in the contract twice. He sent it through Eric Gomez for the Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia fight. This is practice. This is business practices in the sport of boxing. You send someone a proposal or a contract, and then bottom line is either you want to sign it or you don't. Detail this on you, big guy.
I got one thing I want to say too. And Terrence Crawford is not a stranger to a proposal because he understands it. I heard an interview back when he said that he was trying to make a fight or a deal with Amir Khan and I think Danny Garcia and other fighters. He said that he sent a proposal out to those guys, and he said out his own mouth, "I'm not gonna get all hyped up about it because I hope, you know what I'm saying, that the fight happens." He said, "I'm gonna get hyped and get happy when it's signed, sealed, and delivered." This came out of Terrence Crawford's mouth, so he understands it when it comes down to a proposal that nobody, for as Earl Spence fans or Terrence Crawford fans, nobody should get happy about it until it's signed, sealed, and delivered. Even Stephen Espinosa came out of his own mouth and said that they tried to get in contact with Terrence Crawford, but he was a no-show. He didn't answer. I think it was for weeks, if I'm not mistaken. He said for weeks. So everybody want to talk about Stephen Espinosa. Everybody want to talk about Earl Spence and all this. It's a lot of receipts out there that's saying that it all boiled down that Terrence Crawford did not sign the contract. He agreed to it because it had the date for this year. So if you agreed to it, why you didn't sign it?
Can I say something, man?
J-Rock, go ahead, J-Rock. Speak on it.
Hey, listen, man. I don't know if y'all remember when initial reports came out. I believe it was Mike Coppinger, man, that said both fighters had agreed to all material terms, right? But it was still some language that the lawyers had to clean up or whatever, right? I don't know if y'all remember that or not. Do you remember that when the initial reports came out? You shaking your head? Yeah, okay. All right. So let's get down to what's really going on, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is what y'all gloss over, man. According to Terrence Crawford, and according to that leaked audio, that Earl Spence, that audio they leaked that had Earl Spence getting interviewed by someone. We don't know who it was. Terrence Crawford asked to sit down with Al Heyman, bro. You know what I'm saying? The first time Al Heyman came, he said, you know, something was going on with his mother or something like that, right? So we can throw that one out of there. You know, something was going on with the man, mother, or whatever. You know what I mean? And he couldn't meet up, right? But they were still going back and forth, correct? And they couldn't come to an agreement. He then asked to speak to Al Heyman a second time, right? And for some reason or whatever, they didn't want to sit down and meet with the man. And I heard you, man, Marty, say, you know what I'm saying, early on on your live that Terrence Crawford was used to getting guaranteed money, correct? From Bob Earn, Top Rank, right?
That's correct.
This is all new to him, man. So my question to y'all is, you know what I'm saying, y'all can't understand why this man would want to sit down and go over the negotiations.
No.
You know what I'm saying, with PBC, because he's not used to getting paid like that. So
no,
you know
I don't understand it. No, I'm gonna answer your question. I don't understand it. Let me get Aaron H. Muhammad super chat, and I'll tell you why I don't understand it. Manager Marty, can you explain to the panel that some venues have non-refundable deposits? So who picks up the tab when Crawford looks for a pin? Thank you, Aaron H. Muhammad, one of our day oneers and supporters on this channel. Thank you so much for your contribution and your support. And I will do that, Aaron. Give me 1 second. Let me respond to J-Rock. So, J-Rock, I don't understand it. You want to know why I don't understand it? Because Terrence Buck Crawford makes enough money to be able to hire experts and representation that do understand. Like, if he don't understand it, then that means he should hire the people that do. Let me give it to you in this perspective. I love using metaphors. All the time, we see, I think his name is Ortega. He is what's called a language interpreter. We've seen him all the time on Showtime. He interviews a lot of the foreign boxers who need translation after fights, win, lose, or draw. And especially like when Canelo fights and different people from, let's say, Mexico or different countries, they fight and they compete in the ring. I forgot his name. I'm gonna get it. I think his name is Ortega, his last name. But anyway, what he's doing is once he asks the question in their language, he begins to interpret it in English, right? So they need an interpreter. And then the audience, who is predominantly American, can understand what they are saying with the language that they are using. That's the same principle that should apply to Terrence Bud Crawford. In other words, there's language in a proposal and or a contract that is foreign to Terrence Bud Crawford. Just like a fighter who's from a different country, banned here in America, the language of English is foreign to that fighter, and that fighter needs a translator. So Terrence Bud Crawford is looking at language in a contract that he doesn't understand. He needs to hire boxing representation that can do what? Interpret and explain and expound on the language in the documentation that he doesn't understand. You agree with that, don't you, J-Rock?
I don't believe that was the problem, though. I believe
No. I didn't ask you
No.
what the problem was. Hold on, J-Rock. I'm asking you, do you agree with what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't.
You don't agree that a person that don't understand foreign language needs a translator? You don't know? You don't agree with that?
I mean, I agree with that, but I'm saying I don't agree with. That's not the reason. He had the team, man. He had his own team.
Said, whoa, you, J-Rock. I'm only saying this based on the premise that you made. You said that Terrence Bud Crawford didn't understand what he was reading. He didn't understand what he was signing. You even referenced my words by saying, I said earlier in the broadcast, your quote, not mine, that I made a reference to him being used to getting guarantees and not percentages and etc. So my thing is, if he didn't understand the language, he needs an interpreter to understand contractual language. You don't agree with that?
No, I never said he didn't understand. I said he had questions. He wanted to sit down and ask Al Heyman some questions. You know what I'm saying?
But Al Heyman is not his representation, J-Rock.
Yeah, we get that. But I'm saying he had his own representation.
Who was his representation?
He didn't have you know what I'm saying, a quote unquote, he didn't have no quote unquote, you know what I'm saying, boxing representation, but he had lawyers and things of that nature. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
He had his own representation, but that's not the point, man.
It is the point.
The point.
It is the
that's
point.
not the point, man. We just watched. I don't know if you watched football or not. We just watched Lamar Jackson negotiate his own contract, bro. They said he couldn't do that. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if you watch football or not, but that's what they said to him, right?
Well,
but he ended up getting the biggest bag ever, huh?
We're not talking about Lamar Jackson. We're just talking about Crawford. That's all.
Right. But I'm just saying, I'm just throwing that right back at you, man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can say whatever until it's done, right? You know what I'm saying? Just like he said, hey, well, let's make negotiations public, right? Let's do that. You ain't never heard of a boxer really getting a zero guarantee, but they want him to accept that, right?
Marty, can I school him, man? Can I school him?
You can't school me, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Watch this. Go on Twitter and you will see Earl Spence say, if Earl Spence is lying, he's telling Terrence Crawford, you have my permission, because I wrote that contract. You have my permission to post the contract if you think I'm lying. That's what he told Terrence Crawford, and Terrence Crawford didn't do jack because Earl Spence wrote the contract and sent it to Terrence. And then he told Terrence, if you think I'm lying about the contract, post the contract and let the people see it. He gave him permission to post the contract. Now, once you have permission to post the contract, it's like, oh, okay, that's it. Another thing Terrence is doing, man, is he's not taking, I mean, Ryan Garcia just demonstrated for him what the B side has to do. Ryan did not like the terms of stepping on the scale or having to, not what's it called, the weight gain, the weight contract. He didn't agree with the weight contract, but he still signed. There are things Terrence has to understand as the B side you do not have control of until you beat the A side, the way Mayweather beat, De La Hoya. He was the B side going in, but the A side from then on. So Terrence has to understand that there are languages of the contract. You have not heard anybody complain about Al Heyman. Okay, if Terrence Crawford had beaten Mayweather, Mike Tyson, or somebody's top pay-per-view records, then yeah, he can demand all that he's trying to have control of. But the part where Ryan and Tank Davis set the stage for him was they both took no more than $6 million guaranteed. Terrence feels that this is the biggest fight, which it is. He wants $20 million guaranteed. Again, putting up no money. But on the back end, if you look at Ryan, on the back end, they got they sold what 1.4 million pay-per-views. That's where Ryan gets his money, but Terrence don't want that. He wants all his money up front. I'm like, okay, Terrence, you want your money up front? You got to put something up, baby. You got to put some money up front. I don't care. Matter of fact, just like on anything, you cannot just jump on YouTube talking about I want $7,000 a day or $7,000 a week or $7,000 a month. You have to show numbers. You have to show followers. You have to show likes, comments, all that stuff. Terrence is not showing that. He's showing, I think the highest is what, 150 pay-per-views. He don't have anything to ask for all that control, my man. He just doesn't. He has a good resume as far as boxing, but Pacquiao took less money against Mayweather, and Pacquiao is more accomplished as a boxer because he's an 8-division world champion. Mayweather's only a 5, but he still took less than Mayweather because he understood being the B side. He had a whole country behind him, not a whole state of Omaha, Nebraska, a whole country of Philippines behind him. But Terrence does not have a whole country of the United States behind him. He only has one state he lives in. That's the state I'm from also, but that's my thing, dude. You cannot. He is not the Black David Copperfield to just make money appear in his way just cause. It's not about that, dude. It's about
That's your opinion, man. That's your opinion, man. Right?
Marty, my line.
That's your opinion, bro. You can't sit up and tell this man what he worth, right? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't say that. I never said that. I never said that.
Oh, well, you can't tell this man what to accept and what not to accept, right? Or how he want his money, right?
Oh, okay. So you mean to tell me he can ask for $100 million?
You say what?
You mean to tell me it's reasonable for him to ask for $100 million for this fight?
Did he ask for $100 million?
You mean to tell me he's going to ask for $50 million for this fight?
Did he ask for $50 million?
So he can ask for $20 million for this fight because he did ask for that. Yes.
Okay, well, if that's what he asked for, that's what he feel he's worth then, right? So you can't tell me that, right? Right?
So where's the money coming from?
What you mean?
Where's the money coming from?
What you mean where it's coming from?
Where's the $20 million coming from?
it'll come from PBC, correct?
No,
if he wanted up front, right?
Let me stop you right there. But like I said, let me school you because PBC does not get the money. Showtime and Fox are who give PC the money, and Showtime and Fox are the guys who want to see Terrence Crawford's numbers, not PBC. Showtime and Fox are who give PBC the money.
Well, you think you talking, but you really not saying nothing. You know what I'm saying?
You're
not saying nothing. Man. I mean, what you talking about? I'm trying to figure out what you talking about. You're not really saying nothing, though.
All I'm telling you is
you're not really saying nothing, man.
Okay,
I'm just trying to stick to the fights, man.
All right, J-Rock, let's bring it back in.
Huh? Go ahead.
Let's bring it back in. You're right. Listen, let's bring it back in. I want to address something because I was trying to lay the foundation so we all could be on the same page. If everybody can mute your phones or your devices real quick, I want to roll the tape on something that just happened a few minutes ago because people in the chat are trying to be on the same page as us. I want to make sure no one's confused about this. So, J-Rock, you made a statement about what I said on this channel earlier in the broadcast about Terrence Bud Crawford being a customer used to getting guarantees. I want to roll the tape back on that. Everybody mute your phones or your devices because we're going to hear J-Rock say that again. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Hold on one second. This is what we just heard a few minutes ago live. We're actually replaying it here. From Bob Earn, top rank, right? So this is all new to him, man. So my question to y'all is, you know what I'm saying, y'all can't understand why this man would want to sit down and go over the negotiations? No. You know what I'm saying, with PBC because he's not used to getting paid like that. So no, I don't understand it. No, I'm gonna answer your question. I don't understand it. Let me get Aaron H. Muhammad super chat and I'll tell you why I don't understand it. J-Rock, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
What was your purpose of saying that?
Nah, because you said it, right? You said he was used to getting paid guarantee money, right? With top rank, correct?
Yes.
So with this deal that would, you know what I'm saying, that he agreed to, y'all keep saying he agreed, but he didn't sign. You know what I'm saying? Let's throw that out there. You know, he didn't sign it. And then the reports came out that, you know what I'm saying, he agreed to all material terms, but it was still language that had to be worked out in the contract. So it wasn't 100%, man. But the reason I brought that out there, I threw that out there is because, you know what I'm saying, with this deal right here that he would be signed, he would be working on commission, right? You know what I'm saying? Basically on the fight sales or whatever. You know what I'm saying? No upfront money, no back end money. It's all, you know, gate money and pay-per-view sales, correct? You know what I'm saying? So I threw that out there because he's not used to getting paid like that. So of course he would have a couple questions. You know what I'm saying? That's why he said he needed transparency. That's why he tried to meet with Al Heyman. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't want to go forward with the meeting, man.
So basically we can agree to this then. Terrence Bud Crawford didn't need transparency. He needed translation. You agree with that, don't you?
What you mean? Say it again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was talking to you, J-Rock. You mean to tell me that Terrence Bud Crawford needed transparency, but he don't need translation?
Basically, what he was looking for, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to be able to see what was going on, man, with the money. So he could really override things. You know what I'm saying? That was going to affect his money. He understands what's going on, bro.
He doesn't understand, J-Rock. That's like me. I don't understand Spanish. So let's say if I'm in the store and I'm trying to purchase something in a store and the person that's behind the counter is communicating with me. And guess what? They're talking in Spanish. I don't understand that language. So I'm going to ask someone that understands the language of Spanish to translate that language so that I can communicate effectively. Terrence Bud Crawford is asking for transparency, but he's not asking for translation. That's the problem. He don't need transparency. He didn't put in on this. He didn't basically invest none of his revenue, his monies to be able to pay for the expenses to get a profit in return. So he don't have any jurisdiction to ask for control of that. What he should have asked for and what he should have paid for, just like people talking about football like you did, Jalen Hurts. Representation. Why? Because he doesn't understand the language. And when you don't understand language, you need a translator. To Aaron H. Muhammad's point, who basically gave the super chat, he wanted me to explain like that process of how when venues ask for a non-refundable deposit, that really means non-refundable. So even if, let's say you say Terrence Bud Crawford wasn't given a date, or Terrence Best Videos earlier said Terrence Crawford wasn't given a date to fight this 2022. The bottom line is the moment that monies is put down on a venue to secure that venue, that deposit is non-refundable. Don't nobody in business want to lose money. And we know that you are going to lose money in business, but we do things to mitigate our risk to prevent from losing as much money that will then affect our bottom line to receive a profit. So with that being said, Al Heyman, no one else on PBC's side was going to sit up here and invest non-refundable money which is, when I say money, I'm talking about the deposit, to secure a venue if Terrence Bud Crawford didn't provide his commitment to basically show up to the event at this venue. That makes absolutely no sense. It's no different than what Crawford and them had to do over there with BLK Prime when they secured the venue over there in Omaha, the CHI Center, for him to fight David Ebenezer. It's the same process. So what I'm saying is, everybody's harping on, like you were, hey, he's needed transparency. He wanted people to just, give him answers to this, give him answers to that. If he don't know the difference between a proposal and a contract, he ain't gonna understand nothing else. And even if he did understand, he didn't have representation that was going to do what? Translate the language in the contract for him to say he agreed or disagree. You said it, I just replayed it right here on live. That's my first time doing a live replay on live. Ooh. But anyway, I just played you saying, hey, come on, y'all. Y'all know, like you said, man, Jamarty, he don't understand this process because basically he used to getting guaranteed money. So that proves my point of why boxing representation in this business is priceless. Detail, you were shaking your head. Yes. What were you shaking your head about, brother?
No, I was just agreeing, with you and stuff. And, Crawford used to be signed or being up under Bob Arum. So he don't know the business side. He came out swinging for the fences. And I salute to him. I salute to Crawford trying. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm not down at him. I just believe that he should have did it the right way. And matter of fact, Bomac or somebody on his team should have helped him to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? If you got a team, they need to tell you, hey, Terrence Crawford, hey, you know what? Let's do this right here and there. And maybe Terrence Crawford said, I don't need that. I'm gonna try my own. And so I salute him for trying. But you got to do it the right way when you come to Al Heyman and them with Showtime. You know what I'm saying? They know that he don't have no experience in being a boss man or making moves like this. Because Terrence Crawford wanted to meet with Al Heyman where he could explain to him certain things. So he actually wanted Al Heyman and them to do the work for him for free. No, you need to go pay for somebody to represent you where they could do your job, because Al Heyman works for Earl Spence. See, people keep saying that Al Heyman is a promoter and over Earl Spence. No, the reason why this fight is happening because of Earl Spence told Al Heyman, I want this fight. Al Heyman wanted him to fight Keith Thurman. People don't understand the difference between a promoter and an advisor. An advisor is somebody who advise you and tell you, hey, we got A, B, C, D, or whatever. Which one do you want? What route do you want to go? If you go this route, you get this. If you go this route, you get that. That's what an advisor is. A promoter go tell you who you going to fight. And that's just what that is. They're going to give you this, and that's what that is. See, Earl Spence have his own promotional company. This is why he's able to get money on the back end and the front end, because far as fighters who sign to a promotional company, they can't get the back end because they only get the front end guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying they can't get no back end, but the promoter gets, you know what I'm saying, a big part of that. But Earl Spence can get the back end because he has his own promotional company. So what I'm saying is Terrence Crawford wanted Al Heyman to help him to understand certain things when he should have, or his trainer or somebody should have told Terrence Crawford, hey, Terrence Crawford, hey, get this right here, get this person to help you. Because if he had somebody to help him, he probably could have got more money. But he tried to do it on his own. And that didn't help him.
I'm glad you said that though, man. You know what I'm saying? You admitted that, you know, pretty much Al Heyman and them basically wanted them to fight Thurman. You know what I'm saying? They never wanted him to fight this man, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But that still don't tell you that Earl Spence tried to fight him. So
yeah. But you said it. You know what I'm saying? You pretty much said it, man. They never wanted it. They never wanted to fight this guy, man.
It's true because it's in-house. It's in-house.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they never wanted to fight him or anything. And you agree to that. You agree. He's shaking his hand. You agree. You know what I'm saying? They never wanted to fight Crawford, man. You know what I'm saying? It was all everything. You know what I'm saying? We going. Y'all pretty much going around the world with it, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, but me saying that, I'm not saying when Terrence Crawford was signed to Bob Arum didn't want him to fight Earl Spence because they up on the two separate promotional companies. What I'm saying is when it came down to him fighting Terrence Crawford when he had the opportunity to fight Keith Thurman, I'm talking about at that point.
No, I'm talking about period. No. Even in the leaked audio, he said it, bro.
No.
Okay, well, answer this question. You heard the leaked audio, right? Did he not say they wanted him to? He said, "I'm not fighting Thurman," right? Which leads you to believe that's what PBC wants, bro. That's what they wanted from day one, man.
Nope.
Let's keep it up. Nope.
Earl Spence is his own boss.
Just answer that question. Did you hear the audio? Huh?
Earl Spence is his own boss, so it don't matter what they think. It's what he thinks.
You keep saying that, right? But it don't look that way, man.
So
it don't look that way. But hold on. Answer this question. Did he not say that when the audio came out? Was that not what was said, bro?
J-Rock.
He said, no, let me ask your man the question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. This is your show, dog. Go ahead.
No, I just want to ask you something. You said that PBC never wanted to fight Crawford. Their whole intention was to fight Thurman, right?
That's correct, sir.
So let me ask you this question. Why would they send Crawford a proposal in May and a contract in August based on what Crawford's words was? If they just wanted to fight somebody that's already in-house, why would they do all of this?
It's just fake, man. It's just another it's fake, bro.
Oh, it was fake.
If you can see, this is the thing. You keep saying, and that's another thing. I believe you misspeaking when you say they sent them the contract in May.
No, that's what Terrence Crawford said.
No. If I didn't listen to the live 100 times, bro. I didn't listen to the live. I challenge you to listen to it again. No. He said they started negotiations in May, right?
No.
They sent them a proposal in August. That's what I got.
Okay. No, that's not what happened.
That's what I got. But let's go back to your question. Let's go back to your question.
So basically, you don't believe the fight. So you don't believe the fight was going to happen in the first place. Then you didn't believe it in the beginning, right, J-Rock?
And because from day one, it's been stumbling block after stumbling block, man.
No, I didn't ask you about the stumbling block. Listen to my question, J-Rock. In the beginning,
man. Listen,
in the beginning, before Crawford did the IG in the beginning. Yeah. You never believed the fight was going to happen in the beginning. Before
no. I can't say that. I was
just say it now. Then yes or no. Did you believe the fight was going to happen between Crawford versus Spence before Crawford did the IG live?
I did. I was a crazy fan, just like everybody else. For sure.
I'm glad you said that, J-Rock, because if you believed that the fight was actually going to happen, then that means you equally can't believe that they were just playing around trying to send him paperwork when they really wanted him to fight Thurman. You can't have it both ways. Which one is it, bro?
This is what I believe. I believe they were spinning my man. Just like now, they was using his name to build up that fight. And just like everybody else. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just like that. Just like now. But y'all can't answer my question. Why y'all can't answer my question?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I will. Go ahead. What is it?
When the leaked audio came out, right?
Mhm.
Why was he saying in the audio that, you know, I'm not fighting Thurman, regardless of who?
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? Say what?
Let me paint the picture for you. You have to be willing to accept it. Here's the deal.
Please paint it for me.
Watch this. When Keith Thurman had 2 belts, right? He had 2 belts. True or false?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When Keith Thurman had 2 belts, Errol Spence had 1. Errol Spence wanted to unify with Keith Thurman.
That's not telling me nothing, man. That's not telling me what I'm asking.
Be patient. I'm giving you pieces to the puzzle. I ain't gonna give you the whole picture right away. I'm gonna give you pieces to the puzzle. Watch this. Keith Thurman had 2 belts at one time. Errol Spence had the 1. Errol Spence wanted to fight Keith Thurman for some good money. At the time, Keith Thurman was undefeated, but he wasn't sure if he was the A side or not. So Keith Thurman kept avoiding Errol Spence. Let me say it again for you. He kept avoiding Errol Spence and then thinking he can beat Pacquiao to become the A side. But guess what? He didn't beat Pacquiao and he lost the belt. So Errol Spence still remembers that. He's like, dude, I could have made history. You made this, hard for you. You basically avoided me, dude. And Errol Spence did not like the fact that Keith Thurman avoided him the way he did. So tables have turned now. Errol Spence got all the belts, even though Keith Thurman is a mandatory. He ain't gonna fight him for the belts because he's returning the favor. That's why the heck he ain't gonna fight Thurman.
Got it.
Now that's not good. That's business on Errol Spence's side because he has Al Heyman as his advisor on what to do.
You still not answering my question, Frank.
So say no more. Let's move on. Let's
no. Hold on. Why he answered my question? What do y'all answer?
You say why he didn't fight him. I just told you why he didn't fight him.
No. I didn't. I said, why are they trying to get him to fight him now? When Errol Spence said this several times,
because
bro.
He's a mandatory.
So
dude,
wait. So
Keith Thurman is a mandatory.
No. Why is he?
Yeah, he is a mandatory,
and that's still a mystery. Why is he a mandatory? Why is he even a mandatory?
That's beyond
J-Rock,
I got
it.
Fans control. Go ask the WBA that. Go ask.
I got
email. Go Twitter.
Did he not jump in front of Stanley Onus or somebody like that?
Hold on. We're going around the board. Hold on, J-Rock. Let me regulate this. So you're saying why would Spence say in Elite Audio that he didn't want to fight Thurman, but yet I guess some other people saying that he was going to fight Thurman? Spence never said he was fighting Thurman. Nobody from PBC said he was fighting Thurman. Kelly Swanson, who PBC used as a publicist when they hire her to do all the press conferences, everything media related, because she owns her own media public relations company. None of them made any reference to Spence fighting Thurman. This is what people were saying. So with that being said, y'all would rather believe Spence's words when he said he ain't fighting Thurman, but then he comes out and people were already saying, oh, he's going to fight Thurman. Y'all would rather criticize Spence because everybody else saying he's fighting Thurman, even though he didn't, but y'all say, well, he said he wasn't going to fight him. But yet when we show you all inconsistencies, what Crawford actually said out of his mouth, y'all can't see that. Let me get this super chat right here. And I see 2 other people in the background on the panelists. Bruce Leroy says, thank you, Bruce Leroy, for your contribution again to the channel. Bruce Leroy says, yes, we can tell, but he isn't worth 20 million because his numbers says he is not. Why is that hard for you to understand, J-Rock? Don't answer that, J-Rock. That was a rhetorical question because that question is a very basic question that requires a basic answer. So no one has to clout chase. Bud, you said they were trying to build Spence's name up when nobody buys his pay-per-views. Nobody buys Bud pay-per-views like that, honestly. So there's no clout chase with that. And also, not only that, he doesn't sell Live Gate very well outside of his hometown. These are facts. These are not opinions. Hold on. These are facts. These are not opinions. And also, he doesn't have any representation. Let me get this other super chat. And I also want to play back something that I said in YSM Sports Media's interview that he did with me back in August, the same month that Terrence Crawford admitted that he received the contract. Crunk Juice, thank you for your contribution to the channel. Salute to you. Crunk Juice says, if Bud had no belt, nobody would really give a hoot about him. The only reason why we even talking about Bud is because he has that WBO belt in the Witness Protection Program. Those were the words of Crunk Juice. Thank you for your contribution, Crunk. Salute, and thank you for your viewership. Let me explain to everybody. Back in August, to be exact, August the 30th, 2022. Salute to Diana. I didn't even know she was in the chat. She's also a member of the channel, and this is a part of her perk for me to basically acknowledge her. Salute to you, Diana, in the chat. Welcome. Thank you for your support to the channel. I will also provide the link in the description. You may have to manually type it in. If you want to join this channel, it will be in the description, not in the chat, but in the description when this replay of this live go off. I believe I saw AM Sports Media, Jason, also in the chat. So salute to my guy, AM Sports Media. Please subscribe to AM Sports Media's channel with Greg and Jason. Those guys have great content. Love the channel. Thanks for supporting us and viewing us, Jason. So this is why I always said that Terrence Bud Crawford needs boxing representation. This is an interview that I'm going to roll the tape back on August the 30th, August 30th, 2022, the same month, ironically, that Terrence Bud Crawford said on his IG Live that he received a contract, which was unbeknownst to all of us because he did the IG Live, I believe, on November 1st or November 2nd, a few months after this interview. Here is my take on the reason why I believe that Crawford needs boxing representation to seal the deal. This is back in August 2022 with an interview that YM Sports Media did with me. Don't take my word. Well, yeah, you got to take my word for it because I'm the guy who's rolled the tape. And his team, I don't know if his trainer Bomac, I'm hearing things that Bomac is his manager too at the same time as his trainer. But bottom line is they cannot negotiate or out-negotiate Steven Espinosa, nor can they out-negotiate the great Al Heyman. Shout out to Al Heyman. Did y'all hear that clearly? D-Town and J-Rock, could y'all hear it on the panel? Can y'all hear that?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I heard you. Hey, can I say something? I'm about to hit it, man. I'm about to roll, man.
Yeah, go ahead, J-Rock. I got you. Go ahead. One more.
Man, I appreciate you, man, letting me come up, man. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to tell you that, yeah, I appreciate y'all perspective on things, man. You know what I'm saying? And look forward to getting back up here with you another time. But
I appreciate you viewing, J-Rock. You always a real one. Anytime you want to come on up, come on through, bro. Appreciate you and salute you, brother.
All right, man. Have a good weekend, man. Y'all take it easy.
All right, you do the same, man. I got my guy Chicken Talk is also in the chat. I want to acknowledge Chicken Talk. Thank you for your viewership, Chicken Talk. Support to you. Go subscribe to Chicken Talk's channel as well. And D-Town Boxing. I didn't give my guy D-Town a plug. Go subscribe and support D-Town Boxing's channel. D-Town, you heard me talk about the tape that I just rolled back from an interview I did in August about basically Terrence Bud Crawford. He doesn't need transparency. He needs translation. And obviously, him or Bomac can out-negotiate Steven Espinosa, nor can they out-negotiate the great Al Heyman. I said it then. What's your take on all of that, bro?
The deal is they think they too smart for their own good. You know, they got to understand that they're dealing with people that's above them, that understands the system, understands, you know, how things maneuvers. And the little bit that they know, they think they can go to negotiations with that and play with the big boys, and they can't. They can't play with the big boys. So what they need to do is go in there humble, go in there, take what B-side's supposed to take. Terrence Crawford needs to quit thinking that he's the A-side and understand that he got to put his pride to a side, put all that, the accomplishments, the great accomplishments that he has done, put that to the side because you can't go into negotiations with this. So the problem is Terrence Crawford needs somebody to help him to understand what's going on so he won't be asking for things that he had no business asking for, or matter of fact, asking for things that he's already getting. He already had transparency. That comes with everything. He was asking for something that he has no business asking for. He's not Showtime. He's not Al Heyman. He's not these guys. If you ain't bringing up to the table, then how can you ask for something? You know what I'm saying? You have one belt. He have to understand these things, and I think he don't understand these things. Him and his yes mans around him keep telling him stuff that actually brings him further away from trying to make the fight. And I think I seen your picture or something about that. It's some more things going on, a word going around talking about that. It's still more complications or problems as far as the negotiation between Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. But it shouldn't be none. If he felt like that they got over him the first time, I wouldn't be going back to him. I'm just gonna tell you up front. If I feel like somebody was getting over on me, I'm not going back to him. I'm gonna say forget it. So evidently, he know that he ain't gonna get this amount of money fighting nobody else. Because when we say that Terrence Crawford don't have nowhere else to go, we're not saying he can't fight other fighters. We saying that I know he's not gonna fight Jerome Buenis. I know that for sure. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna fight anybody that could take his O from him. That ain't gonna happen. And nobody want to see no Terrence Crawford and Blair Cobbs. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to see those kind of fights. So we know that Earl Spence don't mind fighting tough fights. He's been doing this for a very long time. So to your point, Manager Marty, Terrence Crawford, he needs somebody to translate things to him where he could get an understanding that he had everything that he wanted. He already had the fight date. This is the reason why he agreed. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I have to say, Manager Marty.
I'm on mute. I just want to comment on what's on our screen right now, and then I'll hand it over to Black and Bruce for a brief moment. So Jonathan, you says wait. His accomplishments is what he's bringing to the table. That's his leverage. Stop lying. That's Jonathan Sims. Jonathan, I want to tell you this real quick. Now I can use it as a teachable moment. A person's past accomplishments that happened, let's say, when did Terrence Buck Crawford become the 147-pound champion? What year was that, D-Town? D-Town, are you still there? Okay, maybe D-Town's not still here, but Blackskin Bruce.
I want to say, can you hear me?
Yeah, what year was that when he beat Jeff Horn for the 147-pound
I want to say
title?
it was 2017 or 18.
Okay, great. So I think it was 2018. All right, so okay. 2018. So in business, it's all about what have you done for me lately? Somebody got to mute your I hear feedback. Can somebody mute their All right, great. Thank you. So let's use sports. Let's use Jalen Hurts. So Jalen Hurts didn't get that major contract because he stunk it up with his performance as a rookie. That's not what they're looking at. They wasn't looking at that. The reason why he got the money that he got, it was based on his accomplishments with taking the Philadelphia Eagles to the playoffs, taking them to the Super Bowl. Absolutely. The difference between that and Terrence Buck Crawford is Buck Crawford really didn't accomplish anything in the welterweight division since 2018. So nobody's going all the way back to 2018 to say, let's see when he won the championship in this division. That's a form of accomplishment. And let's see if we could capitalize off of that to use that as his leverage. That's not how business works in boxing. But how business works in boxing is, let's look at his last 2 pay-per-views. Let's look at his live gate. Let's look at his last 2 live gate performances, since we're talking about performances. And then we're going to make our projections based on his performances and based on how much we can profit moving forward with the projection that, hey, these are the amount of fans that's going to buy into him being the product. Terrence Buck Crawford did not do any more than 150,000 pay-per-view buys in just one pay-per-view, and I think no more than 135,000 in another pay-per-view. The point that I'm making is when you add both of those numbers up, let's say 150 plus 135, right? That's still less than 300,000 pay-per-view buys. Is my math correctly serving me? D-Town and Blaxican, 135 plus
Correct.
150, right? So
Correct.
the last two pay-per-view buys, let's say it averaged out to about 285,000 pay-per-view buys. Errol Spence does 350,000 in one pay-per-view compared to the last two. That's how projection and performance work. So when we talk about accomplishments, Terrence Bud Crawford did not accomplish anything in the welterweight division since 2018 when he won the belt. When it comes to his numbers, his performance in pay-per-view revenue, his performance in live gate, his performance on live TV, they don't all translate the same. I'll give you an example. Terrence Bud Crawford does very well when he fights on ESPN. Regular live broadcast is no pay-per-view involved. You don't have to pay for the viewership. You can just watch Terrence Bud Crawford on pay-per-view on regular ESPN. He does extremely well. 900 plus, maybe 1 million he's done. But when it comes to pay-per-view, he don't do well. I keep saying it. I'm going to say it again. The reason why is because a pay-per-view audience is totally different from a regular live broadcast audience on TV. Why? Because you have a person that's paying directly for the experience. So there's a pay-per-view audience that Terrence Bud Crawford was being exposed to when he was with Bob Arum and ESPN. Errol Spence, on the other hand, he has been being exposed to the same type of pay-per-view audience and has done extremely well. Tank Davis, classic example. Tank Davis does extremely well on pay-per-view, live gates, etc. Why? Because he has been built up and has been exposed to a pay-per-view audience before he became a headliner. This is called good promotion. Remember, Tank Davis is the same fighter who was on the undercard of Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. Am I right or wrong? That's
True.
how you expose a fighter to a pay-per-view buying audience before they become the headliner. In Terrence Bud Crawford's case, he was on a smaller platform on ESPN that charged $20 to $30 less than what PBC and Showtime was charging. We already have a $20 to $30 disparity between pay-per-views right off the rip. This is no different. Watch how it spins back around to Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. We know how much we paid, some of us, for that pay-per-view. And look at Devin Haney on the same platform Terrence Crawford was on, ESPN, under the same promotional banner, top ranked, fighting Lomachenko. You see the price point difference? The amount of tickets that Devin Haney and Lomachenko can sell at their most highest price point is probably $1,200. That'll get you right there, very, very close to the action. Where $1,200 for a Tank fight will get you all the way in the nosebleed section, so much so that looking down at the ring, they'll look like the fighters look like little ants. That's the business of how this works in entertainment. So when we talk about his accomplishments, Jonathan, I forgot his other last name, Jonathan, that's what I'm referring to. His accomplishments in the welterweight division means nothing based on what he did in 2018. We're talking about his numbers. So I wanted to make sure that I explained that so I can educate someone. I won't hold you all too long. The numbers have been flying sky high on this broadcast. I want to say welcome and thank you to everybody who has viewed this channel, who has stuck with us for 2.5 hours. Man, this has been a great panel. Let me get this super chat real quick. I'm still having fun. I don't want to leave, but I'm not going to do a 5-hour energy drink. I told you that last time, but I'm having so much fun with people in the chat. This has been a great, great broadcast. Let me read Carl Brown. Carl Brown, you was in the background. I didn't want to leave you hanging, my brother. You and another guest was in the background. I was going to bring you guys on. I wanted to make sure I played my interview that I did to basically harp on the point of why it's important for boxers in general, including Terrence Crawford, to have boxing representation. That's why I started my channel, to provide the business perspective so that fans, boxers, promoters, managers, everybody all across the world can understand the business side of the sport. Carl Brown, I got you. Thank you for your contribution and your viewership. Carl Brown, you know you're always welcome to come on the channel, bro. Carl says, Bud hate the fact that all he's done for boxing and Arrow's still the biggest draw out of the two. Real talk, he can't stand it. That's not an opinion that Carl Brown said. That is a fact. Everybody knows that Errol Spence is a major draw compared to Crawford. We know that to be true. The numbers don't lie. People do. Women do. Men lie. What is it statement? Men lie, women lie, children lie too sometimes, but the numbers actually don't. Jonathan Sims, thank you for your contribution. I think that was Jonathan I was referring to about the that whole business and pay-per-view and drawing off of the accomplishments of Crawford. Thank you, Jonathan Sims, for your contribution to the channel. Jonathan says he, referring to Crawford, he beat Porter like EJ. I agree. Pay-per-views favor EJ, but this part of it, accomplishments play a part too. ESJ versus Bud is a legacy fight. Won't do over 800K. Let me remind you, Jonathan Sims, and let me say this because I'm in the business and have been in this business. Accomplishments mean nothing when we're talking about expenses and revenue. I can assure you of that. And it's no different, really, if you think about the context of business, it's really no different. Because think about this. If you invest $1 in a candy bar at your local grocery store, you want to make sure that that $1 that you pay for that candy bar is going to give you the what? Value of the candy that you just bought. That's facts. So based on what I'm saying is it don't matter how many times someone tell you a Twix bar is better than a Snickers bar. If you don't find value in that Twix bar, you're not going to pay the $1 for it. You know what you're going to do? You're going to go to another place that's selling them for 85 cents, and then you're going to buy it to save money. That's how business works all over the world. So it's no different in this situation with Bud Crawford. In other words, is the value of Terrence Bud Crawford and what he brings to the table. His accomplishments has absolutely nothing to do with expenses, revenue, and making a profit. It's all about how much are you able to sell? How can we package you? You're the product as a boxer. How can we market you? How can we get a casual fan to say to themselves, I know my rent is due on the 1st. I know my electric bill is due on the 15th, but I'm going to spend this $85 to invest in the value of buying this fight between Crawford and Spence. And people have not been showing their support for Crawford on pay-per-view for whatever reason. And we always talk about this as people use the excuse of piracy. Piracy been around for hundreds of years. Let's stop acting like piracy have something to do with the pay-per-view buys not happening when it applies to Crawford, because everybody else seems to do good when it comes to pay-per-view while piracy still happens. DAZN, Canelo do very well on DAZN when it comes to pay-per-view, and piracy exists. Tank Davis, Errol Spence, Deontay Wilder do very well on a Showtime and Fox platform through pay-per-view while piracy still exists. So we can't try to play the piracy game only when it applies to Terrence Crawford. Just wanted to put that out there. Gregory Quarterbomb, thank you again for your contribution. One more time on the channel. He says that Heyman blew up this fight, period, because they did not want it for 2022. Showtime was not paying for this fight, nor was Heyman. That's the words of Gregory. Gregory, I had to give you just a tad bit of pushback on that because they did want it for 2022. And here's the very, very great evidence to back that up. Terrence Bud Crawford, I played it earlier on this podcast. Terrence Bud Crawford himself said, they sent me a proposal in May. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Road to Tape film crew, let me tell you how it works in the business of boxing. No promoter, manager, etc. will send a fighter a proposal in May to fight next May or next June. It doesn't work like that. So in other words, basically is They're not going to send Crawford a proposal in May of 2022. His words, not mine. Then send him a contract with the understanding that he agreed to the terms in August for him to sign so that they can fight a whole entire year in June or July of 22nd and all this. That's not possible. They sent him a proposal in May. Why? Because you heard Spence say in April, I'm fighting Crawford next. I'm going to come over there and take your S2. I'm taking those straps. I'm coming to get those effing straps or titles or something that y'all know the man, what he said after he beat Ugas. He wasn't saying that with the expectation that he going to sit out for a whole year just to wait to fight this guy in June of 2023. Spence said that because he knew his representation was going to send the proposal the next month. They did it a month after he fought. That's a clear indication they wanted that fight to take place at the end of the year. That's why you heard Spence say on November 19th, I'm going to fight, whether it be Crawford or somebody. I got to be active in the ring because our timeline at the end of the year. What's your take on that, Detail? I see you shaking your head.
No, I mean, that's what that is. You know, I think a lot of people don't know the truth. You know what I'm saying? They go to different channels and you know, a salute to him, you know, for saying what he said though. But a lot of these people only know part of the truth. And common sense would tell you that if Terrence Crawford agreed to everything, that means that the date was for 2022. I think they overlooked that. You know what I'm saying? And I can see that some people got the time frame mixed up. Terrence Crawford would not agree to the contract or the term sheet or the proposal if the fight was for next year, especially after Terrence Crawford kept saying what he said, that I kept telling them, or I told them that I want to fight by the end of this year. So if he said that, did that mean that if he agreed to everything, that mean that the fight was for this year? The problem was Terrence Crawford went out there and started throwing alley-oops and playing with 50 Cents and all these different guys instead of trying to make a fight. And when even in the IG live, he said out his own mouth that Al Hammond said that they procrastinated. They the one who prolonged the fight. This is what Al Hammond told Crawford. Crawford said this in the own live. The Al told me that we was the reason why that everything was the holdup. So I don't understand why people look over these things and they take small parts and run with it without looking at everything. If you facts and if you understand everything, you can eat the whole roll.
That's correct. Because we also know this, speaking of the whole roll, and you know this as a scriptural principle, Detail. If a slice of bread, let me paraphrase it so people can understand the principle. If a slice of bread out of a whole loaf has mold on it, the entire loaf of bread is tainted. So even if you say, well, Terrence Crawford did say a little lie, he did lie a little bit, everything else he says and has said is discounted because it's a lie. A half truth equals a whole lie. Okay? So you can't sit up there and say, on one hand, he meant this. Yeah, he said about the August contract that he got, but no, what he really, no, he said what he said out of his mouth because that came directly from his heart. Let me get this super chat. This is Gregory again, piggybacking off of his last super chat. Thank you again for your contribution, Greg. Greg says, also, the contract was agreed to, also the contract that was agreed to was changed to a date in 2023, something Bud did not agree to. Let me also get Jay Miller. Jay Miller, think he responded to Gregory by stating, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Jay Miller says, at Gregory, did Bud get a contract to fight in November? We got my guy, Mr. AMG. Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. AMG. Salute, Mr. AMG. Always. Thank you for your contribution. Mr. AMG says, salute, Manager Marty, D-Town, and the guy in the upper right corner. He's referring to you, Blacksik and Bruce. Great boxing minds. I want to highlight something that was very, very critical. What? Hold on for a minute. Rachel's here? Nobody told me Rachel Donier's in the chat. Rachel, I miss you, Rachel. You and Donier. Salute to Rachel Donier. I did not know they were in the chat. What's up, Rach? Miss you. Hope all is well with you and Nonito and the family. Oh, pleasure to see you, Rach. I want to point out something that my guy Jason from AM Sports Media said is very critical, and I think it's as equally as important with what we just saw from Mr. AMG and Jay Miller. AM Sports Media, Jason, this is what he says. Date changed due to waiting on Bud and losing venues. This caused the dates to move. So I want everybody to understand the perspective on that. So we keep talking about, oh man, they were supposed to fight in 2023, blah, blah, blah. No, they were supposed to fight in 2022, particularly at the end of 2022. But because you heard Bud say it himself on the IG, D-Town just referenced it. Bud said it. What did Al Heyman say? Y'all keep dragging y'all feet over there. Like, are y'all going to sign the contract or what? We're trying to get this thing popping at the end of the year. What is the holdup? And the whole time, Bud Crawford never gave them transparency or was honest with them to say, hey, listen, I'm negotiating with BLK Prime. At the same time, I'm negotiating with you all to see who gives me the best deal or blah, whatever he needed to say. He didn't do that. He kept giving them the impression that he was going to sign, making them wait. You don't have to take my word for it. You heard Steven Espinosa say in May of 2022, right after Crawford received the proposal, his words, not mine, when Steven Espinosa, I can pull it up. I did it on my channel. I did a video on this months ago at the Rolly Romero versus Tank Davis press conference. And Steven Espinosa says, this fight is 2/3 of the way done. Y'all remember that? Espinosa said that. This fight is 2/3 of the way done. He said that in May. Why would he say that? Because when they sent him a proposal in May, Bud Crawford gave them the impression that he agreed to those terms. And all he had to do, if it's 2/3 of the way done, what's the 3 out of 1/3? The signature. 2/3 is everything's agreed to on both sides, whether we compromised or not. That's 2/3 of the way. There's an executive of Showtime saying this. What's the common denominator to create a whole pie to make this 3 out of 3? A third of 30. Signing the contract. Crawford never signed it. And that's a fact. He didn't sign it then, twice. And we're hearing that we thought he signed it now, but apparently he didn't sign it again. Blackskin and Bruce, what's your take on him not signing it now? Or at least that's what we're hearing, that Crawford didn't even sign a contract now.
Can you guys hear me loud and clear?
You sound muffled.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, but now, and pretty much, this is just a one source I've heard from.
You still sound. Hey, something's wrong with your audio, Blacks.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be out, man. I'll catch y'all next time.
Okay, you got it.
It is my phone. I'll see y'all later.
All right, you got it. Thanks, man. Thank you for supporting and viewing the channel and jumping on the panel. It's the two troublemakers. We're the last two standing, detail. And the reason why I say we're troublemakers is because we start trouble because the truth usually start trouble, and we represent the truth. And the reason why the truth start trouble is because people that don't want to accept or acknowledge the truth, they still live in a false reality and they live in a lie. And until they really accept truth for what it is and acknowledge it, they will never be able to overcome the lie. So we start trouble because when you see us and you hear us, you know it's truth when we talk.
I remember one thing that Rachel Donaire said when I was on the panel with her and Fanon, and Rachel Donaire said that I don't want to misquote it though, but she was saying something like that. I guess they had some kind of dealings with Terrence Crawford, and they had to kind of back from them, and said that he was saying a lot of crazy things and stuff like that. And she said that the Terrence Crawford fans, they say things that Terrence Crawford say without them knowing exactly what the words mean. And when you try to educate them, they get mad. And one thing that Terrence Crawford fans don't understand is that Bob Arum said that Terrence Crawford, he was going to do a one-fight deal for Terrence Crawford to fight Josh Taylor. But if Terrence Crawford was supposed to be that guy, how come Terrence Crawford have to go to Josh Taylor home country to fight him just to sell the fight instead of fighting here in the United States to sell it? Why Terrence Crawford have to go over there if he's supposed to be that guy? If he's supposed to be the pound for pound guy, if he's supposed to have so many fans and all these things, all these different accolades and all that, how come he have to go over there to Josh Taylor country to fight him instead of fighting here?
Yep. And don't forget, when David Evanesian came over here to fight, you know there were other fighters on that card that did not get paid, unfortunately. D-Town, there's a question on the screen. I'm going to read it because Gregory, he contributed to the channel again. So salute to Gregory. Thank you so much for your contribution, Greg, and your support. And I think we both should answer this. I'll let you go first. But Gregory's asked a good question. He says, as corrupt as boxing is, why are you guys just believing Heyman, Showtime, or Steven Espinosa?
Well, Steven Espinosa and Al Heyman, I ain't hear them lie. They ain't show me anything that they was untrustworthy. Terrence Crawford showed me he was untrustworthy. Bomac, Bob Arum, So why would I go against somebody far as Earl Spence, far as Al Heyman? Y'all haven't even seen Al Heyman. But then you have people talking about him instead of talking about Eddie Hearns, Oscar De La Hoya, Don King and Bob Arum. People we see every day, but they want to direct their energy to Al Heyman. Matter of fact, Al Heyman was trying to look out for Terrence Crawford. He told Terrence Crawford, don't sell yourself short. He said, don't put a cap on yourself. He didn't have to tell Terrence Crawford that. He could have let that man sold himself short and then gave all the rest of that money to Earl Spence. And then by the time everything or the dust settled, Terrence Crawford could have found out that Earl Spence got more than him because, well, when I say more than him, I'm talking about way more than what Earl Spence was supposed to get because Al Heyman let Terrence Crawford sell himself short. But Al Heyman told Terrence Crawford, don't put a cap on yourself. He was letting them know you could make more money. So why would I go against somebody who's trying to help me? See, Terrence Crawford, he been around crooks almost his whole career. So he don't know when somebody's trying to help him and when somebody's trying to hurt him. Matter of fact, I believe that Terrence Crawford believes that somebody trying to help him, they trying to hurt him. And when somebody trying to hurt him, he think they trying to help him because these are the people he been around for so long. So he don't know when help come along. He don't know that people is trying to steer him in the right path. He think they trying to hurt him. He think they trying to get over on him because he don't understand the business side. That's what all I have to say, Manager Money.
Okay, great. I'm going to answer that question. And we have another panelist. And I was going to end the live pretty soon, but I want to make sure that this panelist get all the time that this panelist want. And that's just how what you always say, D-Town, that's what that is. So let me answer it in this. Let me answer that question, Gregory, in this form. The reason is not that I'm just believing Heyman or just believing Showtime or just believing Espinosa because I'm biased. I'm believing Heyman and Steven Espinosa for this reason. They have a long-term practice of producing results. That's why I believe them. Terrence Bud Crawford has a longer practice of just talking without producing results. So that's why I believe Heyman and Espinosa, because they produce results. You see it on their network. They, meaning Showtime and Steven Espinosa. You see it through the fighters that Al Heyman represents. Them two coming together from a network standpoint, an advisor standpoint, and I cannot forget to mention TGB, Tom Brown. From a promotional standpoint, they produce results. So if they say something, particularly Steven Espinosa, he does more interviews than both of them put together. I'm going to take their word for it because every time Espinosa says something, he's talking from the perspective of having inside knowledge that have produced results for a very long time. So that's why I believe them over Bomac, who's the one that told Crawford not to sign the Manny Pacquiao fight. His words, not mine. Bomac himself said, I told Terrence not to sign the Pacquiao contract. When everybody heard Terrence Crawford say for years, I want Pacquiao, I want Pacquiao. And we know that Pacquiao would have been Terrence Bud Crawford's biggest payday. So we know that to be true, right? Okay. So he's not credible. Don't forget, Bomac is the same one that said, oh, we might fight Alexis Rocha. He's just another sparring partner. Terrence is going to go in there and just wipe him off the ground. That doesn't sound credible enough to me. In other words, that's not making me want to buy that fight. That's not enticing me or making an appeal to me to buy a fight like that. When I know the trainer is saying, he's just a sparring partner. We're going to, the same thing that we already knew about David Ebenezer. So when I hear those things, they sent me a proposal in May, and then they sent me a contract in April. I was negotiating with BLK Prime, but also at the same time, there was this hedge fund that somebody was, all of that. You got too much going on and you're not producing results. So no, I don't believe nothing that you say until you produce results. I'm going to let you on, panelists. Hold on 1 second in the back. Let me give this example. I know a guy, right? This is true. I know this person, right? Every time it's like something got to happen where we got to confront something, like on some man-to-man stuff, right? I keep hearing this guy say, oh, yeah, well, when we see the guy, we're going to talk to him, and whatever's going to be, it's going to be. It is what it is, Hey, I ain't like what he did. That wasn't cool. We're going to address the guy. And every time we see the guy or somebody that may have an issue with me or somebody else, not really me, but somebody else I'm trying to support, right? The guy that was doing all the talking, I found out he don't have a history. Because I asked him about certain things like, okay, you talking all tough about what you're going to do when you see this dude, right? You want me to support you and ride with you. But my thing is, you never got into a fight in middle school. People was beating you up in high school. When you was a young adult, you was letting grown men chase you home. What I'm basically saying is this brother's not producing no results to make an appeal to me, to make me believe that if I'm riding and supporting him, if somebody stepped to him, I got his back. All you're going to do is do the same thing you've been doing. You're going to run home and wait for me, and then me and you going to go at it. You run. If I'm here supporting you and trying to stick up for you and you run on me, my bottom line is, it's the same thing with Crawford. Crawford's talking this big game. I want Spence. Y'all know who I want. I've been calling him out for years. He's saying all of that, but he's not producing the results when the time comes down to it. What time comes down to it? When you sign a contract. What time comes down to it? When you don't negotiate with a BLK Prime to make you twice and 3 times and 10 times less money you was going to make if you would have signed the contract. See, in other words, you're doing a whole lot of lip service and you're not producing any results. And I always tell men this, and I'm going to bring my panelists on because this is as equally as important. Women and men are very different when it comes to productivity and tolerance ratio. That's what I call it. Productivity versus tolerance ratio. That's what I call it. In other words, you can be in a relationship with somebody, right? The more you're producing results, the more tolerant that person becomes. The less you produce results, the less tolerant that person becomes. And this is why the fans are getting restless. You want to know why? Because we were hyped at first. When we first heard about this fight happening a year ago, we were hyped because it seemed like people were producing results. So we tolerated a little bit of the stagnant points that was happening. But now we're a year and some change later. How much do you think this fight's going to produce interest? Not a lot, because we can't tolerate hearing Terrence Crawford not signing no more documentation when we keep hearing his words say he wants Spence. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Maybe you don't follow what I'm saying. I know someone who does, and that's my panelist. I had to stop my whole show for her. I don't know if her husband is with her, but I'm going to have to acknowledge her. I miss you so dearly, my friend, all the way from Vegas. I know you're probably still back home in the Philippines. Rachel Donaire is here. Welcome you, Rachel.
Hi. Hey, great that I was able to catch you live. It's so weird being on this time difference because it's morning. I'm used to hearing you guys at night, killing it and stuff like that. But, it's morning for us. So, sometimes when these debates get really heated and I'm like, man, I just had my cup of coffee. This is way too early for this mess. But yeah, I'm actually still surprised that you guys are talking about this. Like, Nonito's like so fed up with this whole thing because he's like, "Oh, cool, they're talking. That's great. Just wake me up when they decide that the tickets are on sale." It's been run through. And I feel like there has been so many different angles that people try to play, right? What I was talking about in the comment section. And I feel that a lot of the times we all are trying to educate people who don't understand whether it's A, basic business, or B, boxing business. I think those two things are key in understanding the contracts and the laws and perception, etc. One of the biggest plays that I've said is like, well, there's a hedge fund out there and they just want to throw money over at the Crawford thing. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me, because hedge funds pull money from investors and then invest in securities and get them ROIs. I have money in a hedge fund. I will be damned if my guy randomly just threw money without my approval over to just to a boxing event without showing me how we were supposed to make our money back, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You don't just wake up one day and spend hedge fund money. Hedge funds is a pool of investors. There's not one guy that just comes in and says, hey, I'm a hedge fund. I have all this money that I can spend anywhere. Like, I can take you shopping. No, that's BS. That's not how it looks like. And saying that, oh, well, they could have just transferred the money over. I'm like, have you tried transferring money over that big? Do you understand what that takes? Even when it comes to the fight purses, don't even talk about how big that. Let's talk about a 1 million. A 1 million mark, most of the time smaller than that. When you're transferring that type of money over, the bank will red flag it. They'll stop it because they'll ask you, who is it from? Why is it from? Where is the contract that stipulates that this is not laundered money? They wanted to have all the paperwork to present to the clearinghouse that this is clean and clear money. So it's funny when people, start using certain words that they pulled out of nowhere to defend the actions of Terrence Crawford. Now, the thing is, like I said, and I'll say it again, me and Onito have always been a fan of Bud. We actually fought a lot of people when the fight was going to happen that Bud would ultimately take out Spence. We were in Bud's corner, but I can separate it and say, listen, you don't understand what you're doing. And that's okay, but you need to surround yourself with people that actually do know what they're doing. Have a mentor, have someone that's going to teach you the ways of how to run your career. Because honestly, Bud's fans, Bud is leaving his fans to defend for his lack of understanding it himself. I've argued with a bunch of Bud fans as far as the
You
and
said we.
maybe he meant, huh?
No, I thought you
Can
asked the
you?
question. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that most of the Bud fans, when you talk to them and you show them, you're like, listen, this is how it's done. Like, well, maybe Bud felt this way, or maybe Bud felt that way. And it's like, why are you like, you're not Bud. So I can't I'm only basing this off of what business practices, but you're trying to interject a feeling for you to be able to defend his lack of business acumen.
Yeah, very good point, Rachel. Let me get this super chat real quick. Well, we have several of them. Thanks again, Gregory Quattlebaum. He says, I am fine to support you. I think he was referring to his last super chat. And what I was saying, I am fine to support you, but you guys seem to be slanted against Crawford. I know Heyman's history, but all of them have some ish rather with them. That was from Greg. Jonathan Sims actually was a super chat before him. Sorry about that, Jonathan. Thank you for contributing to the channel one more time. Again, thanks, John. Appreciate you, man. John says a lot of people's a lot of people got sick, and it prolonged the deal too. Bud doesn't have to disclose he's negotiating another deal unless Al asked. Was
What?
there a binding agreement? That was from Jonathan Sims.
Yes.
Then we got my guy Aaron H. Muhammad. Always a pleasure. Another contribution again from Aaron. Thanks, Aaron. Aaron says, where was that corruption talk when two fights were being tampered with simultaneously that Crawford's name was tied to? And I'm sure Aaron's referring to one of those fighters being David Evanesian. I can
Yep.
assure you that's who he's referring to. And Matthew Thomas, thank you again for your contribution to the channel and support. Rachel, talk that money talk that most have no clue. Thank you for using the words clearinghouse. Most people don't know what that represents, Rachel. Most people in our country understand the three letters ACH, right, with referring to payments, right? And they don't
Yes.
understand what ACH stands for. So now I'm taking my financial, hat off. But ACH stands for automated clearinghouse. And of course, with a merchant account, there's always a gateway there, right? And that's where those fees, right? Those fees come into play. Uh, those transaction fees, so to speak. Let me use this example. Here in America, most people don't use them as often, but we have the automated teller machines, right? The ATMs, we call it, right? So when you go and put your bank card into an ATM that's not associated with your actual bank, there's transaction fees and other fees that you have to pay for. So it might take a $2 surcharge from you. Well, that is basically the processing fees for the clearinghouse to basically be cleared so that one bank can get the money, like your bank basically would be able to get those monies extracted from your card to buy, let's say if you go on Amazon, right? So that's what Rachel was talking about. I wanted to make sure everybody was clear with when you said clearinghouse, what you were actually referring to. Thank you for that, Rach. So Rach, I had a question for you based on the last super chat, and I want your perspective on this as a manager, because you know how it is in business when we're negotiating, especially we use the words negotiating in good faith a lot. So let's piggyback off of what Gregory said. Not Gregory. It wasn't Gregory. It was Jonathan Sims. I'll put his super chat back on the screen where he says that Bud doesn't have to disclose he's negotiating another deal unless Al Heyman asked him, because there wasn't a binding agreement, even though Crawford received a proposal in May, his words, not mine. And then apparently he obviously agreed to some terms to receive a contract in August. But of course, he was negotiating somehow some way with BLK Prime between June and July. What's your take on the fact that all these things are facts based on what Bud said, but also that Bud doesn't have to disclose he's negotiating with another company for another deal?
I mean, at the end of the day, that sounds like, well, you didn't ask me if I was cheating on you. Like, come on, let's like it all comes down to ethics, business ethics. I've done it a bunch of times where, if a contract is taking too long with a certain opponent, I've given them a deadline, and I'm like, okay, if I don't get the contract back signed by this date, then we're moving on. Like, I'm not going to hold up No Needle's career because someone wants to try to, to hold out this contract, try to ask for the moon and stars, and when he's never even been in that atmosphere. So it's just business ethics, especially with how small the boxing community is. There's only so many promoters you can go to that's going to be paying you that kind of money, right? Pretty much only top 3. So at this point, why would you burn your bridge, being that if you do want to come back to the table, how are they supposed to trust you? Guess what? Now they're not going to. Now that you showed me that you will do that, then I'm going to lock it. And what I mean by lock it is I'm going to put a contract in front of you before we start negotiations and say that we have exclusive negotiation for 60 days. Let's just call it 60 days. And that's it. And after that, then you can go and discuss, go and fish for another person to fight. That's fine. If we cannot agree within 60 days, I think that those types of things are going to be put in as far as legal because of the mess that it created. Like, the thing is like, everyone's like, oh, well, Crawford still fought, in December. It's like, yeah, but do you also understand the first of all, business when you're trying to nail down a date, nail down the TV to make sure that it's clear on that date, and nail down a venue. You guys act like you could just go and rent out Kentucky Fried Chicken. Actually, renting out Kentucky Fried Chicken is probably easier than doing this stuff, right? So you're talking about a super fight in 147. We're not talking about some small time fight. You need to be able to do these business moves in addition to the other boxers that were holding in place, because they all were told that they were going to be on this massive undercard. No one was going to move from those positions because of the fact that everybody wants the exposure to be on a Spence Bud undercard. So he held up the career of how many other boxers by doing this, by going to BLK Prime and basically saying, nah, I'm going to keep fighting and you guys are all SOL. It breeds just morally and ethically wrong.
Very good point. Matthew Thomas, he said it earlier, and he's bringing it right back in. He says, "Let the teachers teach. Let the teachers teach." Thank you so much, Matthew. I do have a question, Rachel, because earlier, I was referring to. I just lost my train of thought behind that. I was referring to, like, business, as far as people were talking about the whole 60-40 business, where some people on the panel said that not detail, but I think it was two Terrence Bud Crawford fans said that they believe that Terrence Bud Crawford should receive 60% of the revenue and Errol Spence should receive 40%. As a boxing manager, knowing all of the facts about Terrence Bud Crawford's live gate that he does, his history, his last couple of pay-per-view buys of 135,000, 150,000. What's your take on, should Crawford receive a 60% split over a 40% split?
I don't believe so. I mean, look, at the same time, like the whole thing of this, oh, he needs a guaranteed purse of $25 million. Like, where did that come from, honestly? Because when you start looking at the numbers that were behind him before, which is the only numbers that we were given were from Top Rank, which is a $5 million guarantee. You're going to tell me to leave Top Rank and you're worth 5 times more now? Like, the numbers that are being thrown out have no basis to them. So the gates that he's pulled and the pay-per-view numbers he's pulled on Top Rank cards do not justify that split. Now, if he's trying to run that game, quote unquote, because of the fact that he has the last standing belt, like, I get it. You're trying to hold it hostage, but eventually, like, you're going to realize that it doesn't mean that much when you can't also draw yourself. There's other champions who aren't worth a lot of money and end up having to just take it because of the fact that, hey, like, I'm the last of the belt, and I also know my numbers don't reflect.
Very good point, Rachel. I was, basically saying the same thing. You used the great word justified. And speaking of justified, I feel justified right now because I have several different favorites, and three of them are on my panel right now. This is just boxing royalty. The guy who should get all the credit, besides D-Town and the real Marlowe, for making me famous on YouTube. The guy that teaches me certain things about YouTube. I'm gonna stop my show anytime I see him in the background or the chat and salute him. And that's our guy, Rachel, the guy who had you in North Philly, you and your husband when y'all came to visit us. My guy, YSM. What's up, YSM
Hey.
4D?
Yo, y'all never gonna let me live that down, huh? What's good?
YSM calls me his dude. He's like, you my dude.
Oh yeah,
How YSM?
yeah. She's like a brother, a pretty brother.
Who else you know? Who else do you know in the sport of boxing that can get Rachel and Nito Donera in the heart of North Philly? Who else you know that can do that but YSM?
Yeah, what's good with y'all? What's the topic?
Oh, we
Just
talking Bud, Bud and Spence again, the roundabouts of it.
Yo, the funny thing is, I was looking at the lightweight division, and since Earl Spence has fought, Gervonta Davis has fought
Favorite
3 times.
on.
Was that?
Sorry, I forgot to hit mute.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So since Earl Spence fought Ugas, Gervonta Davis has fought 3 times. Shakur Stevenson has fought 3 times, and Devin Haney is scheduled to fight 3 times if the fight with Vasyl Lomachenko goes through. So effectively, what's happened is the hottest division in boxing at one time was the welterweight division, most talked about, and now has been supplanted by the lightweights. Nobody really care no more about Spence and Crawford. Like, all you hearing is about Gervonta Davis being the face of boxing. And can Devin Haney beat him? Can Shakur Stevenson beat him? Well, who's the best out of the lightweights? Like, that, the welterweight division being stagnant and it not having any resolution has just caused, like, who cares anymore? Like, do you care about who's the best in the welterweight division, or do you care about who's the best lightweight, or what Wilder, Usyk, Fury, and Joshua are going to do? I'm asking everybody in the chat, honestly, do you still care about who's the best welterweight in boxing? And that's a question for the chat. Y'all go ahead.
No, it's a great question because the thing is that it's been dragged along for so long now, and it's been put in front of our face like, hey, it's gonna happen. No, it's not. It's not as exciting as watching the other weight divisions and all of their movements right now. So it's a fair question.
Marty, what about you?
Was that the me or D-Town, YSM?
Oh, I didn't even know D-Town was on there. All right, D-Town, that's for you. Do you still care? Like, what, in your eyes, rank the fights. You got Fulton Inoue, you got Shakur, that little trifecta. You got the heavyweight saga. You got Spence and Crawford. Where do they rank as far as right now?
I think I have Earl Spence and Crawford at maybe number 3 or number 4. I would like to see it, but I'm tired and drained. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because of Earl Spence, it's because of Terrence Crawford. So, it's like I wake up in the morning, just put on my shoes and go to work. I mean, that's almost how I feel about this fight. I mean, it's just that sad. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel. It's almost like waking up, putting on my clothes and going to work.
Yeah, that's the thing is most of the movement is just it's stagnant. It's just so after they'll say, okay, well, he fought whatever the guy's name was in December, and possibly they'll come back to the table after he told Spence to spin the block, and in January he met up with Golden Boy, and his mandatory to fight Alexis Rocha wasn't until March or April. Did we calculate, Marty?
Yeah, I think it was March or April. Yeah.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, there became a purse bid. What is it called? Not a purse bid, but they were directed that they had to start talking, or there was a purse bid that was being ordered. The timeline of why you went to Golden Boy, then Oscar is over here saying, "Oh well, we have Alexis. You could fight your mandatory, and then you could fight Spence." Like, why? If you like, at the end of the day, if you felt that you were doing well in those negotiations with Al, then why would you go and need to go behind Golden Boy to represent you now?
Right.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
It's because he's trying to get away from Earl Spence. You ask me. I mean, we thought that Bob Arum was the problem. And once he left Bob, we was all happy and orange, like, oh yeah, we should get this fight. And we still ain't getting it. And Terrence Crawford is doing everything else but try to deal with Al Haymon. I see a lot of Terrence Crawford fans talking about, well, Terrence Crawford don't have to sign with Al Haymon. Y'all just mad. Well, he signed to Bob. He signed a one fight deal with Black Prime. If he go to Golden Boy promotion, he go sign with them. So why not sign with the PBC when you could be your own boss? When you can have Al Haymon to be your advisor? You tried to get Al Haymon to actually help you for free. You wanted to meet him and want to ask questions and all about this. No, go get your representation. Y'all get together, figure it out, then come back and holler at Al Haymon. Al Haymon is not going to work for free. So what I believe is he doing anything but try to make this fight. According to his own words in an interview, he said that it's better to be undefeated than to fight credible fights. That's what Crawford said.
All right. Real fast, D-Town. D-Dub. I can't get a name out, but if you look at the interviews, you can guess who told me that. It's like, where would those specific numbers come from somebody I interviewed? And mind you, they're like really, really specific. So I can't get a name out, but I mean, you can guess. But as far as what D-Town was saying, what's crazy is Floyd Mayweather is the all-time pay-per-view seller in the history of anything, right? Like WWE, any draw, he should be number one, right? And then you have Gervonta Davis coming up and then selling a million pay-per-views. Gervonta's, like 27, 28 years old. If you have a proven track record that a guy is able to build a star out of a guy from your demographic consistently, like Wilder, I think Wilder sold close to 1 million. Now Tank sold 1 million and Floyd religiously sold 1 million. Wouldn't it behoove you to sign with him? Like, maybe he just has the recipe for people that look like you or comes from your background. I know if I'm a Brit, I'm going to Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn, he knows that market. He's very successful in that market. Al Haymon is very successful in the urban market. Very. He makes crossover stars. Like, I don't get it, yo. I don't get it. Can somebody tell me, please?
Yes, I'll tell you. And this is great. Let me just. This is great, YSM, because you made me famous by asking me some great questions on your channel, even last year. There's several things that I said. I want to answer your question like this. I said it first live on your channel. I said it in August. I played the replay of this before you got on. Bo Mack and Terrence Crawford cannot out-negotiate Stephen Espinosa and Al Haymon. I said that. That was true. I also said in my first interview live with you, I said, when you asked me what's stalling this issue, like what's stalling the negotiations, what's happening in my opinion. And I specifically said, this was back in July of 2022. I said, people kept saying Bob Arum was the issue all this time. And Bob Arum is nowhere near to be found. And we're still having an issue. That was last July on your channel. And I think D-Town made a reference to that on his channel when I start from that same interview. Now, fast forward to where we are. to answer your question, David Evanesian fights Crawford on BLK Prime. Crawford goes over to BLK Prime. Before that, Adrian Broner goes to BLK Prime. Adrian Broner does an interview, and basically what I'm going to do is tell you exactly the reason why and tell everybody watching live in the replay of this live the reason why. Adrian Broner is the one that basically broke the news and exposed the reason why. And this is how he did it. He did it inadvertently, but I'm going to bring it back home to everything I just said. Adrian Broner said it the best. And if you look at what Crawford is doing with his actions, it's matching up. Crawford's actions is matching up with Broner's words. Broner said, because think about what Detail is talking about. And we saw Crawford do this. He went over, he was with Bob Arum, signed with them. He goes over to BLK Prime, signed a one-fight deal with them. Think about what Rachel Donier just alluded to. He said he was going to spin the block after he fought David Evanesian to fight Crawford. Guess what his actions do, though? Sends him right on an airplane from Nebraska all the way across the country to LA to go meet with Golden Boy Promotions, right? But he's dodging every other, he's accepting every other term or even negotiating with other managements and other promotion companies except for Al Heyman and PBC. And the reason why, this is my personal belief system, is because Adrian Broner inadvertently exposed Terrence Crawford's actions. And Broner said it himself. I can pull the interview up for anybody in the chat that don't believe. You're going to get paid when you fight over there at PBC, but you're going to have to fight. I'll let Detail say the word.
Godzilla.
You're going to have to fight Godzilla when you go up over there. So my point is, if Crawford said from 2020 all the way to 2022, which I have this on my channel published now, where I broke down his interview with Brian Custer on numerous occasions, he said, I want to fight Crawford. He said, I want to fight Thurman and I will fight Danny Garcia. I might even want to fight Ugas. And then I'll fight Spence too. All of those guys, Spence, Thurman, Danny Garcia, and Ugas are represented by PBC. Why not sign over there with them to fight all the fighters that's in-house? The same way ESPN does, the same way Della and Hoyer and them do, and the same way PBC do. If you really want to fight those guys. But you know when you go over there, Crawford, you're going to have to fight Godzilla. And that's how they match those fights up over there. Sean Porter fought Danny Garcia. Sean Porter fought Errol Spence. Errol Spence fought Danny Garcia, right? Danny Garcia fought Keith Thurman. That's what that is. Thank you, D-Town. Let me steal your word. That's what that is. Look, Erickson Lubin. He fought Fundora, right? These are hard.
He fought Charlo.
He fought Charlo, and he's really, to me, in my opinion, he was still green. He shouldn't have fought Charlo, but his business is okay. Castano fights Charlo twice. Tony Harrison fights him twice. Tony
Harrison fought Jared Hurd. Tony
Harrison fights Jared Hurd. J-Rock, Julian Williams fights Jared Hurd.
And Charlo.
Charlo. Costa Zoo's son, Tim Zoo, fought Tony Harrison. This is the fights that they do over there at PBC. And Crawford knows that, and so does Broner. So my point is, the reason why, to answer your question, that Crawford is avoiding going over there and he'll entertain everybody else, because he know when he go over there, it's not going to be the matchmaker. And I love Brad Goodman. It ain't going to be a Brad Goodman ESPN type matchmaking, like they still matchmaking you like you a prospect. You going to go in there, you going to fight some real competition, win, lose, or draw. That's what I think. Why I said.
Now, Marty, what I can say is he is negotiating with him. So it's not like he's not even entertaining what they have to offer. I just don't know, like, what's the hold up. Like, you and Rachel could probably, shine some light on the money, what kind of money he wants or what kind of term that he wants. But for me, it's like, bro, you can't tell me it's the equivalent to a dude. Everybody knows where the best looking girls at. Everybody know what club to go to, right? But then you go to the club that don't got the girls, and then when you walk in there and be like, "Oh, where the hoes at?" Ain't no hoes in there, dude. You know where to go. Everybody knows where to go. If you're 147, 154 pounds, it's only one strip that got the best work. Only one strip.
I
Who
mean,
you
at
gonna
the
fight?
end of the
Tyler
day,
Bate?
like, well, yeah, then that's the thing. At the end of the day, like the thing is that Bud fans don't help if they don't remember what the argument was before. The argument that they were saying was, well, Bud shouldn't have to sign a PBC. He shouldn't have to sign a PBC to fight Spence and blah blah blah. And there's all these guys at PBC. But I mean, literally, like he only has so much time in his career, right? And you're going to sign with Golden Boy, 3-fight deal, according to Oscar De La Hoya. Now let's look down at the welterweight division. You have Blair Cox, Raul Coriel. You have, let's see, there's only like 4 of them at Golden Boy. So these are going to be the picks that he has. You have Virgil Ortiz, Alexis Rocha, Evan Sanchez. Those are the picks of who he would be fighting, signing Golden Boy. Are those fights like? I mean, I'd love to ask the chat. Like, can you tell me the 3 fighters you would be willing to pay for pay-per-view to see him fight at Golden Boy?
Just Virgil. As a matter of fact, Rachel, you got to take Blair out. Blair's a free agent
now. Oh, okay. He's okay.
Yeah, so that makes it even worse. Woo!
They might just bring him back in and put him with Bud, though. Like, they might just be like, "Hey, we'll bring you back for one fight. Here, you can fight Bud." Because like I said, the roster's slim.
Yeah.
Or Blair Cobb, they can bring him back for a 1-fight deal.
Yeah, that's what I said. Blair Cobb.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
He have a better mouthpiece than Terrence Crawford. I think he'll sell a fight better than Terrence Crawford if they both fight.
He does talk a lot.
So here's my think on it, Wyatt. So when you say what's the holdup and he is negotiating with him, what are we talking? Like, this is my thing. If I'm representing Spence, what are we talking about? We offered you a guarantee twice. You did not accept it. You wanted to overprice yourself, no problem. You said you know your worth. Great. We looked at your numbers. We saw your worth is not as valuable as you are saying. No problem. So this is what we're going to do so that we can accommodate you. We're going to give you a percentage. How does 35% sound? Well, I need to see what that looks like. Well, go get representation. That's not my job to really educate you now. We're in negotiation. Okay, you don't want to do that. Fine. You skipped out on it. You fought David Evanesian without letting us know. No problem. Now, you fought David Evanesian. We always project based off of your what? Performance on pay-per-view. So we already know what your numbers was with the last 2 pay-per-views was roughly 285,000. Now we got to include your last pay-per-view, not your last pay-per-view you did on BLK Prime. What are those numbers? Maybe that'll help you with some leverage. You don't have access to those? Oh, are they too low? Okay, so we was going to offer you 35 the first time, but since they low, then what you normally do, you ain't even scratched the surface on 100,000 possibly. So 25%, take it or leave it. 30% is my highest, and that's what we're going to do. What else are we talking about here? It's either you're going to sign or you are not. There's nothing else to negotiate at this point. And don't forget, in May of 2022, I published this on my channel months and months ago. Steven Espinosa, he said it in May of 2022 at the press conference when he was interviewed about it. I forgot who interviewed him, but outside the press conference with Rolly Romero versus Tank Davis, Steven Espinosa said the fight is 2/3 of the way done. We know what the last piece of a third is, and that's Terrence Bud Crawford's signature. He didn't do that. We hear Steven Espinosa now saying the fight is almost, we're making strides. We're in a better position than we were last year. What is either the man's going to sign to fight Spence or he is not. It is very, very simple.
I don't even know what to say to that one. I don't think that anybody can argue with that logic. I don't know what's left. If you're telling me that it's Charlo and it's Spence, okay, sign a 2-fight deal. Everybody else is over there is happy. I don't know, man. I'm starting to get depressed even thinking about it.
Yeah,
I think it's I think it's just the people that, you know, sometimes when you have too many yes men around your group and they don't tell you the truth, and you don't have someone who has been in the industry and understands the industry to represent you, then you make the wrong decisions. You know, and it just is what it is. Hopefully he'll, you know, wake up and realize that, okay, yes, I'm a elite boxer, have a really high ring IQ, but when it comes to business, I don't have that IQ. And that's okay. Like, it's weird that people can't just say, okay, well, you know, he's in the business. He's an independent contractor. He also doesn't have, like, again, Bud fans are all over the place going, he has his own promotion. And I think, Marty, we talked about this before. We're like, no, he doesn't. It's called, like, it's a business name, a company name that has an LLC named what, I don't know, even know what it's called, something,
B&B
or Crawford
promotion.
something. But it doesn't have a boxing license as a promotional.
I've been saying that, Rachel. You've been saying that, and nobody believes. Well, most people do believe, but you're absolutely correct. So, you know, and here's the thing. Like you said, having yes men around you, we know we see this all the time, Rachel, in this business. Not having representation. So when I talk about leverage, right? That would have been an opportunity for Bud Crawford to gain leverage. Go get you. Listen, if you were going to take this long installing, go get you an actual promotional company, the licensing, throw some local fights on. Now you coming to the table with leverage. Now you can start talking about opening the books and seeing certain expenses and controlling those expenses. You're making investments to get, you know, some form of revenue based on, I mean, just so many different things I would have done, you know, just representing Bud. But the thing about it is, Bud doesn't have boxing representation. And so that's been the biggest, to me, that's been the biggest hurdle out of all this, including his mentality of thinking that he knows his worth. What's your take on that, detail?
Well, I mean, like you said before, when it comes down to the networks not trying to hear how you feel. They looking at the pay-per-view. They looking at the money. If they gotta spend money, they trying to see how much money gonna come in. I mean, they already guessing, you know what I'm saying? So they not trying to lose money. They already done lost money. They feel like this fight is gonna be a big fight. But the problem is Terrence Crawford trying to get a lot up front. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's nothing that Terrence Crawford has done that showed the networks or anybody else. Even Oscar De La Hoya, he said it when he was told that Terrence Crawford was supposed to get $10 million from Black Prime. He said, "What?" He said, $10 million. He said, "Where you getting that at?" He said, "Shoot, maybe all the fighters need to go over there and go fight." So he think that if he go sign with Golden Boy Promotion, he go get $10 million. He ain't getting that nowhere. So he was blessed for even Al Heyman and them even touching him. And the reason why they touching him because of that belt. If he didn't have that belt, they wouldn't even be talking about him. Nobody be talking about him.
Great point. Let me get this super chat because I want to respond to this. And there's a guy in the background. I'm definitely going to let him on too. This is a great panel. So Gregory Quarterbomb, he's been obviously speaking very highly of Crawford and defending him in the chat, and he's been supporting the channel. So thank you for your contribution again, Greg. Greg says, Marty, you not telling your fans is 35% of the net, not the gross. Let Rachel tell them how easy it will be to screw over him. Let me say something to you real quick, Greg. I'll turn it over to Rachel because you did pay, you know, for Rachel to answer. But I will assure you this, Greg, and I think you'll agree with this too, and everybody on the panel will as well. 35% of what whatever the gross or net would be for a Terrence Bud Crawford versus an Errol Spence fight is going to always exceed the amount that he made over at BLK Prime fighting David Evanesian. And even you know that, Greg. Rachel, what's your take on the what Greg just said about 35% of the net, not the gross?
I mean that's typical, but the thing is that when you get paid off of the net anyway, it'll show all the deductions. So it's not unheard of. I think what he's talking about is if the expenses that are getting deducted are higher than perceived, within the negotiation table, you could set that limit, that threshold, whether that's a percentage of the profits that should be spent on expenses or a agreed amount that is put together by the network and the promoter to say these are going to be our expenses plus or minus, let's just say 2 million. I'm just throwing out a number. Not 2 million. 2 million is high, but like a barrier plus 500,000, right? Of unexpected expenses. Those could be in the negotiation table. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you aren't going to see actual finalized numbers until the event is all cleared out. Everything's paid for, all expenses have been paid, and the profit has come in. That's the only time you're going to see the actual net and gross of the business. So to approve anything before is, like what Stephen Espinoza said, like, what are you supposed to do? Go over to Bud and say, hey, can you approve this, the budget for the security guards that we have to feed for, 12 hours that they're going to be at the fight? And Bud's like, no, they should get Burger King. They shouldn't be able to get, I don't know, Panda Express, for God's sake. Like, make the money cheaper, right? Like, that's just all, like, it's part of business expenses. And again, if that was a concern or is a concern for anyone, all they have to do is come back to the table and say, here, I need to see what kind of expenses you guys are thinking that it's going to be. Give me an Excel spreadsheet, break it down. And from there, if we'll agree that you are not to go over this much money in the expenses. If you do, then it'll be capped. You could say something like that. But again, we'll never see the paperwork until the event is cleared. The entire event is cleared.
Right. So that was going to be my next point. I did misinterpret what Gregory was saying. And I'm glad you clarified that, Rachel. The point is he would have to sign the contract and the whole event had to take place. Also, he doesn't even have a promotional license, nor do he understand contract, nor does he understand all of the things that Rachel just said in this short period of time. So he wouldn't even know what he's looking at, even if they put a spreadsheet in front of him. So it's like, what is the purpose of saying all of that stuff about wanting to open the books? I mean, I understand you just want to be certain, but this is where having good boxing representation will protect your interests. And speaking of interest, I'm interested in hearing what our guy that just came on the panel, Crown Jewel Boxing, has to say. What's going on, Crown Jewel? Crown Jewel, are you there? I guess not. Crown Jewel Boxing, I don't think he knows I put him on.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me, Marty?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah. I don't have a lot of time and I'm moving around, so hopefully I don't lose signal. But yeah, I just wanted to come on and say I think y'all giving Terrence Crawford too much credit. He's not that ignorant to the business. He was with Top Rank for a very long time. He understands that he's not a big draw. Bob Arum let him know that he lost money on him over and over again, to the tune of he could have built a mansion in Beverly Hills from scratch on what he lost promoting Bud. So he's not ignorant to what's going on. He just saw Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia gross over $125 million. He's well aware that a fight with himself and Earl would do at least that, if not better. So he knows 10% of the revenue will be bigger than any purse he ever got in his life. The guy's honest truth is the man don't want the fight. Every time they get close to making the fight, he has a new excuse. This time last year, he said he had agreed to everything. Everything in my book means everything. Then it was I agreed to everything except the fact that they wouldn't allow me to 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 either go along with or turn down the expenses. Well, why would anybody be taking advice from a guy that's never promoted a card in his life when the company he be working with has promoted the biggest pay-per-views in the history of the sport? Why would they take his word for it? The man knows that he's not negotiating in good faith. He knows the things he's saying are not true and don't make sense. He just did not want to fight. And if the man doesn't want to fight, I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to fight a guy that's breaking people's orbital bones and ribs on my way out either. But just tell the truth. Come out and say, listen, I don't want to fight and let Earl move on. But at the end of the day, they've been negotiating for over a year. This man keeps coming up with trivial reasons why the fight can't happen. It's plain and simple. He doesn't want the fight. Like I said, I can't stay on. I appreciate y'all giving me a few minutes to say my piece. I am listening, but I'm moving around. Manager Marty, always a pleasure. YSM, shout out to you. What you say the female's name was?
Rachel Donaire, Nonito Donaire's wife.
Mrs. Donaire, I hear everything you're saying. You make a whole lot of sense too. But unfortunately, you're never going to be able to make sense out of a guy who does not want to fight. Every time negotiations get close and they want to make some type of announcement to the public, he has a new reason. That lets you know one thing. He doesn't want it. Y'all have a good night.
Very well stated. Thank you, Crown Jewel Boxing.
Oh, yeah, my bad. My man, D-Town. I ain't mean to forget you neither, D-Town.
Salute. Thank you so much.
D-Town was eating a quesadilla or something. I don't know.
Well, we have somebody else that wants to join the panel. He's another one of my guys. I got to bring him on. I know that time is eluding us, but I have to bring him on. This is a great panel. We have YSM Sports Media here, Rachel Donaire, D-Town Boxing, and my guy, he goes by the name of WCS, World Combat Sports, Scotty. Good evening. Welcome to the panel, my brother.
What up, Scotty?
Yo, what up, Manager Marty? YSM Sports. I think that's D-Town up top, and the Donaires. What's good, everyone? Salute.
Salute.
So, Scotty, I don't know how long you've been watching the live broadcast or what you heard or didn't hear, but what we're trying to understand is what could be the possible reason this fight stalls as of right this moment for Crawford versus Spence.
Well, I heard the guy that just got off the panel, and a lot of what he was saying is just his own opinion. You know, he don't have no real connection to what's going on, like we all don't. You know what I'm saying? We can speak about what's out here in the media and everything, but we're not right there getting the information from Al Heyman himself, Floyd Mayweather, or whoever else, you know, that's close to the situation up there. What I do want to address is the situation with Terence Crawford negotiating in bad faith. If Terence Crawford is the B-side, there are restrictions to the boundaries that he has doing negotiations, correct? I mean, he has restrictions. He's the B-side. He understands that. Errol Spence is the A-side. We all understand it. So if that is indeed the case, and there is restrictions to what he's able to so-called the decisions that he want, the demands that he want to make, then how does he have so much influence in not making the fight? Like, isn't that a part of negotiations to go in there and negotiate your worth? You know what I'm saying? It's not like Terence Crawford hasn't did anything in his boxing career. He is a 3-weight world champion. No one can expunge that at all. But it seems like every time his name comes up for this particular fight, he's messing up negotiations. Who's saying he messing up negotiations? Nobody said Terence has messed up negotiations. Just because he got up and did an about face and went over to BOK Prime, no one can explain and say, okay, Terence Crawford, they was close to it. All he had to do is sign the contract. What contract? What contract was it? I want the documentations. I just feel the need, like, where's all this paperwork at? You just going off the rhythm and flow about a contract being out there. Where's the contract that he walked away from? What are the fine details that discouraged him from signing the contract, if there is one? I just need a visual. That's all I'm saying. Because I listen to all this stuff about Terrence Crawford, but he's the B side. Where's the strength of the A side? Isn't he making all the demands? That's what I thought.
I think I'm confused from the question. Sorry.
It wasn't a question. It was a statement.
Okay.
Statement.
Hey, Marty, can I say something real fast?
Of course, yes, please.
Scotty's my guy. Fucks with Scotty. Your initial statement was that we don't get information from people that's directly involved, right? So, Scotty.
No, I'm listening.
No,
I thought you was carrying on. Yeah,
no,
I know
that was the initial statement, right?
Yeah, that's what my initial statement, and I know where you're going with it. You saying you make contact with people that's actually involved.
I'm saying that's not, that's not 100% true. All right. I'm just gonna leave it at that. However, anybody feels about the situation, I don't think Terrence Crawford is scared. Okay. He said that he agreed to terms, right? So this is not my words. This is his words. He said he agreed to terms with them, right? Scotty.
Yeah, I'm thinking that you just making a statement.
No,
yeah, he agreed to
he said that. So then what comes after terms?
He agreed to certain terms. I don't know what the terms
are.
He
said he agreed, bro. He said he agreed to everything. I'm going by what he said.
Okay, right? So let's just say he agreed to everything. Go ahead. Yeah, he agreed to
So
everything.
all right, what comes after a term sheet is a contract, right? So whether or not he signs the contract, that's up to him. That's not up to the A side or whatnot. If you saying I agreed to terms, okay, they send me a contract. If I choose to sign it, that's on me, right?
We can't prove the contract was sent after he agreed to everything, because you remember when they broke the news out there, YSM, when they broke the news, they basically said that they're concerned that Terrence Crawford is no longer committed to moving forward with making this fight. And
but
since
Scotty,
they sent him the final revision was for the fight to be in 2023 and not 2022.
Yeah.
So he agreed to everything else, and they sent him a final revision to move the fight to 2023, and he wanted to fight 22.
Okay, but then it was his choice, though. That was on him, right?
No, that was what he put. That's what he agreed upon.
Yeah, but
previously.
You said what I'm saying is all right. So you agree to terms, right? You said there wasn't a contract sent, but in reality, you just admitted there was a contract sent.
No, I didn't say it was a contract sent. We talking about term sheet. We talking about whatever the documents was. I don't know if it was a freaking contract sent. I'm talking about when the news broke, they said we have concerns about Crawford not being committed to move forward in this fight after they sent the final revisions. Those final revisions can be that of a term sheet. It don't have to be a contract.
Yeah, I was under the impression by Terrence Crawford that wasn't a term sheet, that was a contract.
Did he say that? I mean, do you have a sound?
I'm going to have to. Yeah, okay, I'm going to have to go.
He's never said the word term sheet.
Okay, let's do this.
I mean, we're talking about semantics, and we can screenshot some stuff. It's all good. If it's a contract, it's a contract.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Let us all be in agreement, because earlier
exactly that, and he's saying it's a contract. You're telling me it's semantics.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Let's be on the same page. This is the Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. So we're going to roll the tape. Let's hear what Terrence Bud Crawford himself says when we talk about proposal, right? This is Terrence Bud Crawford on IG Live that he said on November 2nd, 2022. This is Terrence Bud Crawford's actual live. If you all can mute your devices so we all can not get any feedback. Here's Terrence Crawford himself.
We didn't get a contract until August, and it was just kind of like a regular contract.
Did you hear that? Did you all hear that? Because it was too low, but that's the highest on my iPad. Did anyone hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play the small segment a few seconds before that. All right, here's Terrence Bud Crawford.
I started talking to Team Spence, I would say, and Al Hammond them about May, right after his fight, just going back and forth. They sent me a proposal with the interest of a Spence and Crawford fight. We didn't get a contract until August, and it was just kind of like a regular contract. It wasn't nothing. It was.
Did y'all hear that? Everybody hear that?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so according to Terrence Crawford, he received a proposal in May of 2022, nearly a month after Errol Spence fought Ugas, and then in August, they sent him an actual contract. His words were regular contract. So he was sent a proposal in May, and then he was actually sent an actual contract to sign in August.
Yeah, and that was my only point. Like he made a conscious decision not to sign. Now, for whatever reason, that's on him. But when people say that he's holding it up, well, it's some credence to that.
What's a regular contract, YSM? Like what's
I
a
don't know,
regular
but
contract?
you said it was a term sheet.
Okay,
What's a
look,
regular
I'll
contract?
stand correct, YSM. Look, I'll stand corrected on the terminology because I'm going off the proposal and just a regular contract. Maybe Bud then specifically clarify because I'm confused as to what's the regular contract.
I'm confused as well, but I'm just going by what he said.
What's a regular contract?
Okay, so let's be clear. We know the difference between a proposal and a contract. We all would agree with that on the panel, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we know a proposal has terms and maybe conditions on them. And we also know that the difference would be most of the time that a contract requires a signature to bind you into an agreement. We all agree with that on the panel, correct?
Wait, say that again, Marty?
Okay. So what I'm basically saying is a proposal. Terrence Bud Crawford, so we got to use his words as the only evidence we can have to discuss on this topic. Terrence Bud Crawford himself. See, we might not know the difference between, let's say, term sheet and contract. We might not know. I'm saying we just from the general public's eyes. I know Rachel does, and I know I do. What I'm basically getting at is Terrence Bud Crawford, he intentionally differentiated the two, right? So we know the difference between a term sheet and a contract is that the term sheet or a proposal has terms and conditions on there, where on the contrary, a contract does have terms and conditions. However, it requires a signature to agree to those terms that bind you in an agreement. We all agree to that, right? On the panel.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're correct. A term sheet and that's what I'm trying to allude to, is that a term sheet is a non-binding document which outlines the terms and conditions of a proposal.
Yes.
That's what a term sheet is. So non-binding is not the regular contract that says, okay, so everything that we proposed to you before, I'm signing down now. Now it's binding. Everything I proposed to you is I can't back out of, you can't back out of, that you're accepting.
That is correct. And everybody on the panel, in the chat, and everyone viewing this understands that Terrence Bud Crawford understands what we just said as well. He
just a regular. Why did he devalue it, Manager Marty? Just a regular contract.
But Scotty,
what's higher than that though? What's higher than a regular contract?
But Scotty,
A
here's the
promotional
thing.
agreement.
But that's the thing though, right? We don't control how someone else respond. We can only take words for what they are. Terrence Bud Crawford, whether he differentiated regular, whether he says bout agreement, bottom line is they both require his signature. And he understood that term sheet didn't require the signature, but the contract did because he differentiated that himself with his own words. So by him knowing and saying the words contract, that means he understood that a signature was required, and he did not sign it. And we all can agree to that.
So he agreed to the term sheet, right? I just want to stay on track. He agreed to everything that was on the term sheet. They sent him just a regular contract. So on the regular contract, I need to hear the tape on what was on the regular contract. Was it everything that he agreed to off the term sheet, or was it something else on there as far as a different year or something that they revise it or whatever the case? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm getting at. The regular contract.
I got you. Okay, great. So to my understanding, Terrence Bud Crawford never mentioned anything about a date on that IG Live. That's what I actually just produced. Now let's put this in proper perspective. They send him a proposal or a term sheet in May of 2022. In order for them to send him a contract with the intentions of him signing, he had to agree to those same terms that were transferable from the proposal onto a contract. So that's why they were under the impression, they meaning PBC, Al Heyman, Spence's representation, they were under the impression that Bud Crawford was going to sign the contract when they sent it to him in August.
If everything line for line was the same details that was on the term sheet, if it was something different on the contract, I can see him not signing the contract. We don't know that extension.
Scotty, all right. So the way it was presented to me is the initial date was supposed to be November 19th, but because the negotiations went past a certain threshold, they pushed the date back to February 4th.
What threshold was that, though?
I don't know.
What time frame was given? I'm not arguing with you, YSM. I'm just trying to figure this out.
I can only give you what was given to me.
Okay, all right.
It was supposed to be November 19th, but once they reached a certain threshold, they pushed it back to February 4th. And that was Terrence Crawford's issue. He wanted it in 2022, and they wanted a multi-city tour and more time to get it together. So they wanted February 4th. Now, if he chose not to sign for those reasons, bro, that's his business. All I'm saying, Scotty, is a contract was given, what's sent.
I'm just trying to ask you questions so you won't go far along, and I have to play catch up, and you may not remember what I'm saying. Like, didn't the fight fall out in October 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so
when that was it October? No. Was it September?
Look, because Steven Espinosa was on record as saying that the fight date is not totally dead, and we was up here thinking, how are you going to promote a fight like this? Right? This is when everything was in shambles. How are you going to promote a fight like this with this short period of time? He's on record as saying that. He's on record as saying the fight date is not dead for November 19th, and this was in October. It was people like, how is that possible?
Okay,
he on record is saying that now.
I got you. Here's the thing. Okay, here's what we're missing some pieces to the puzzle, and I want to make sure I insert them very clearly. So, in May, when they sent Terrence Bud Crawford a proposal, the fight was supposed to be for the end of 2022, particularly November the 19th. Spence said it himself when he says, whether I fight Crawford or not, I'm fighting on November 19th. Correct. That was the date that was proposed for Crawford to sign the contract in August. That's a fact. Now, the reason why it may have taken too long from May to August to get him a contract, because Terrence Bud Crawford in the same IG Live said that Al Heyman told them, you're dragging this along. So they were dragging their feet after the proposal was sent to Crawford in May. They were dragging their feet. And the reason why they were dragging their feet, and this is not speculation, we know this based on Crawford's words himself, that he was negotiating or having some type of dialogue literally a month after he received the proposal with BLK Prime in June or July. That's a fact.
You're reaching a bit, Marty, with the dialogue, because you wasn't there. First of all, you wasn't there.
I'm only going by Crawford's word.
I understand, but check this out. A dialogue can be a phone call from BLK. It can be a phone call where they just from my understanding, and you know, Blue and everything when that situation was coming on board, is that BLK Prime attempted to reach out to Crawford, and a dialogue to me is them having a conversation.
Okay, great.
And Crawford told them basically he was focused on Errol Spence. He wasn't going to do anything else but focus on Errol Spence.
So what did his actions do, Scotty? Since you said it only takes a conversation, what did his actions do?
No, I
did
said
he fight on BLK Prime?
I said a dialogue. I didn't consider a dialogue initially because he said he was focused on Spence.
Okay,
not
great.
only until that fell out, he went back to BLK Prime.
Great, but what did his actions do? That's what I'm asking. What is
his actions? Definitely, you know, December 10th, he fought David Avanesian.
Thank you. And we know that it didn't take 24 hours to materialize that fight. We know that.
No, it took 36 hours actually.
No, it didn't. I can assure you that.
No, I'm just saying that's what was out there when they said it took 36 hours. I'm just going off what was publicly put out there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I'm telling you, for that entire fight to materialize, it did not take 24 or 36 hours to get David Avanesian, who was already locked into a date, ironically, November 19th.
Let me clarify. I'm talking about contractually. Right? I'm talking about for all the contractual paperwork to be done. That's what was put out there. Not for them to just say, oh, I want to fight David Avanesian. Take him off that fight he has over there for the EBU and bring him over here to this fight. You know what I'm saying? No, that took way longer than that. I get where you're going with it.
So if it took longer than that, right, then that meant somewhere between June and July and actually October, the fight was already produced between him and Avanesian. I'm talking about the agreement.
I disagree because you know he was on. You know Avanesian was still scheduled on that fight card over there for the EBU for quite some time, and only at the last minute when the fight fell out in October, it seems like that fight was removed off BoxRec. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the specific time. That fight was on there for a long time, and
I'm telling you specific, Scotty. I can pull up even Blue Blood Sports TV made content in October that actually says in his title, David Avanesian will fight Terrence Bud Crawford on BLK Prime. That's in his title in October.
Correct, in October, but I'm talking about him being still scheduled on BoxRec.
I'm not. None of BoxRec don't have. I don't care about that. What I'm talking about to you from June. Listen to what I'm saying, Scotty. From June and July to October, we know that fight was engraved in stone for Terrence Bud Crawford. From June, July to October, that fight was engraved in stone for him to fight David Avanesian.
No, that's basically untrue, man. You're just speculating it was being engraved in stone.
No. What I'm saying, what I'm saying to you is this. Let me reframe it. In June and July, he starts talking to BLK Prime, whether it's one phone call, 5-minute phone call, 3 days. Bottom line is he started talking to them. He started communicating with them. June or July, BLK Prime. Boom, we got that. In October, Blue Blood Sports TV does content confirming that Crawford is fighting David Avanesian in October. November 2nd, watch this. November 2nd, I just played it now. Terrence Crawford gets on IG, confirms it, and says that BLK Prime is the new wave. So basically, from June and July, initial conversation, somewhere ends in October. So what I'm saying to you is it took months for this fight to materialize. So it don't matter what Crawford's saying. I'm telling BLK Prime I want to fight Spence. There's no point in telling BLK Prime because they have no horse in the race. They can't go and basically start no negotiations for him to fight Spence. So what was the purpose of him saying that? It makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, I'll rebuttal that. So what I'm trying to explain is initially when BLK Prime reached out, first of all, let's establish BLK Prime not having one fight card prior to this one. They're not even look. You didn't let me finish, bro. They did not have one fight card to the level of a Terrence Bud Crawford. If you let me finish, bro. Okay. They did not have one fight card to the level of Terrence Bud Crawford. So it's a big deal for them to try to put on a fight card with Terrence Crawford, pound for pound, in Omaha, Nebraska. That takes a lot for them to try to do that. And then furthermore, we're trying to act like that we know the fine details on who made the phone call and what was said on the line. We don't know that. But what we can establish is in October, like I said, prior to me getting on here, initially when I got on here, that Stephen Espinosa said that they were showing concerns about Crawford not responding to the final revision that they sent them. Now, let's just say they sent them everything, like you said, Marty. They sent them everything. And he agreed to everything that was initially there, and they sent him the contract, and they had 2023 on it. What is he supposed to do?
It didn't say 2023 on it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Scotty.
What did it say on it, and where's the documentation to prove they didn't change the year? They didn't change the year, Marty.
They listen. So let's be clear on something, Scotty. And I have Rachel Donier here to back me up as a manager in this business. If I send someone, or if somebody calls me and say, Marty, hey, one of your fighters, we want them to fight this guy or this girl. Okay, great. When? Well, we're trying to do something this year. Let me send you a proposal. And then if you agree to the terms, we'll send you a contract thereafter. Okay, great. So they send me a proposal in May on behalf of my fighter. I can assure you, Scotty, that they're not sending me a proposal in May of 2022 to fight in July of 2023. That makes absolutely no sense. But what does make sense is that they're going to send me a proposal in May so that we can sign it probably within 30 to 60 days so that we could do the proper promotion to fight at the end of the year. That makes more sense. Now, even if you said, well, we need evidence. Terrence Buck Crawford was asked by Errol Spence on Twitter to produce the content of the contract, and he chose not to. So let's be clear. We know in boxing, whether it be on YouTube or not, that fighters don't just automatically show no contents of a contract. So let's be clear on that, and let's not ask for stuff that we know is not going to happen.
Okay, but can I respond since you brought that up? We don't know who was on his Twitter account because Errol Spence don't even tweet like that. So let's just say it was his team member or somebody else. You're talking about information that was copy and pasted and talking about, hey, we did this, and this. Show them this. Just like you just said, they don't show those fine details on social media. So why would the people over there with Spence send out a tweet and tell Terrence to produce the documents? They know he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the documents.
That's not true. He has them. It's in his email. No problem. So let's not go to semantics and assumptions. Let's go by actions. Terrence Buck Crawford's actions said he wanted to fight. His words said he wanted to fight Spence. His actions caught him over there fighting David Evanesian. His words said, I'm going to spin the block. Right when he was done with Evanesian,
who said it first though?
Oh, hold on. Let me say it again. Crawford's words said, "I want to fight Spence." They sent him a proposal. His action says something different. He never signed any contract. Great. Now he says, "I'm gonna spin the block." This is his words. I'm gonna spin the block. He spent after he fights David Evanesian, but his actions found him in L.A. in De La Hoya's office. So we keep saying no contract. We can't prove it. We can prove by Terrence Crawford's words and Terrence Crawford actions, they are not equating to each other and they're not matching up. And even you can agree to that, Scotty.
Hey, Marty, is what I agree to. Definitely. If you say something that I can agree to, I will agree to it. Just because you will deliberate the way you are, I'm not going to agree to everything. We're just having a dialogue, Marty. We just having a dialogue. It ain't no disrespect, bro.
No, Scotty. I'm not Scotty.
Okay. I just want to make sure we still good on that vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Scotty, listen. This is not personal. You still my guy, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Scotty, you're one of the few people. Let me be clear. Everybody on this panel have my personal contact information. Like phone number, you can call me, text me type deal. So we all cool. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that Terrence Buck Crawford's words never matched his actions. And as humans, and I don't want to say men because Rachel's here too, but just as humans, we know as humans, and we're all adults here, that if your words are not consistent with your actions, you have to be able to choose which one you want to believe. And I would rather believe a person's actions more than their words. Terrence Buck Crawford said he wanted to fight Spence, but by your own admission, he found himself over there negotiating with BLK Prime because you said he told BLK Prime that. Okay, great. He never signed the contract. Terrence Buck Crawford's words were, spin the block. But after he fought David Evanesian, he didn't spin the block with Spence. Guess what he does? He finds himself over at De La Hoya's office in L.A., taking pictures with him and Bernard. Now, how do we know they talked about negotiations? We didn't see a contract. We didn't hear the negotiations. We can only go by words. And Oscar De La Hoya's words himself said, we negotiated with Crawford. We told Crawford that he's going to fight Alexis Rocha first. Then he's going to fight Ortiz. And then maybe, just maybe in the future, we'll try to see if he can fight Spence. Those are De La Hoya's words. So these are the actions of Crawford after he's using words. So his words has not been consistent with his actions. And everybody can agree with that, like it or not. That's fact.
I don't agree with everything you said, because earlier.
No, not everything. Just the fact that his words didn't match up with his actions. Do you agree with that?
I mean, whatever words you talking about, man. I'm just trying to. No, you said you see, that's why I be trying to pause in between, because you will say a lot, right? I'm not saying it's not relevant. I'm just saying you say a lot, and certain things are being combed over when they should be addressed. That specifically that information that we don't know. Right. We don't know certain things. I know you're talking off experience. I respect your experience. You know what I'm saying? Especially on the business aspect. But when it comes down to what I can say, okay, as human beings, as people in general, what we know and don't know, and where were we when all this took place? None of us on the panel was nowhere close to negotiation. But I don't know why you bringing in De La Hoya in this whole situation just because they took a picture together. And I thought we were still on him not signing an initial contract to face Spence in 2022. I heard somebody say earlier that they dropped the information to fight in 2023. I'm trying to see what was the threshold once the paperwork was dropped off in August. What was the threshold of the timeline for Crawford to return that paperwork? And do we have any evidence on when Crawford returned the paperwork back to PBC and they sent him back that document with that revision on it where the fight fell out in October? Do anyone have those timelines of documentation?
Right. Can I get these super chats? I don't
Yeah,
know.
It's all good. It's all good.
So Gregory Quarterbomb, thank you for your contribution again to the channel. Greg says, when you agree to all terms, then are sent a revised contract that has the terms changed, specifically the date, you don't have a deal. So that's what Greg says, Greg Quarterbomb. And he also says in the second super chat, if Bud is unethical, why are they talking to him again? Crown Jewel Boxing TV, thank you for your viewership, of course, your support and your contribution to the channel. Crown Jewel Boxing TV says Crawford himself said his only problem was he wanted to see the expenses, which means there was no issue with the contract. That was Crown Jewel Boxing TV. If I may add this, Scotty, because you said you don't know how the De La Hoya reference came in. I was only using the De La Hoya situation as a reference to the fact that Terrence Bud Crawford's words did not match his actions. His words said he'll spin the block after he fight David Evanesian and fight Spence, but his actions led him over. Not just a picture. See, it wasn't just a picture that he took with De La Hoya and Bernard. De La Hoya himself, we have to use their words as evidence now. De La Hoya himself said that he negotiated with Crawford, and also the 3-fight deal that they were going to get, or at least 2 of those 3 fights that they can definitely assure Crawford getting, was Alexis Rocha and Virgil Ortiz. And also, let me not stop there. Don't forget that Eric Gomez received documentation from the WBO mandating Alexis Rocha coincidentally to fight Terrence Crawford after that.
Earlier than his mandatory.
That is correct.
Like I say, every time we have a debate on here, the debate is 2022. Initially, when they were supposed to have this big fight after Errol Spence picked up the WBA title from Udenis Ugas. That is the biggest deal right there, because everything else is just flutter. When you cross over from 22 to 23, nobody knows too much of anything. You have Espinosa with a leak audio where Errol Spence is on there complaining about Al Heyman trying to make him fight Keith Thurman, and he don't want to do it, and all this other stuff that they was talking about. Then it gets all scrambled. You have tweets all over the place. Pretty much, Errol Spence, the one initially put out he's going to spin the block. And then Terrence Crawford said, okay, I'll spin the block and I'll drop you off. That's a fact. But in October, everything dissolved. Everything pretty much dissolved with this contract. And I'm trying to find out the threshold. I understand. I think YSM mentioned it. the threshold that was placed on the return of the documents that they sent Crawford. What was the time limit on that? What was the time frame? No one knows the time frame. They don't know how long Crawford had the documentations, nor do they have the time stamp on when he returned back to PBC. And then when PBC had it, how long did they have it to return it back to Crawford? We don't have that information. We don't have it, bro. We don't have it.
I know Crawford said in the IG that Al Heyman told him that they was the reason why it was a holdup. This is what Terrence Crawford said. So if that was the holdup, maybe that's the threshold or the problem reason why it went past the threshold to where they had to change the date for next year. This is what I'm assuming.
Okay, and I'll take you say that's what you're assuming. Language is everything, and I'm not going up here acting like my words are scripture. There, D. For real talk. I'm just going off everything that I know I've remediated over time with this subject. All I'm saying is we don't have those facts. You don't have it. I don't have it. I'm asking a question on where I can find it.
Well, apparently we probably can't find it, but we could find this. Let's say that we don't have evidence of this threshold, but the documentation somehow said 2023. Scotty, you would agree with this. We're in 2023 right now. And in fact, we're halfway into 2024, and the man still haven't signed the contract, and they're still not fighting. So we're in 2023 now, and they're still not fighting. So
sign the contract to fight when?
It don't make no difference when. The man
I mean, how is he gonna fight? How are you gonna fight Marty and Errol Spence is overweight? Let's be realistic here.
I don't know. I'm not talking about his weight. I don't know
what
that man.
Why wouldn't even be any? Why would it be any of your concern if he's overweight or not? If you're batting for Bud, like, don't worry about the other guy. You show up to the fight. You do what you need to do. Like now, what? That he's not gonna make weight?
No, I was just letting you finish. Go ahead and say what you were saying.
Well, you interrupted me already, so go ahead.
I mean, why are you coming on so touchy? I'm like, I respect everybody on the panel. Yeah, if you give me that energy, I'm gonna give it back to you. I don't care who you are. I'm being respectful. I'm being respectful to you. I'm being respectful.
Hold on, Scotty.
I'm just being respectful, Manager Marty. She's snapping on me. I never. She's up here talking about just show up to the fight and do whatever. I'm asking questions to the debate. I'm asking questions. That's it.
So I'm asking you, why would you care about the opponent? I don't know how that's a snap, but anyway, for example,
I'm old enough to know.
About what? About the opponent?
We've seen Errol Spence at 2 fights already, right? We just seen him at Gervonta Davis fight. I'm just going off what Marty said about he hasn't signed the contract. To me, when I saw him at the Frank Martin fight, he looked overweight. I seen him at the Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, he looked like he wasn't in the gym. I'm just going off what I saw.
Okay.
It don't have anything to do with me purchasing a ticket and showing up to a fight. I'm telling you what I saw. So since we're talking about Bud Crawford and Errol Spence and talking about signing contracts for 2023, and we're in May right now, we're in May. So therefore, what fight date are we signing up for if the dude looked like he over 160?
Again, if you're Bud Crawford, it doesn't matter how Spence looks like. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what ultimate versus Nonito Donaire? Everyone was concerned if Nonito was going to make weight. We're going around because I posted a throwback picture at Disneyland. Everyone didn't think we were in Glasgow. Ryan took his eyes off of us. That's what happened. So it doesn't matter. I mean, if you believe there's going to be a problem with the weight, then go ahead and put it in the contract and say, if you come in overweight, it's this much of your purse that I get. But to stipulate like, well, now I'm going to be concerned if he's going to make the weight or not is a little bit reaching.
No, I didn't. I just mentioned he was overweight. I wasn't concerned about anything. I was more so concerned about the potential fight date. Since Manager Marty, he mentioned the fight date. I'm saying what fight date is? We in 2023 in May. What are they signing the contract to fight? What day? What day is this supposed to happen? Because Spence don't look like he's nowhere close to being on weight. And supposedly Bud has a mandatory coming up, right?
But see how you keep alluding to how Spence looks? It shouldn't matter.
Wait, real fast.
I just asked a question.
Alexis Roca is fighting Anthony Young.
I know that, but doesn't Bud Crawford has his WBO mandatory coming up? Is that this is all because of Undisputed?
Alexis Roca is the WBO mandatory. He's fighting Anthony Young.
For Bud
So
Crawford.
everything. Listen to me. Anthony Young versus Alexis Roca, May 27th. So it's a fucking freeway to Spence versus Crawford if it were to happen now. There's nothing that's obstructing this fight currently.
Exactly. So let me ask you this, Watson. What is a roundabout on what we're talking about? Bud need to sign this contract. What is the projection? What month are we talking about? Because I just don't see the man looking like. I've been around enough fight camps.
I know they're
negotiating. I'm just asking the question.
I know they're negotiating right now. I have no idea what's the projected fight date. I don't know, but I know they're negotiating right now. So if it doesn't materialize, in your opinion, what do you think is going to be the reason why it doesn't happen?
And we can only speculate because
that's why I said your opinion. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm saying we can only. I'm just talking. I'm responding. So we can only speculate, right? What we believe that's going on in negotiation, which I have no idea on what facts I was present, because the logistics of this negotiation have not been made public like those in 2022. Like everybody believed that they was qualified to speak on what was going on internally to the negotiation. I haven't heard too much of that in 23, which is great. I like it. But since we're talking about a projected date on round 2 of this negotiation, I was just saying that Spence don't look like, as far as an 8-week training camp, let's just say the minimum 8-week training camp, it just doesn't seem like he was nowhere close to 147. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. So I'm looking at May. So when they sign, let's just say they sign the contract June 1st, the fight, it's going to have to be somewhere in August or September for an 8-week training camp. That's what I was getting at with his weight. That's all.
But this is my thing, though, Scotty, with the weight. And I do agree with Rachel. And most fighters, they have a certain thought process with that. We don't control, as fighters, we don't control what the other person is doing, what they look like. We don't get into all of that because it's not important. Our job is to focus on exactly what our game plan and mission is when we fight other fighters. Now, let's keep that point that Errol Spence is so overweight. That's the time, if you're Crawford, to sign the contract as soon as possible to make him drained so that on the night of the fight, he won't have his legs. He won't have some of the strengths that he had because he's drained, because he had to do a fat camp, as we call it in boxing, instead of actually training on technique. In other words, is this next 6 to 8 weeks, he'll be training to lose weight and not work on technique to beat me. So I'll sign now and use his weight as a disadvantage.
I feel you on that. That's somewhat what we talked about on what you was telling me about the box rec, because the box rec does matter. Okay, people say it don't matter. It does matter. And I remember you telling me that, Marty, about how a certain fight was made and when that fighter, what he weighed in his last fight and how short a period of window he had prior to the fight that happened.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
So that's where I was kind of getting at. Like, okay, so they're going to look at this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking at his weight, and then I'm looking at what you were saying. He has to have a minimum of 8 weeks, of course, to drop that weight. And can he do it? You know, because the reason why I asked that, Marty, was a simple fact that he's been on record, and I got the receipts. He's been on record as saying what? When the fight fell out last October, what did Spence put out there? Oh man, I've been in welterweight my whole career. You know, it's very hard for me to make weight. And he was talking that 154 talk. It's out there. Errol Spence said that himself. That's what he said. That's why I was mentioning the weight. Is he going to have a difficult time with making 147 when he's been complaining about being in the division his whole career? And then, you know, having issues with making the weight. All this is on public record, October 2022, when this fight fell apart.
But we want him. If you're Crawford, you want him to not be able to make weight. You want him to be drained. Absolutely. Yeah. If you're Crawford, you want him to have those disadvantages. That's what you should want.
Absolutely, I agree. But Al Heyman,
it shouldn't be no more delays at this point with Crawford.
if the lays might be coming from Al Heyman and them, knowing that there may be other issues going on. And once again, I'm just speculating on that. There can be on his side the hold up also. It can be things that's going on the flip side with the PBC, not just based in the lap of Crawford. It can also be in the presence of Errol Spence and PBC.
The reason I keep saying Crawford, Scotty, is because I'm looking at a long behavior pattern. So see how you're talking about, you looked at Spence's weight from your point of view, and you're saying, hey, he might have trouble with weight. But from a long behavior pattern, Errol Spence never missed weight. And he's not the only one of these two fighters that talked about fighting at 154. Even Crawford himself, back in October on Bill Bellamy's podcast, and I have receipts of that as well, where he talked about fighting Charlo at 154. So both of these guys talked about fighting at 154. The point that I'm making is that if we're looking at long behavior patterns, Errol Spence never missed weight. So even if he looks like he's out of shape today, I would have more confidence that, hey, if they announce that this fight's going to happen, like when you say in a couple of months, he will make weight based on the results that I've seen through his long behavior patterns. Long behavior patterns I've seen of Terrence Crawford is like I just told you. He said one thing, his actions did another. He said one thing, his actions did another. He did that 3 times already. He said another thing, his actions done another. So based on long-term behavior patterns, I would be more inclined to believe that Errol Spence will make weight more than I would be inclined that Terrence Bud Crawford will sign this contract based on long pattern of behaviors.
Okay, for sure. I hear what you're saying. I respect that, But when it comes to Danny Garcia and Udenis Ugas, where was those fights at?
What was that?
Danny Garcia and Udenis Ugas, where did he have those fights at? What arena?
Fighting each other? Or you talking about Spence fighting those two guys?
No, I'm talking about Spence fighting those two guys. Where was those fights? Danny Garcia and Udenis Ugas. Where did they fight Errol Spence at?
Okay. D-Town. D-Town was a little quiet. I want to make sure I share the panel all around.
Oh, okay. All right.
D-Town, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you converse with Scotty? Because I let YSM talk. I let Rachel, chime in, and I want to be fair to you as well. Because I haven't heard from you in a minute here. Can you chime in on what World Combat Sports is asking here?
Yeah, I just want to know, where did Errol Spence fight Danny Garcia and Udenis Ugas, for the reason being that Marty mentioned behavior, and he was talking about Errol Spence never missed weight. So I was just asking the question, where did Errol Spence fight Danny Garcia and Udenis Ugas? It was in Texas, right? Wasn't both of those fights in Texas?
I believe so. Yeah, I know Dennis Ugas, I believe, was at the Blue Star Dallas Cowboy Stadium, because we built those stadiums. So I believe it was at the Dallas Cowboy or Blue Star for Dennis Ugas. I can't remember Danny Garcia.
It was in Texas because it was in the pandemic.
Okay.
I was at that fight. It was AT&T Stadium.
Okay, so what I'm getting at, they was on the Texas Commission, right? So we know he had very minimal fights since the car accident. He had very minimal fights. Okay, so like Marty said, he hasn't missed weight yet, but he had a huge gap after the accident and had minimal fights. He had Danny Garcia and Udenis Ugas. He did make weight, no doubt about it. But this fight right here, he's not going to be under the umbrella of Texas. He's going to have to move outside that umbrella. So we don't know what is going on with what he has, instead of him just being in the comfort of his boxing footprint in Texas and being on the Texas Commission to be able to do what he want to do.
I'm confused.
I'm about to finish.
Are you alluding?
I'm about to finish.
Okay.
He's not going to be in the comfort of the Texas Commission, right? Getting that home cooked meal. He's not. So he has to leave Texas. Whatever I'm alluding to, you can speculate on your own, but he have to leave Texas for this fight with Terrence Crawford. So all I'm saying is, since the accident, there may be other residual issues going on with him health-wise that he can probably take care of and benefit from in Texas. Crawford ain't willing to fight in Texas. He ain't willing to fight in Texas. He want to fight outside of Texas due to a possibility of bias or, being robbed or whatever Crawford said. I'm done.
He didn't say that today.
I have a question then. Forget about alluding. What are you exactly stating as fact with Spence being in Texas and his weight and the car accident? since I don't want you to allude anymore. I want you to tell me exactly what you're trying to say.
I mean, because he has everything there for his accessibility instead of, showing up somewhere outside of Texas footprint. You know how the fighters have to leave early and go somewhere. It's probably certain things that every fighter enjoys fighting at home. So we all know that majority, of Errol Spence since the Carlos Ocampo fight and excluding Sean Porter, that he's fought in his hometown of Texas, period. But the Texas Commission, anybody who knows boxing, the Texas Commissions, it is what it is. And that's all I'm saying. So he's not going to have that home cooking that he's used to in Texas. He has to come outside of Texas now. So I believe
what does that mean?
I'm about to land it. He had a car accident and he had minimal fights after that car accident. I believe there's still other residual medical situations that's going on with Errol Spence to the fact of why he may be the weight that he is or look the way he does with his weight. You know what I'm saying? That's just my speculation. No one can say that's not true. And the man landed on the pavement after he was ejected out the car. We can't comb over that like it didn't happen. It absolutely happened. And I think it affects Errol Spence to this day. He even said it. I got the tweet. He said, you try getting ejected out of a vehicle and see how you move.
What the hell to do with the fight?
I'm confused about Texas Commission.
You know what I'm saying?
So are you okay? So let me just ask you the direct question. Are you saying that?
One mic.
Are you saying that Texas? Are you saying that Texas Commission is messing with the scales for Spence? I'm asking you just this question because you keep going around the I just want to direct because you keep talking about the commission. Okay, you keep talking about the commission, the Texas Commission, home cooked meals, etc. So are you saying, not alluding, are you saying that because of the car accident and because of his weight, that Texas Commission is rigging the scales for him to make weight?
I never used that R word. You did.
I know because I don't
never,
like.
I never even
I don't. I'm giving you a straight shot.
Like what you don't like, but I never said that. You're putting that.
Well, what are you alluding? I'm asking.
Scott, but Scott,
I told you what I was saying.
I
told you what I was saying. He's under the same commission. He's under the same commission, and we all know that if it was up to Spence, he would have this fight in Texas. Period.
But they never said the fight was going to be in Texas, though. So
I didn't say they said it. I said he would like for the fight to be in Texas.
How do you know
Spence
that?
would like to, because man, come on, who wouldn't want it in Texas in their hometown fighting for the undisputed at AT&T? Who wouldn't want that? He's the A side, bro. Who
somebody that's trying to make a whole lot of money?
Yep. And Crawford was
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying who wouldn't want that? If I was in this situation, I would want to fight at AT&T.
No, you wouldn't. You want to make the most money possible.
For sure, man. He got the backing of Jerry Jones and everything, bro.
Bro, but the price on a ticket is different in Texas as opposed to Vegas. So if you want to make the money, you want to go to Vegas.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. So why he haven't went to Vegas yet?
He said that. Him and
all the heavy
Terrence
lifting. He did all the heavy lifting. Why he ain't went to Vegas if the ticket price is all high and everything? He been a semi pay-per-view star in the.
This don't got nothing to do with the fight. She don't got nothing to do with it.
I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Why he ain't went to Vegas yet? Why he didn't fight Mikey Garcia in Vegas?
Look. Let me say one thing. I salute to you, my brother, but you in big defeat, man, and you moving all over the place. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying you in big defeat because you done went from signing the negotiation or the contract or all this stuff to now talking about Errol Spence weight and all that. Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford both said that they will fight on neutral ground. They said that in Oklahoma. So it has nothing to do with Texas. This is what came out of both of their mouth.
I didn't know I was, first of all, on here for competing with people. I'm in here having a conversation about a boxing talk. I'm not having a competition with a competition with none of y'all. I'm just having a boxing dialogue.
Yeah, we're all having a box.
Absolutely. And D-Town, you talking about what I'm talking about now. Marty has made transitions away from 2022 over to 2023. That's just the way it goes. He is the host of the panel. So therefore, if he's making a move, over to the transition of 2023, I'm transitioning and I'm making statements too. I say I saw the man. Look, it's just gonna make sense in a little bit. I saw him in 2 fights, the one in December and the one at the Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia. I say he looked overweight. I ask in 2023 where they plan, when do they plan on fighting? What day this year they plan on fighting? That's the transition, homie.
Okay, so we don't.
I'm talking about the weight. You talking about weight
Hey,
and
Ray.
all these others. That's
Hey,
what I'm
Ray,
talking
Ray.
about.
You wasn't listening
Hey.
to what I said after seeing him on TV. I asked when would they fight in 2023 if we talking about contracts, and it looked like Spence is overweight.
I heard
Yo.
that. I heard that. I'm just saying that you went off to start talking about weight. That has nothing to do with what you were saying at first. Like what you just said a while ago about the date. I'm cool with all that. I have no problem with that. But I'm just saying when it went into the weight, I think we need to go back to the date and all those things. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I
Hey,
don't
hey,
know.
yo,
I
real-
transitioned off that
hey.
long time ago, bro.
Hey, yo, real fast. This is for Marty and Rachel. This is exactly why I'm all about the lightweight division right now. Who the fuck wants to have 4-hour arguments? We didn't have like 20 arguments about this same shit.
I haven't been on here 4 hours, YSM. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not. I'm not.
And,
I'm
and
talking
Marty
about,
wouldn't allow this to go 4 hours like this. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about the topic. Marty live been on here for 4 hours, but I'm talking about the topic. Like, bro, like, man, this is exactly why I want to focus on the lightweights, man, because these kids are actually fighting.
Look, this
like, there's a fight May 20th. There was a fight April 22nd. What was Shakur fight? Like, they're actually getting in the ring. We're verbally jousting for Crawford and Spence.
But you have to look Marty verbal joust for Crawford wrongdoing in his perspective, and I verbal joust on what I believe Errol Spence is doing wrong too. That includes everything. So I'm pretty clear. Look, I'm pretty clear, YSM. If I put something out there in my own words, I'm not gonna subliminally try to say somebody's rigging the scales. I didn't even mention the scales. I'm saying home cooked meal in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
he's under the Texas Commission.
She asked you,
I didn't
but
say
she
anything
asked
about
you,
no rigging
she
no
asked
scales.
she asked you what you were alluding to. You were alluding to something, but
I
she
wasn't.
straight asked you.
I did not say rigging of anything. I said
Okay,
home
got
cooked
you.
meal.
But she asked
That's
you
what I
directly.
said.
What does home cooked meal mean? Like, what specifically are you saying?
She didn't
She
ask me
wasn't
what
wrong.
home cooked meal means. She said, "Are you insinuating rigging of the scales
Okay,
with
great.
a Texas
Yeah,
Commission?"
she asked you.
No. That's not what I got.
She
I'm
asked
gonna
you.
jump off that. I'm not even gonna address it.
All right, so Scotty.
I'm not even gonna address it.
All right, so Scotty, hold on for a minute. You made a public statement, so now I'm asking you, what do you
Okay.
mean, so that everybody can understand what you mean? Can you please clarify in maybe 20 seconds if you can, or 30 seconds? What did you mean by Spence getting a home cooked meal in Texas?
I said basically that's his boxing footprint. Majority of his big fights, you know, everybody talk about Mikey Garcia and all that. All I was saying is, for this particular fight, you keep putting all the culpability on Crawford. When I'm saying maybe it's something that's going on in his home footprint, right? That he wants to take care of, that he has going on with him health-wise, that he want to take care right there with his people, and everybody knows that what he's going through. I'm not speculating specific on what it could be. You know what I'm saying? I just be guessing.
You use the words home cooked meal.
Yeah, home cooking meal means you being in Texas and everything around you're familiar with. The doctors, everything that goes on, your people, your nutritionists, your entire team is in Texas. Everything, your family is there. So therefore, they already know what's going on with Spence. They're helping him at the present time or whatever's going on, because nobody's going to convince me that he doesn't have residual effects off the car accident. So he could still be going to the doctor. His doctor would be in Texas. His doctor could be in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't. No, I get completely all that. The reason why I asked the question is because you brought up Texas Commission. So when you bring in an agency that is supposed to be overlooking the health of the fighters and making it seem or alluding to the fact that everyone's helping him on that end, really, that's why I asked you directly, because I don't want to assume what your message is. So I was giving you the chance to clear it up for me and whoever else is confused by your messaging of home cooked meal and Texas Commission and weight and car accident. All those 4 things can be connected in weird ways when you misinterpret it. So I was giving you the opportunity to clear it up for everybody.
He definitely. Okay, go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to say, and here's the gist of it, because I see that we're going to that 5 hour energy, and I'm going to let everybody off pretty soon. Let me just say this. Even if he's all out of weight, let's say Spence is out of weight, or he's too big right now, or whatever. He's got to drain a lot of weight. Let's say he's still feeling the residual effects of 2 car accidents and whatever else in between he's been dealing with. Let's
Correct.
say drinking or whatever the case is.
Mhm.
These reasons, all 3 of them, are great reasons if I'm managing Crawford for us to take the fight now when he's more vulnerable, now when he's out of weight, now when he's drinking, now when he's not focused. All of these different things are reasons why a fighter should take a fight when they see that their opponent or potential opponent are at disadvantages. But the fact is of the matter is that's still not happening. And the bottom line is, even if the original document said, whether it be a term sheet, whether it be a contract, or a combination of both, said that this fight's going to take place in 2023. We are in 2023 right now, halfway into 2024, and this fight has still not officially been announced.
Hey,
And those
I
Scotty,
get it, bro.
wait.
I
Hey,
get what you're saying, Marty.
it's people backstage, I think.
I do understand that they are backstage. I'm trying to let people on, but here's the issue.
Hey, I'll get off, man. I'm not gonna, because I go all day on this subject. You know, it's a simple fact that neither one of us know what's the holdup. You know, you just identified that Errol may have other issues, and that's all I'm saying. That's what I speak on all the time. He has issues. He has issues. He has reoccurring issues, man. You know what I'm saying? That plays an omnipresence to him every day. That ain't going. He even put a tweet out that verified that. So I'm thinking he holding up the fight. And that's all I got to say. He put the tweet out. He was responding to somebody who tweeted him, and he said, you tried being, you know, ejected out of a car, whatever he's saying, his words. I'm not going to waste your time by pulling it up on my phone. But he said, you try being ejected out the car and see how you move or something like that. So he was verified. He got issues.
Yeah, those are still reasons that Crawford should have took the fight then, and he should take the fight now even more. And he did.
What if Spence don't want it though? Spence don't want the fight, bro.
They initiated the process. Everybody just agreed to that, brother.
Wait. Scotty, you feel as though Earl Spence doesn't want this fight?
I think it's medical reasons why they've been procrastinating on the fight from 22 to 23. He had the accident back in 2019. I think there's other residual issues that's going on, regardless of him fighting Yordenis Ugas.
So you're
of course I'm speculating. Of course I am.
All right.
Of course, that's not fact.
Right. So we can't.
I mean, y'all been speculating, Marty. You've been speculating. You speculate.
I just been going by what Terrence Crawford has been saying in his actions. That's all I've been talking about the whole time.
Okay, for sure. You know? Hey, I appreciate you having me on, Marty. It's all good, brother. YSM, Mrs. Dornaire. I'm gonna get off in case these cats want to get on or whatever, because you know I go on forever talking about this. You know what I'm saying? But
the people in the back want to talk to you, though.
Yeah, they wanted to
talk to you. I know them in the back, so they don't want to talk to me.
No, they want to.
They want to talk to you.
I'm gonna hop off.
Okay. If you want a 5 hour energy and let these cats on, cool. I have no problem with it. I'm not ducking no smoke.
5 hour energy. Give my man Marty a sponsorship deal because we just said that shit twice. So yeah, my man Marty need a check. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna hop off, y'all. Appreciate y'all. I
don't need to look up no information, nothing.
Miss you, YSM.
Thank you, YSM.
Hey, shout out. Hey, salute, YSM. Salute.
All
right. So this is what I'm going to do. Man. All right.
I said I was getting off, Marty. You should
go ahead. Okay. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I don't have nowhere to go. If they want to talk to me, I'll stay here. There's no problem with me.
So no.
All right, for sure. Respect then. Respect to you. Appreciate you having me on, bro.
Respect, Scotty. Thank you very much.
No doubt. I'm out.
All right. So Rachel, here's the thing. We are kicking off almost 5 hours.
So, no worries. I got you.
So to everybody that's in the back, come back on Tuesday. I don't care what time of evening it is, as long as it's within a respectable time frame. And I promise you, I'll let you on a panel. Those of you that did not get the opportunity provided to you to come on the panel, I'm more concerned about the time. I don't want to drag this out any longer because people have been waiting. I mean, it is Friday night, but it's 12 in the morning. Everybody that knows me know I am not a night owl, but I am trying to make sacrifices so that everybody can be entertained and even educated, especially now that we have, Rachel here to provide us with that extra educational piece. We have some entertainment as well. So if you're in the back and I didn't give you the opportunity, I want you to understand that was not intentional in a way of being dismissive or ignoring you. I just want to make sure that what I'm doing now is I'm making a responsible re-engagement. So that means I am being responsible enough to say, hey, come on back on Tuesday evening or next Friday evening and come on the panel. And I promise that I will re-engage with you all and allow you to join the channel live stream. But it is, the hour is just very near. We're almost at 5 hours. I appreciate everybody that came out in the chat, the viewership, the contributions, even the panel. Rachel Donera, you can give us your last words and I'll close out. And I thank you again for investing your time again, Rach, for coming on to the panel.
No, of course. Thanks for inviting me. I mean, there's always going to be two different sides of the story, and then there's always going to be the truth. The fun part is that we're all very passionate about boxing. Some of us have different experiences in boxing. Some of us are just fans. So thank you for holding the space to be able to have open dialogue and conversation. I'm always here, and what I love about Manager Marty and YSM is that we were able to hang out and meet face to face. That's one of the loves that I have, is when we literally, me and Manager Marty connected on YouTube, talked for months, and then when I went out to Philly, was able to see him in YSM. And when I see people, then it's just respect. Now I know you're not someone that's just hiding behind a computer. Not that you were, but I'm just saying, like, I love human connection and being able to see you guys. So until next time, guys, miss you guys all so much from the Philippines. You guys take care and be blessed.
All right. Be blessed, Rachel. All the way from the Philippines, we send our love and support to you. Please tell Nonito I said hello.
100. See
All
ya.
right. You got it. 100. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Road to Tape film crew, I want to issue a public apology because I did say that I was not going to go 5 hours, and technically I didn't, but this is long drawn out. I don't ever want to keep you all this long. I think a live stream should be a little bit shorter, maybe 2 hours at the max. But as long as I see the viewership increasing exponentially and people are supporting the channel and people want to join, I will be patient enough to open those floodgates, because there may be a time that I won't be able to have those opportunities afforded to us as far as time constraints, where I may not have the commitment level 4 or 5 hours in a row. But I thank every last one of you for joining us live. If you're watching the replay of this live, if this is your first time joining us, please come back. Either way, come on back. We will be back here again Tuesday evening, live and in living color, here on the Road to Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I salute and thank everyone who joined the panel today, whether we agreed or disagreed. I'm sure that the viewership learned at least one thing about the sport of boxing and the business of boxing that they did not know before. We're going to be a little bit more cognizant of time moving forward. But as long as you all are entertained and being educated, I'm going to keep doing these lives. I had a very long day today, but I wanted to make sure I still maintain my commitment to give you guys and ladies a good show, and I hope I did just that. Don't forget, anybody you've seen on this panel or in the chat that's a content creator, please go support their channel by subscribing to their channel. Reach out to them, support them, make contributions to their content. I'm telling you, everybody on this panel, I've seen their content. They have really good content. And I'm not just saying that because they were here. They know me. Most of them have my personal phone number, and we're really cool. So with that being said, I'm not going to say no more, because I know I can talk long and be over another minute, and we'll be at 4 hours and 54 minutes. Salute to everyone. Have a good evening. Enjoy your weekend. I will be publishing content, if not tomorrow, definitely on Sunday. And I look forward to seeing you all right here live in living color on Roll the Tape with Manager Marty here on Tuesday evening. Salute to everybody. I pray for you. You pray for me. Blessings and support to you and your family. Salute.